Chapter 1. The phone lit up on the nightstand. 2:07 a.m. Noelle grabbed it before the second vibration, thumbs swiping the answer blind. A whisper. Small. Scared. Noelle? She was already sitting up, feet finding the floor. Maisie, what's happening, sweetheart? My dad had another nightmare. The girl's voice broke on the last word, then steadied the way 7-year-olds steady themselves when they need to be brave. He won't wake up right. I tried shaking him. He's on the floor and his eyes are open, but he's not looking at me. The hallway, 2 doors down, Barefoot. Maisie, listen. Noelle pulled her scrub jacket from the hook by the door, one hand working the lock. I'm coming right now. You don't have to be scared. You're being so brave calling me. I didn't want to call you. You worked late. I always want you to call me, even at 2 a.m., especially at 2 a.m. She stepped into the hall, cold linoleum under her soles. The building was quiet, that thick silence of sleep and old radiators ticking. Can you do something for me? What? Go to the kitchen, get the step stool. You know where the cocoa is? The cabinet above the toaster. That's right, get it down. By the time I'm there, we'll make hot cocoa. Your dad's going to be fine. He just needs a minute. Through the door, she could hear Maisie moving, the soft drag of the stool across the floor. Good. Routine. Normal. Something her hands knew while her heart waited. Nell held up and knocked twice. Soft. The way they'd worked out years ago when Maisie first started having night terrors herself. A code. Friend, not danger. The door opened. Maisie stood in her dinosaur pajamas, dark eyes huge, dark hair tangled, cocoa mix clutched in both hands like a shield. He's in the kitchen. Noelle stepped in. The apartment smelled like her own. Same building, same floor plan, but lived in differently. Nate's books stacked on the side table. Maisie's drawings taped to the fridge. A hoodie draped over the back of the couch like he'd taken it off an hour ago and forgotten it. She found him on the kitchen floor. Nate was sitting against the lower cabinets, knees up, one arm limp across his thigh. His eyes were open. He was breathing. But he wasn't there yet. His face had that gray look of someone whose dream body was still catching up to his real one. Noelle, it came out rough, raw, like he'd been screaming in a room with no air. I'm here. She crouched in front of him, not touching yet, giving him the choice. Maisie called me? You're on the kitchen floor. It's 2:09 a.m. You had a nightmare, but you're awake now. His hand moved, found her wrist, squeezed once, hard, like she was the only solid thing in a tilting world. Maisie. His voice cracked on the name. Making cocoa. I talked her through it. She's fine. You're both fine. He closed his eyes, let his head fall back against the cabinet. The muscles in his jaw worked, fighting something she couldn't see. I'm sorry. Stop. She shouldn't have to see this. She saw a grown-up have a bad night. That's not the same thing. Noelle stayed low, close enough that his knee brushed her arm. She handled it. She's proud of herself for handling. Don't take that from her by being ashamed. A long laugh. Then his hand moved from her wrist to her hand, fingers threading through her shows. Calluses. Scars. Warm. Okay. She helped him up. He was solid, thick through the shoulders, but he let her take his weight for a second, steadying himself against the counter. Noelle turned to find Maisie standing in the doorway, cocoa mix still in her hands, watching. Come on. Noelle held out her free hand. Let's make that cocoa. Your dad's going to sit right here and watch us. The next 10 minutes were ordinary. Warm milk in a saucepan. Cocoa whisked smooth. 2 mugs with cartoon cats on them. Maisie talked about a dream she'd had about flying squirrels stories heard. She talks about flying squirrels because of you. You told her about that nature show. So I'm the one she blames when her homework gets stolen. A ghost of a smile. Then it faded. He looked at her the way he sometimes did, like he was trying to memorize her, like she was something he'd never expected to find and didn't know how to keep. "You're the best person I know," he said. "I should tell you that more. You tell me all the time. In your way. I'm not good at the other ways." Noelle felt the air shift between them. That familiar electric hum she'd spent years learning not to name. She stepped toward him, not planning it, just moving. "Then say it like this," she said. "Thank you for coming. That's enough. Thank you for coming." "See? Easy." He laughed. It was small and worn, but it was real. She let herself have it for a second, the warmth of hearing him laugh in the dark kitchen at 2:30 a.m., and then she pulled back. "Get some sleep. I'll check on Maisie in the morning before you leave for work." "I have her. You're off at 7. Then I'll see you both for Sunday dinner." She was at the door now. Try to dream about something boring. Spreadsheets, traffic, that meeting you hate. "I'll do my best." She let herself out. The hall was cold. She was still barefoot, the soles of her feet numb, her scrub jacket thin over her tank top. But she felt warm. That was the thing about being needed. It filled you up. She was at her door, key in the lock, when something made her turn back to the window at the end of the hall. The street below was dark, empty. Chicago in the dead hours. But at the curb, idling under a dead streetlight, a black sedan sat with its engine running. She couldn't see the driver, the windows were tinted too dark. But she felt it, a weight of attention, like being watched from across a room. The car didn't move. No lights came on, no door opened. It just sat there. Noelle stood in the hallway, cold linoleum under her feet, and waited. 1 second. 5. 10. The car pulled away. Slow, deliberate. It turned at the corner and disappeared. Her heart was beating too fast. She told herself it was adrenaline from the call. From finding Nate on the floor. From that moment in the kitchen when the air between them had gone sharp and tender. She told herself it was nothing. She went inside and locked the door. But she didn't sleep. She sat on the edge of her bed, still in her jacket, watching the window until the sky went gray, and the ache in her chest was not exhaustion. It was the feeling of something coming. Chapter 2. The overnight shift at Lakeview Children's Hospital always started the same way. Fluorescent lights humming overhead, the soft beat of monitors, the smell of antiseptic and cafeteria coffee that never got strong enough. Noelle moved through it on autopilot, checking vitals, adjusting IV lines, smoothing blankets over sleeping children who stirred and settled at the sound of her voice. She knew every room on the unit, knew which kids needed the hall light left on, which ones wanted the door cracked exactly 3 inches, which parents were holding it together by a thread, and which ones had already snapped. By 3 a.m., the threadbare exhaustion had settled into her bones. She hadn't slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Nate on the kitchen floor, his eyes open and looking at nothing. She saw the black sedan idling under the dead streetlight. She saw the way his hand had gripped her wrist like she was the only thing keeping him from sinking. "You look like someone ran you over." Noelle looked up. Deja Naidu stood at the nurse's station with a chart in one hand and a cup of tea in the other, her eyes sharp behind frameless glasses. She was still in her street clothes, union meeting running late again. "Rough night," Noelle said. Rough night or rough neighbor? Noelle didn't answer. She pulled a chart from the rack and flipped it open, pretending to read. That's a tell, Deja said, dropping into the chair beside her. You're doing the thing where you disappear into paperwork so you don't have to talk about your feelings. I'm reviewing labs. You're reviewing labs upside down. Noelle looked down. The chart was, in fact, upside down. She closed it and set it on the counter. Maisie called me at 2 a.m., she said quietly. Nate had another nightmare. Bad one. Deja's expression softened. The kind where he doesn't wake up right? Yeah. Is he okay? I think so. He was conscious when I left. Still shaken, but conscious. Noelle paused. There was a car outside, black sedan, idling at the curb at 2 a.m. watching the building. Deja's eyebrows went up. Did you call it in? What would I have said? A car was parked on a public street? You could have said a suspicious vehicle was stalking your neighbor's apartment at 2 in the morning. I don't know that it was stalking. Noelle. Deja leaned in, her voice dropping. You've been living next to that man for 6 years? You know his kid's teacher's name. You know his coffee order. You know which nights he can't sleep. But you don't know why a car was watching his building at 2 a.m., and you're not going to ask him? There's nothing to ask. There's everything to ask. You just don't want to hear the answer. Noelle felt the words lodge somewhere under her ribs. She turned back to the chart rack, pulling a real one this time, scanning the intake notes for room 4. A 4-year-old with pneumonia admitted at 11 p.m. Mother hadn't left the bedside since. I'm going to check on Emma in 4, she said. Running away, Deja said, but there was no heat in it. Fine, but we are finishing this conversation. We never started it. Exactly my point. Room 4 was dim, the only light coming from the monitor screen and the small lamp beside the bed. The mother was asleep in the chair, head tilted at an angle that would destroy her neck by morning. Noelle checked the IV, adjusted the flow, and smoothed the child's hair back from her forehead. Emma stirred. Is it morning? Not yet, sweetheart. You keep resting. Is my mom still here? Right there. She hasn't moved. The child's eyes found her mother, and something in her face relaxed. She closed her eyes again, her breathing evening out. Noelle stood there a moment longer than necessary, watching the rise and fall of that small chest, and felt the familiar ache that came with every shift. The weight of trusting her to hoard the line between night and morning, between sick and well, between a child waking up and a child not waking at all. She left the room and walked the hallway, checking doors, adjusting lights, noting the time for the next round of meds. The rhythm was the only thing keeping the exhaustion at bay. At 4:30 a.m., she was in the break room pouring coffee that had been sitting too long, when her phone buzzed in her pocket. A text from Nate. Maisie asked if you're coming for Sunday dinner. I told her yes. That's still true? She stared at the screen. The message was ordinary. That was the problem. 6 years of ordinary messages. 6 years of grocery lists and school pickup times and late check-ins. 6 years of building a life around someone without ever asking who he really was. She typed back, still true. The response came almost immediately. Good, just a minuto hard. Says it's about flying squirrels and why they should be allowed in classrooms. Noelle felt her mouth curve despite herself. She put the phone away and drank the bitter coffee, letting the heat burn through the tightness in her chest. At 5 a.m., the unit quieted. The children who had been restless settled. The parents dozed. Noelle sat at the nurse's station with a stack of charts and let the silence settle around her. Deja appeared again, this time in scrubs, her shift starting. She dropped a granola bar on the counter in front of Noelle. Eat. I'm not hungry. Your stomach just growled loud enough to wake Rome too. Noelle took the granola bar, unwrapped it, took a bite that tasted like cardboard and obligation. I'm not trying to push you, Deirdre said, sitting beside her, but I've watched you build that man into the center of your life without ever asking him to meet you halfway. And I'm worried that one day you're going to look up and realize you gave him everything, and he gave you just enough to keep you there. He's a good father. I know he is. That's not the question. What's the question? Deja looked at her for a long moment. The question is whether he's a good man for you, and you never let yourself find out. Noelle didn't have an answer. She finished the granola bar in silence, watching the clock tick toward morning. At 6:15 a.m., the shift change was in motion. Night nurses giving reports to day nurses. Parents waking up, asking for water, asking for doctors, asking when their children could go home. The unit hummed with the transition from dark to light. Noelle was signing off on her last chart when the administrator appeared. Marlene Chen, the hospital's operations director, was not a common sight on the pediatric floor at 6 a.m. She was polished and composed, her heels clicking against the linoleum like a countdown. Morning, everyone, Marlene said, her voice carrying. She stopped at the nurse's station, her gaze sweeping the room. I have an announcement that needs to circulate before the end of this shift. Noelle felt Deja go still beside her. Hartwell Health will be sending a delegation to tour the facility next week, Marlene continued. They're finalizing an acquisition agreement, and they want to see the full scope of our operations. Pediatric overnight will be included in the tour. The words landed like stones in still water. Deja's hand found Noelle's forearm, gripped tight. When? Deja asked. Tuesday morning, 9 a.m. Noelle took the granola bar, unwrapped it, took a bite that tasted like cardboard and obligation. I'm not trying to push you, Deja said, sitting beside her. But I've watched you build that man into the center of your life without ever asking him to meet you halfway. And I'm worried that one day you're going to look up and realize you gave him everything, and he gave you just enough to keep you there. He's a good father. I know he is. That's not the question. What's the question? Deja looked at her for a long moment. The question is whether he's a good man for you, and you've never let yourself find out. Noelle didn't have an answer. She finished the granola bar in silence, watching the clock tick toward morning. At 6:15 a.m., the shift change was in motion. Night nurses giving reports to day nurses, parents waking up, asking for water, asking for doctors, asking when their children could go home. The unit hummed with the transition from dark to light. Noelle was signing off on her last chart when the administrator appeared. Marlene Chen, the hospital's operations director, was not a common sight on the pediatric floor at 6 a.m. She was polished and composed, her heels clicking against the linoleum like a countdown. Morning, everyone, Marlene said, her voice carrying. You begin to be circuiting into the problem, it is let it about that. Chapter 3. Sunday dinner at Nate's apartment had a rhythm Noelle had memorized over 6 years. She knocked at 5:47 p.m. 3 quick raps, followed by a pause, then 2 more. The coded pattern Maisie had invented when she was 4 and obsessed with secret handshakes. The door swung open before her hand dropped. Maisie stood there in a dress covered in cartoon foxes, her dark hair tangled from what looked like an afternoon of headstands and chaos. She grabbed Noelle's wrist and pulled her inside like a cat dragging home a kill. You're late, Maisie announced. By 3 minutes, I counted. Traffic was bad. We live next door. Stair traffic. Maisie squinted at her, the skepticism of a 7-year-old who had already figured out adults lied about small things. Then she shrugged and pointed at the kitchen table. There were 3 place settings. Nate's mother's ceramic casserole dish in the center, steam curling from the edges. A salad bowl, a basket of bread that looked like it came from the bakery Maisie loved, the one with the croissant shaped like a bear. Noelle stood in the doorway of their apartment and felt the familiar pull, the smell of garlic and roasted vegetables, the sound of Nate moving in the kitchen, cabinet doors opening and closing. Maisie already back at the table, arranging her fork and knife at perfect right angles. This was the life Noelle had never named out loud. "Tell your father his lasagna smells like it's trying to seduce me," Maisie giggled. "Daddy, Noelle said your lasagna is sexy." From the kitchen, a low laugh. "Tell Noelle I heard her, and she's not wrong." Noelle felt heat rise to her cheeks and told herself it was the steam from the casserole dish. She sat down across from Maisie, who immediately launched into a detailed account of her week. The class pet hamster had escaped and been found in the supply closet eating a glue stick. Her friend Liam had claimed squirrels could fly if they tried hard enough, and she needed Noelle to settle the argument with science. "It's not flying," Noelle said, reaching for the bread basket. "It's gliding, and only some species can do it." "So my flying squirrel card was scientifically accurate?" "Devastatingly so," Maisie beamed. Nate emerged from the kitchen carrying a glass of wine. He set it in front of Noelle with the casual precision of someone who knew exactly how she took it, knew she would want it now, knew she would not ask for it herself. "You didn't have to," she said. "You say that every week." "Because it's true every week." He sat down at the head of the table, close enough that his elbow almost brushed hers. "And every week, I ignore you." He looked better than he had on Thursday night. The shadows under his eyes had faded. His hands were steady as he reached for the serving spoon. He wore a soft gray sweater with the sleeves pushed up, and there was a smear of flour on his forearm that made her chest ache for no reason she could name. Maisie was already loading her plate with lasagna, a feat of engineering that involved more cheese than pasta. "School project," she announced through a mouthful. "Swallow first," Nate said. Maisie swallowed dramatically. "School project. We have to pick a famous person and do a report. I picked someone good." "Let me guess," Noelle said. "Jane Goodall, because of the flying squirrel connection." "No, she's okay, but I'll pick someone better." Maisie paused for effect. "I picked Jeff Bezos." Noelle nearly choked on her wine. "Because he's the richest man in the world," Maisie continued, "and Mrs. Bellamy said we should pick people who changed how things work. He changed how people buy stuff. Also, I want to know how he got that much money. Like, where does it all go? Does he have a vault? Like Scrooge McDuck?" Nate had gone still. It was subtle, a pause in the motion of lifting his fork, a fraction of a second where his face showed nothing at all. Then he blinked and resumed eating, and Noelle wondered if she had imagined it. "He's not the richest anymore," Nate said quietly. "But he's up there." "Who's the richest?" Maisie asked. "Depends on the day. The list changes." "How do you not know?" Maisie pressed. "It's your job to know things." "I know things. I just don't know that specific thing." "You know everything else." "I know how to make lasagna. I know how to braid your hair. I know that if you put ketchup on broccoli, it stops being a vegetable and becomes a crime scene." Maisie laughed, distracted. The moment passed, but Noelle had seen it. That stillness, like a man who had been named and was waiting for the rest of his sentence. She filed it away in the part of her brain that had started accumulating questions she did not know how to ask. The rest of dinner moved through its familiar choreography. Maisie reciting her class presentation about Jeff Bezos, complete with sound effects for the Amazon delivery drones. Nate refilling Noelle's wine without being asked. The three of them passing dishes, reaching across each other, talking over each other in the easy overlap of people who had done this 100 times. At one point, Nate's asked if billionaires just kept their money in banks, or if they had secret rooms full of gold. They invest it, Nate said. Invest in what? Companies, buildings, things that make more money. So they just have more money making more money? That's like if I had 1,000 hamsters making more hamsters. That's actually a good analogy. Noelle laughed and Nate looked at her. Just looked. The kind of look that made her forget what she was about to say. Your analogies are getting a C-, Dad, Maisie said, pulling his attention away. Mrs. Bellamy says I should use more vivid language. Your teacher sounds tough. She's the best. She says language is a tool and I should use the right tool for the job. What job is that? The job of making people listen. Nate smiled, and it reached his eyes. She's right. After dinner, Nate cleared the plates while Maisie dragged Noelle to her room to show off the diorama she was building for her report. It was a cardboard box painted like a warehouse, with tiny packages and a stick figure in a spaceship. The spaceship is for if he decides to live on Mars, Maisie explained. He has a space company too, did you know that? I did. He's doing too much. That's what Mrs. Bellamy says. One thing at a time, that's how you do good work. Your teacher gives very practical advice. She says, the most important thing is to know what you want and go get it. Don't wait for someone to hand it to you. Noelle looked at the diorama, at the careful glue work and the tiny painted boxes, and felt something twist in her chest. When she came back to the kitchen, Nate was at the sink washing dishes. The sleeves of his sweater were wet at the cuffs. The last of the evening light filtered through the window, casting everything in gold. She stood in the doorway and watched him. 6 years. 6 years of this table, this rhythm, this man who showed up in every small way but never told her who he really was. 6 years of building a life around someone she had never thought to question. Need help? She asked. I've got it. I know. She walked over anyway, picked up a dish towel and started drying the plates he set on the rack. Their shoulders almost touched. Neither moved away. Maisie's project, Noelle said. The billionaires thing, you got quiet. Nate's hands stilled in the water. Did I? When she mentioned the richest man in the world, you went somewhere. He was quiet for a long moment. The tap ran, the water steamed. I was thinking about how simple her version is, he said finally. A vault, a spaceship, a man with too many hamsters. She doesn't know yet that having that much doesn't mean you get to keep anything that matters. Noelle dried a plate she had already dried, waiting. Anyway, Nate said, shaking water from his hands. She's 7. She'll learn the truth soon enough. He turned to face her, and for a second something flickered in his expression. Something raw and unguarded that vanished before she could name it. Thank you, he said, for coming. For always coming. Where else would I go? The question hung between them, heavier than she had intended. He did not answer. Maisie appeared in the doorway, holding her diorama. I added glitter to the spaceship. Come look! Noelle followed her back to the bedroom, leaving Nate alone in the kitchen with the dishes and the fading light. But later, when she stepped into the hallway to go home, the image of him standing at the sink stayed with her. The way he had gone still at the mention of money and power. The way he had looked at her like she was the only real thing in a room full of lies. She walked the 2 doors to her apartment, unlocked her door, and stepped inside. Her phone buzzed. A text from Nate. Thank you. For everything. Always. She stared at the screen. Then she glanced out her window, and her blood went cold. The black sedan was back. parked under the same dead streetlight. Engine off, tinted windows reflecting nothing but the dark. Chapter 4. The next morning, the sky was the color of bruised concrete. Noelle stood at the edge of the school pickup circle with the other parents, her hospital coat traded for a thin jacket she had grabbed without thinking. Her eyes felt grainy. The black sedan had stayed under the dead streetlight for 20 minutes last night before pulling away without haste, like it had all the time in the world. She had not slept after that. The school doors opened. Children spilled out in a tide of backpacks and noise. Maisie emerged third in line, her dark hair escaping a lopsided braid, her face lighting up when she spotted Noelle. "Noelle!" She ran over, diorama box held carefully in both hands. "I added more glitter. Mrs. Bellamy said it was professionally done." "Did she use those exact words?" "She said my craftsmanship was impressive. That's the same thing." "It's close enough." Noelle took the diorama so Maisie could shrug her backpack into a better position. The cardboard box was heavier than expected, the glitter catching the gray morning light. "Where's Dad?" "He's picking us up. Parking is terrible today." Maisie nodded like this made perfect sense, then launched into a detailed account of which kids in her class had the best dioramas and why glitter placement was the deciding factor. They were halfway to the curb when a voice cut in. "Noelle, hey." She turned. Marcus Hale, father of a second grader named Leo, was approaching with the easy confidence of a man who had never been told no. He was handsome in an obvious way, square jaw, good teeth, expensive watch. He had asked her out twice in the past year. She had declined twice. "Marcus, Nay's been talking about Maisie's diorama all week. Sounds like she's got a future in corporate logistics." "I have a spaceship for Mars," Maisie said. "Corporate logistics sounds boring." Marcus laughed, a practiced sound. "She's got your energy." "She has her father's." "Right, Nate." Marcus said the name like he was testing it for weaknesses. "He's not here today?" "Parking," Noelle said. "I could give you both a ride. Leo's got a playdate, so I've got an empty car seat." The offer was casual, but the look that came with it was not. Marcus let his eyes hold hers a beat too long, the kind of look that assumed familiarity where none existed. "I'm good," Noelle said. "We'll wait." "Nate's a lucky man," Marcus said, and the weight of the sentence was wrong. Having someone who shows up like this? For his kid? The implication landed like a stone in still water. Maisie frowned, sensing something she could not name. Noelle felt heat clawing her neck. "He's my neighbor," she said. "We're friends." "Right, friends." Marcus smiled, and it did not reach his eyes. "I keep hearing that." Before she could answer, a hand settled on the small of her back. Warm, solid, familiar. "Noelle." Nate's voice was quiet, but Marcus heard it. His eyes flicked up and the easy confidence on his face flickered. "Nate," Marcus said, "was just telling Noelle how lucky you are." "I heard." Nate's hand did not move from Noelle's back. "We should go. I grabbed the bags from the dry cleaner on the way." "Bags?" Noelle repeated, her voice thin. "Grocery run, remember?" She did not remember any grocery run, but she nodded anyway because the alternative was standing here while Marcus watched her like she was a math problem he was close to solving. "See you around, Marcus," Nate said. He guided Noelle and Maisie toward the car with a hand that stayed exactly where it was, pressing lightly through the fabric of her jacket. The contact was deliberate, possessive, nothing like the careful distance he usually kept. Maisie climbed into the back seat without being asked. Noelle got into the passenger side. Nate closed her door before circling to the driver's seat. The engine started. The car pulled away. Noelle did not look back. For 3 blocks, no one spoke. Maisie broke first. "That was weird. Why was Leo's dad talking to you like that? Because he's not very good at reading social cues, Noelle said. He looked like a fish, the kind with the big mouth. That's accurate. Nate's hands were tight on the steering wheel, his knuckles were white. You didn't have to do that, Noelle said quietly. Do what? Insert yourself. I wasn't. He let it go and the silence closed over the car. Noelle just take the weight. Now ever she would completely regress this, powerful just could not. Noelle said it amazed like the result of Tenman Cham. Noelle felt heat climb her neck. He's my nader, she said. We're friends. Right, friends. Marcus smiled, and it did not reach his eyes. I keep hearing that. Before she could answer, a hand settled on the small of her back. Warm, solid, familiar. Noelle? Nate's voice was quiet, but Marcus heard it. His eyes flicked up and the easy confidence on his face flickered. Nate, Marcus said, was just telling Noelle how lucky you are. I heard. Nate's hand did not move from Noelle's back. We should go. I grabbed the bags from the dry cleaner on the way. Bags, Noelle repeated, her voice thin. Grocery run, remember? She did not remember any grocery run, but she nodded anyway because the alternative was standing here while Marcus watched her like she was a math problem he was close to solving. See you around, Marcus, Nate said. He guided Noelle and Maisie toward the car with a hand that stayed exactly where it was, pressing lightly through the fabric of her jacket. The contact was deliberate, possessive, nothing like the careful distance he usually kept. Maisie climbed into the back seat without being asked. Noelle got into the passenger side. Nate closed her door before circling to the driver's seat. The engine started. The car pulled away. Noelle did not look back. For 3 blocks, no one spoke. Maisie broke first. That was weird. Why was Leo's dad talking to you like that? Because he's not very good at reading facial cues, Noelle said. He looked like a fish, the kind with the big mouth. That's accurate. Nate's hands were tight on the steering wheel. His knuckles were white. You didn't have to do that, Noelle said quietly. Do what? Insert yourself. I wasn't. He let it go, and the silence closed over the car. Chapter 5. The silence in the car had texture. 3 blocks of it, dense and charged, with Maisie's breath the only sound until she called Marcus a fish with a big mouth. Noelle had almost laughed at that. Almost. But Nate's hands on the wheel stopped her. White knuckles, thumbs pressing hard enough to blanch the skin. He pulled into the alley behind their building and killed the engine. The quiet that followed was worse than the car had been. I'll grab the groceries, Noelle said, because she needed to say something. There aren't any. I know. Maisie unbuckled and scrambled out. The diorama clutched against her chest. Can I put this on the kitchen table? I want to show you the Mars base again. After I bring in the bags we don't have, Noelle said. Maisie giggled and disappeared up the back steps. Noelle waited until the door clicked shut. Then she turned to face him. Nate, I don't like him. That was obvious. Marcus. He said the name like it tasted wrong. I've seen him watch you at pickup. The way he looks at you, like you're a thing he's trying to acquire. He's harmless. He's not harmless. Nate's voice dropped, rough at the edges. Men like that don't take no gracefully. They wait for the right moment to make their move. Something cold moved through her chest. That's not what this was about. It's exactly what it was about. Know well for this better and being a system of the identical feedy hamption of the screen. Now he was taking calls he would not take in front of her. She got out of the car and walked up the back steps slowly. The kitchen door was open. Maisie was at the table, arranging glitter jars around her diorama. Nate stood by the stove, phone still pressed to his ear, back to the room. "I understand," he said. "No, I'll handle it. Keep it contained." He listened, his shoulders tightened. "Tell Stefan I'll call him tonight." The name hit Noelle like cold water. Stefan. She did not know any Stefan. Nate did not have friends named Stefan. He had neighbors, co-workers, the mechanic who fixed his old truck. No one named Stefan. He ended the call and turned. His face was smooth again, controlled, but the effort showed in the tension around his eyes. "Everything okay?" Noelle asked. "Yeah. Work stuff." "You don't talk about work." "There's not much to say." "You just took a call from someone named Stefan and told him to keep something contained." Nate's mouth pressed into a thin line. "That's not a normal work call, Nate. That's damage control." "It's fine." "It's not fine." She stepped closer, lowering her voice so Maisie would not hear. "You've been off all week. The thing at dinner, the way you went still when Maisie mentioned Bezos. And now there's a sedan parked outside my building at night, watching." Nate's eyes sharpened. "What sedan?" "The black one. I saw it the night of your nightmare, and again last night. It sits under the dead streetlight, idles for a while, then drives off." He went still again, that same frozen quality. "You've seen it twice?" "3 times, if you count the first night." "And you didn't tell me?" "I'm telling you now." He crossed the kitchen in 3 strides, looked out the window over the sink. The alley was empty. The street beyond was quiet. "Describe it." "Black sedan, tinted windows, no plates visible from the angle I had." "License plate?" "I couldn't see it." He turned back to her. The controlled calm was back, but it was thinner now, stretched. "Thank you for telling me." "That's it?" "Thank you for telling me." "I need to make some calls." "Nate," he stopped at the door to the hallway. "What else aren't you telling me?" The question hung in the air between them. Maisie looked up from her diorama, sensing the shift. "Daddy? Is something wrong?" Nate's face softened. He crossed to the table and kissed the top of her head. "Nothing's wrong, Bug. I just have to make a quick call for work." "Okay." Maisie turned back to her glitter. "Noelle, come see the Mars base. I added a flag." Noelle did not move. Newt met her eyes. Held them. "Later," he said. "We'll talk later." Then he disappeared into the hallway. The phone call ended. The front door clicked shut. And Noelle stood in the kitchen, surrounded by glitter and cardboard and the shape of a lie she had not yet learned to name. Chapter 6. The hospital lobby smelled like fresh paint and expensive coffee. Noelle caught the artificial scent the moment she pushed through the revolving doors at 7:58 a.m. The linoleum had been buffed to a mirror shine. A temporary banner stretched across the main corridor in navy and silver. The Hartwell Health logo, crisp and unfamiliar beside the Lakeview Children's Hospital crest she had walked past for 8 years. "They repainted the waiting room," Deja said beside her. "At midnight, I checked." Noelle looked at the walls, fresh white. The scuff marks from 1,000 gurneys gone. The handprint a 5-year-old had left in blue finger paint near the vending machine, erased. "They're selling a product," Deja continued, "and the product is not the children." They found Owen Cordero already standing near the back of the gathered staff, coffee cup empty, circles deep under his eyes. He nodded at Noelle when she approached. "3 consulting firms," he said quietly. "I counted the lanyards. and a woman from corporate communications who keeps checking her phone like she's waiting for a signal to start the countdown. Countdown to what? Noelle asked. Whatever they're planning to sell us. The crowd thickened. Nurses from the day shift, administrators, a few doctors who rarely set foot on the overnight floor. Marlene Chen moved through them in her clicking heels, directing stragglers toward the folding chairs set up near the stage. Noelle did not sit. She stood at the edge of the second row, arms crossed, watching the executives file in. They walked like people who owned the air they breathed. Tailored suits, smooth faces. The kind of confidence that came from never having to clean up vomit at 3 a.m. And then she saw him. The man at the front of the group was tall, lean, with dark blonde hair cut short and rimless glasses. He moved to the podium with an easy athletic grace, adjusted the microphone, and waited. Good morning, I'm Stefan Volkov, CEO of Hartwell Health. The name hit Noelle like a fist in the chest. Stefan, the name Nate had taken inside. The name he had said into the phone when he thought she could not hear. The same man was standing in her hospital, smiling at her colleagues. Thank you for welcoming us into your incredible institution. Lakeview Children's Hospital has a reputation that precedes it. The dedication of your staff, the outcomes you achieve with limited resources, the trust families place in you daily. It's humbling to witness. His voice was smooth, contained. Every word landed like it had been measured and weighed. We're here because Hartwell Health believes in building on excellence. Our goal is not to disrupt what works. It's to give you the resources, infrastructure, and stability to do what you do, better, at scale. Deja made a sound low in her throat. Better, at scale. That's the sound of a thesaurus eating a hospital. Noelle did not laugh. Stefan's gaze swept the room as he spoke. He was good at this. Making eye contact with specific people, pausing long enough to make them feel seen. The nursing director, a senior surgeon, a woman from pediatrics who nodded back at him like he was a savior. Then his eyes found Noelle. He did not glance away. He held her gaze for a beat too long, a fraction of a second past professional, and something in his expression shifted. Recognition, she thought. Or calculation. She could not tell which. Then he looked back at his notes. Over the next 30 days, we'll be conducting a thorough integration assessment. Every department will be evaluated for alignment with Hartwell's standards of excellence. We expect some restructuring. We expect efficiencies. We expect that the result will be a stronger, more sustainable hospital for the children and families who depend on you. Efficiencies. Noelle had heard that word before. It was what they said before they cut the night shift. Are there questions? A hand went up from the surgical floor. Stefan fielded it with practiced ease. Another from a nurse in the ER. Then Deja's hand shot up. Stefan nodded at her. Yes? I'm Deja Naindu, union representative for the nursing staff. You mentioned restructuring and efficiencies. Can you clarify what that means for pediatric overnight services? The room went quiet. Stefan's smile did not waver. Ms. Naidoo, thank you for asking. Pediatric overnight is under review like every other department. We'll be looking at staffing ratios, patient volumes, and cost structures to determine the most effective model for long-term care. Cost structures, Deja repeated. So the answer is you're not saying no to cutting it. The answer is, we're not making decisions without data. That's not an answer. Stefan's smile thinned. It's the only answer I have today. But I appreciate your vigilance, Ms. Naidoo. It tells me the staff here cares deeply. That's exactly the kind of culture we want to preserve. Deja sat down. Her jaw was tight. Stefan wrapped up with more polished lines about elongating to perception. The executives dispersed into smaller groups, shaking hands, handing out business cards. Marlene Chen guided them toward the pediatric wing like a tour guide at a museum. Noelle did not move. She stood in the second row, arms crossed, the name Stefan echoing in her head. He knew Nate. He had called Nate tonight, and now he was standing in her hospital talking about cost structures and efficiencies like he had never held a child's hand at 4 a.m. while a parent cried in the corner. "You okay?" Owen's voice. She blinked. "What? You went somewhere." He studied her face. "Do you know him?" No. The lie came out before she could stop it. She did not know him. She knew a name. She knew a phone call. She knew a man who had made Nate go still and then disappear into a hallway. But she did not know Stefan Volkov, and she was not sure she wanted to. The tour moved past them. Steffel was at the front now, talking to Marlene Chen, his head inclined, his voice low. As he passed the row where Noelle stood, he looked at her again. Not a glance, a look, like he was filing something away. Then he was gone, toward the elevators, the polished executives trailing behind him like a wake. Deja appeared at Noelle's elbow. "I hate him." "You just met him." "I have good instincts." Noelle watched the elevator doors close. The last thing she saw was Stefan Volkov's face, composed, professional, unreadable. "Come on," she said. "I need to check on Rue 4. But her feet did not move. The name was still in her head. The call. The way Nate had said it like a password. "Tell Stefan I'll call him tonight." She pulled out her phone, opened Nate's contact. Her thumb hovered over the message icon. "What did you just do to my hospital?" She typed it, deleted it. "Are you connected to Hartwell Health?" She typed it, deleted it. "Do you know Stefan Volkov?" She held her breath. Then she put the phone away. "Room 4, Deja said. "Room 4. She walked toward the pediatric wing. But the feeling stayed, cold and certain, settling into her bones like a splinter she could not reach. The man next door was not who she thought he was, and the black sedan outside her building was not the only thing watching her. Chapter 7. The shift bled into its 7th hour. Room 4 needed a new IV. Room 7 had a fever spiking. Room 12's mother kept asking the same question about discharge forms, and Noelle answered it 3 times without breaking rhythm. The name circling in her head had become a dull ache behind her right eye. Stefan Volkov. The same name that had slid through Nate's phone line like a key turning a lock. She was checking vitals on a sleeping toddler when Deja appeared in the doorway. "You need to see something." Noelle did not look up. "I'm in the middle of..." "Now." Something in Deja's voice made her set down the chart. They moved to the break room. The space was empty, coffee cups crusted in the sink, a box of stale donuts on the counter. Deja pulled out her phone and tapped the screen twice, then handed it over. A photo, grainy at the edges, clearly snapped from a distance. A corporate event of some kind, dark suits, table settings, champagne flutes catching light. At the center stood Stefan Volkov, one hand raised in a toast, his face arranged in that same polished smile from the presentation. And beside him, a man in a charcoal suit, broad-shouldered, solid through the chest, dark hair trimmed close, the way Nate kept his. The face was sharper in the photo, the jawline harder, the eyes carrying a weight she had never seen in the hallway or the kitchen. But it was him. The caption beneath the image read, "Meridian Freight Executives Stefan Volkov, CEO, and Nathaniel Trasco, founder-owner, at the Midwest Logistics Gala, Chicago." Nathaniel, not Nate. The name landed in her chest like a stone. "Where did you get this?" Noelle zoomed in. The hotel behind them had a banner. She could barely make out the logo, but the lettering was clear. Hartwell Health x Meridian Freight. Meridian is funding the acquisition, Deja said. They're the money behind Hartwell, and apparently the man who signs the checks lives 2 doors down from you. Noelle's thumb moved without permission. She zoomed harder. His hands, the scar across his knuckle from the time he had fixed her sink and slipped with a wrench. The same hands that had held a disc chow Sunday night while she washed plates. They know him as Nathaniel Trasco, Deja continued. Founder and majority owner. Disappeared from public life about 6 years ago. No explanation, no interviews, just gone. Everyone assumed he was managing from the shadows. Looks like the shadows were in a 2-bedroom on the north side. 6 years. The number hit like a second blow, the exact length of time she had known him. She handed the phone back. Her fingers were steady. That surprised her. Does he know you have this? Doesn't matter if he does, it's already spreading. The union chat, the hospital admin list, a few reporters who follow healthcare acquisitions. Deja pocketed the phone. Noelle, your neighbor isn't just connected to the people buying Lakeview. He is the people buying Lakeview. Noelle heard the words. They did not fit. She tried to press them against the man who carried Maisie on his shoulders through the grocery store parking lot. The man who left her favorite wine on her doorstep when she had a bad week. The man who went still and quiet when Maisie had asked about the richest man in the world. Having that much doesn't mean you get to keep anything that matters. She had thought it was philosophy. It was a confession. He lied, she said. For 6 years, Deja agreed. The bike room light hummed. The vents kicked on, carrying the chemical smell of disinfectant. I need to see him. See him or confront him? Noelle did not answer. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. A hospital email. Internal memo distribution. Subject line. Integration assessment. Phase 1 department review. She opened it without thinking. The formatting was clean. Executive letterhead. Hartwell Health logo at the top. A list of departments scheduled for restructure evaluation over the next 30 days. Pediatric overnight was third on the list. And at the bottom of the page, in the authorization line, approved for review by Nathaniel Trasco, majority owner, Meridian Freight. Deja. What? Noelle turned the phone around. Deja read the screen. Her face went still. Then she pulled up a chair, sat down heavily, and let out a breath that sounded like a held grudge finally released. Well, Deja said, now you know whose name is on the knife. Noelle stared at the screen. She had seen his handwriting before. The note he left on her counter when he borrowed eggs. The text messages with their careful grammar and occasional typos. The birthday card he had given her last year, signed Nate, in letters that slanted left like a man always leaning toward the door. This signature was sharp, blocky, decisive. Nathaniel Trasco. She had never seen that hand before. Are you going to call him? Deja asked. Noelle looked at the time on her phone. 7:12 p.m. Maisie would be having dinner. He would be at the stove, probably making the pasta with the jar sauce because she had not been there to suggest making it from scratch. I'm going to walk 2 doors down, she said. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. She pushed off against the counter. Deja stood too. I'll come with you. No. Noelle. If you're there, I'll stay calm. If I stay calm, I'll let him explain. And I don't want to hear an explanation right now. I want to see his face when he realizes I know. Deja studied her. That's cold. 6 years, Noelle said. He had 6 years to tell me, and he fed me dinner every Sunday and let me love his daughter and never once said a word. I'm allowed to be cold. She walked out of the broke room. The hallway stretched ahead, fluorescent and empty. Her footsteps sounded too loud. The name in her head beat like a second pulse. Nathaniel Trasco. Nate. The man next door. She stopped at the locker room to grab her bag. Her hands were still steady. That was not good. When the steady thing broke, it broke hard. Her phone buzzed again. She looked. A text from an unknown number. 3 words. We should talk. No signature, no name, but she knew. She stared at the screen. Then she typed back, "Who is this?" The reply came in seconds. "You know who." Noelle locked her phone, shoved it in her pocket, and started walking. Chapter 8. The walk from the bus stop took 6 minutes. 6 minutes through streets she had walked 1,000 times. Past the corner store where Nate bought Maisie's favorite cereal. Past the fire hydrant Maisie had decorated with chalk huts last spring. Past the streetlight that flickered at night, but always held steady at dusk. She counted every step, because counting kept her from thinking. The building door was unlocked. She pushed through. The lobby smelled like old wood and the curry from apartment 1B. The mailboxes gleamed in the fading light. Hers was third from the left, packed with the usual junk. She did not stop to check it. She climbed. First floor landing. The carpet was worn where people turned toward their doors. Second floor landing. A child's drawing taped to the wall outside 2C. A cat peeking through a cracked door. Third floor. Her floor. She stood at the top of the stairs and looked down the hall. 2 doors. Hers. His. 20 feet of worn carpet between everything she had trusted and everything she had missed. She walked to her door first. She did not know why. Habit, maybe. The body moving toward safety while the mind was still catching up. Her keys scraped against the lock. The door swung open. Her apartment looked the same. The same couch with the throw blanket she never folded. The same mug on the side table from this morning. The same quiet. She set her bag down, pulled out her phone, opened the email, read the authorization line again. Proved for review by Nathaniel Trasco, majority owner, Meridian Freight. The letters did not change. They stayed sharp and blocky and final. She zoomed in on the signature. It was not typed. It was a scanned signature, embedded in the document. The ink looked black on the screen, but she imagined it in blue, the way his grocery lists were always written in blue pen, the way he signed the birthday card he gave her last year in blue, the way Nate slanted left in blue ink while Nathaniel Trasco stood upright and dark. She wondered if he had 2 signatures, one for the man who borrowed eggs and one for the man who signed her ward away. The thought made her stomach turn. She locked her phone, walked to the door, pulled it open. He was there. 3 feet away at the door to his own apartment, fitting his key into the lock. He had Maisie on his hip, her face buried in his shoulder. Her dinosaur pajamas were on, her hair was wet, freshly washed, curling at the ends. He had not seen Noelle yet. She watched him shift Maisie's weight, adjust the key, murmur something soft into his daughter's hair. The tenderness was automatic, unself-conscious. The way he held her said, "This is the only thing that matters." Noelle thought of the memo. Pediatric overnight, phase 1. Approved for review. He turned, their eyes met. His hand stopped mid-motion. The key hung in the lock, half-turned, caught between entry and pause. "Noelle." Maisie lifted her head. "Noelle." Her voice was bright. Her face lit up. She reached out both arms the way she always did when she saw Noelle after a shift, expecting to be passed over, expecting the usual hug. Noelle did not move. "Maisie," she said, "can you go inside for a minute? I need to talk to your dad." Maisie's arms lowered. Her face shifted from happy to uncertain. She looked at her father, then back at Noelle, reading the air the way children do. "Did something bad happen?" "No," Nate said. "Not yet," Noelle said. The word hung between them. Nate's jaw tightened. He pushed the door open and set Maisie down gently. "Go pick out a movie," he said. "I'll be right in." "But please, baby." Maisie hesitated. She looked at Noelle again, searching for the familiar warmth, finding something locked away instead. She went inside. The door clicked shut behind her. They stood in the hallway. The light above them flickered once, then held. Noelle pulled out her phone, opened the email, turned the screen toward him. "Explain it," she said. He looked at the screen. He did not pretend not to know what it was. He did not ask what she was talking about. His eyes moved over the text, dropped to the signature line, stayed there. "I was going to tell you," he said. "When?" "Tonight. I was going to come to your door after Maisie was asleep." "Tonight?" She repeated the word like she was testing its weight. "You had 6 years. You were going to do it tonight." He did not answer. "Is that why you called Stefan?" she said. "To figure out how to spin it before I found out." His face went still. Not the stillness she had seen at the dinner table when Maisie asked about billionaires. A different kind. The stillness of a man realizing he had run out of road. "You know about Stefan. I know you were on the phone with him. I know he works for your company. I know he was at my hospital today, shaking hands and talking about efficiencies, while your memo was in the pipeline." "Nathaniel Trasco." She said the name slowly, letting it fill the hallway. "I have never called you that. Not once. Not in 6 years. Do you know how strange it feels to realize I have never known your actual name?" He closed his eyes. "I'm sorry. You signed the paper that could close my ward." "I know. You signed it as Nathaniel Trasco, the man I do not know, the man who does not live next door, the man who has apparently been somewhere else this entire time while I was eating dinner with a stranger." He opened his eyes. "I am not a stranger," he said. "You are not Nate," she said. The words hit him. She saw it. The way his shoulders pulled back, the way his hand tightened on the key still lodged in the lock. "Nate is the man who taught Maisie to tie her shoes," she said. "Nate is the man who brought me soup when I had the flu. Nate is the man whose daughter calls me when he cannot wake up. You are not that man." "I am. You signed a paper that could destroy the place where I work, the place where I have spent 6 years rebuilding my light after you and I—" She stopped, swallowed. "After what?" he said quietly. "After everything fell apart," she said. "I walked into Lakeview 6 years ago with nothing but a nursing license and a divorce decree. I built myself back together in that ward. Those kids, those families, those night shifts where no one else was watching. That is the thing I saved when I could not save anything else." She stepped closer. "And you just signed your name to a list that puts it in danger." "Nathaniel Trasco signed that list," he said, "not Nate." "Same hand," she said. "Same signature." He had no answer. The door behind him creaked open. Maisie's face appeared in the gap, small, worried. "Daddy, is Noelle coming in for Coco?" Noelle looked at her. The child who had called her at 2 a.m. The child who drew her into every family picture. The child who did not know that the man carrying her was the same man who had signed away a ward full of children just like her. "No," Noelle said. "Not tonight." Maisie's face crumpled. "Why?" "Because I need to think." She looked back at Nate. His eyes were dark, his hands were still. He looked like a man waiting for a verdict he already knew. I will come by tomorrow, she said, to talk, without Maisie. Nathaniel, she said his full name deliberately. Let it cut. I'm not sure who I'm going to be talking to yet. She turned, walked to her door. Her key slid into the lock. Behind her, she heard him say her name. Quiet, almost a question. She did not turn around. The door opened. She stepped inside, closed it, leaned against the wood, and let the steady thing break. Chapter 9. She stood in the silence of her apartment, back against the door, and felt the shape of everything she had refused to feel. The slow collapse came in stages. First her hands. They started shaking, the phone still clutched in her right hand, the screen dark now. She set it on the counter, missed the edge. It clattered to the floor. She did not pick it up. Then her chest. The tightness she had been carrying since Deja showed her that photo finally cracked open, and the air that rushed in was not relief. It was the cold recognition that she had been alone in her own life for 6 years and had not known it. He was Nate. He was Nathaniel Trasco. He was the man who taught Maisie to tie her shoes, and the man who signed papers that could close her ward. He was the same hand. She pushed off the door, walked to her kitchen, poured a glass of water she did not drink, set it down, stared at the wall. The wall did not have answers. It had the same beige paint it had always had, the same small crack near the ceiling she had meant to patch for 2 years. She knew that crack. She knew the way the light hit it at 3 p.m. in winter. She knew the sound the radiator made when it kicked on at midnight. She knew this apartment. She knew this life. She did not know the man next door. The thought landed like a punch. She bent over the counter, both hands flat on the laminate, and breathed until the shaking stopped. Then she straightened, walked to the door, opened it. The hallway was empty. His door was closed. The light above flickered once, then held. She walked to his door. She did not use the coded knock. She knocked flat. 3 hard raps, no rhythm, no meaning. The door opened. He was standing there. No Maisie behind him. No pretend normal. Just him, still wearing the same clothes, his eyes dark and his hands loose at his sides. She stopped in the middle of the living room. Turned. He had closed the front door and was standing against it, not blocking her, just standing. "Hello," she said. He did not pretend to misunderstand. 6 years. No, she shook her head. How long have you been Nathaniel Trasco? A pause. My whole life. She felt the answer land somewhere deep, not in her chest, deeper, in the part of her that had built a whole world around the assumption that he was exactly what he seemed. You picked this building, she said. Yes. Because it was ordinary. Because it was quiet. Because no one would look for a billionaire in a 3rd-floor walk-up with a broken buzzer. He did not flinch. Yes. She laughed. It was not a happy sound. I told you about my divorce, she said. I told you about my mother. I told you about the year I spent sleeping in the break room because I could not afford to turn on the heat in my apartment. I remember. I told you those things while you were standing in my kitchen eating my soup, letting me think we were the same. We are the same. We are not the same. Her voice cracked. You are a man who could buy this building. You are a man who could buy this block. You are a man who could buy the hospital I work at and not feel it in your bank account. I felt it. Did you? She pulled out her phone, pulled up the photo Deja had sent her. turned the screen toward him. "This is you." He looked at it, the gala, the suit, the short angles of a face she had never seen him wear. "Yes." "And this is Stefan Volkov." "Yes." "And Meridian Freight is the company that bought Hartwell Health." "Yes." "And Hartwell Health is acquiring Lakeview Children's Hospital." "Yes." "And you signed a memo that puts my ward on the review list." He held her eyes. "Yes." She lowered the phone. "Why?" "Because I made a mistake." "One mistake." The memo was part of a package Stefan put together. The board was pushing for aggressive restructuring. I authorized the review, not the closure. I did not know your ward was on the list until the package was already in motion. "But you signed it." "I signed it." "Without reading it." He hesitated. "I trusted Stefan to protect the details." "You trusted Stefan." She repeated the words. "The man who called you tonight? The man you report to?" "I do not report to Stefan." "You said you would call him? You said you would handle damage control. You sounded like a man taking orders." "He works for me." "He works for you." "Meridian is mine. I own it. Stefan runs it. He is my public face because I chose to stop being one." She stared at him. 6 years ago." "Yes." "The same year you moved into this building." "Yes." She let the silence stretch. "Your wife died 6 years ago," she said. He went still. "That was the year you disappeared from public life. The year you stopped being Nathaniel Trasco and became Nate. The year you moved into a walk-up on the north side with a daughter who could not sleep through the night." He did not answer. "Did you run away?" she said. "Or did you just hide?" "Both." The word did not come, but his face said it. She walked to his kitchen table, the same table where they had shared Sunday dinners, the same table where Maisie drew pictures, the same table where he had looked at her across the wineglass and smiled, and she had thought, "This is the safest place I have ever known." She pulled out a chair, sat down. He stayed by the door. "Sit," she said. He crossed the room, sat across from her, close enough to touch, far enough to feel the distance. "I need to know everything," she said. "Everything? Who you are, what you own, what you are hiding, why you chose me, why you kept choosing me for 6 years and never told me the truth." "Because I was afraid." "Of what?" "Of losing this." He gestured at the room, at the table, at her. "This is the only place in my life that is real. This apartment, Maisie, you, the Sunday dinners, the late lights, the way she calls you when she is scared, the way you show up without being asked. That is not my life. That is the life I chose when I walked away from everything else." She heard the words. She wanted to believe them. "Then why did you sign the memo?" "Because I thought I could protect both." "You cannot." "I know." He leaned forward. His hands were flat on the table, scarred, steady. The same hands that had held her after long shifts, the same hands that had taught Maisie to ride a bike. "I will fix it," he said. "You cannot fix it." "I can. I will call Stefan tonight. I will pull the review. I will restructure the acquisition to protect pediatric overnight. I will—" "That is not fixing it." She cut him off. "That is using your money to undo something your money should not have done in the first place." He stopped. She stood, walked to the door. Paused. "I do not know who you are," she said. "I have spent 6 years loving a man who did not exist." "He existed." "Which part?" He had no answer. She opened the door. "Nate." She turned. He was standing at the table, both hands braced on it, his head down. "I am the man who loves you," he said. The words landed. She stood in the doorway, one hand on the frame, the cold air from the hallway pulling at her. "You do not get to say that," she said. "Not yet. Not until I know who said it." She stepped into the hall, closed the door behind her, and in the silence of the hallway her phone vibrated. She pulled it out. The same unknown number. The message was 3 words. "I saw you." Chapter 10. She stayed in the hallway. The phone was still in her hand. 3 words. "I saw you." The screen glowed against her palm, and she read them again and again, as if repetition would unlock meaning. The door behind her opened. She turned. Nathaniel stood in the gap, one hand braced on the frame. His face was pale. His eyes were on the phone. "Who is that?" She did not answer. "Let me see." "I have been letting you see for 6 years." Her voice was flat. "You have not returned the favor." He flinched. She wanted to feel satisfied by it. She did not. "That text," he said. "Let me see it." "Someone is watching me, Nate." She used the name deliberately. The old name. The one that belonged to a man who did not exist. "Someone saw me tonight. And you know what that means, do you not?" He said nothing. "Tell me you do not know." "Nathaniel, tell me that car outside my building for the last week has nothing to do with you. Tell me Stefan Volkov did not know my name before he walked into my hospital today. Tell me you are not the reason someone is watching me." He stood in the doorway and he did not speak. She had her answer. "Come inside." "No. Please. We are not doing this in front of Maisie. She is asleep. I do not care." She stepped back from the door, put the phone in her pocket, folded her arms. "You wanted to explain?" she said. "Explain. Here. In the hallway, where I can leave when I need to." He looked at the empty corridor, the scuffed floors, the flickering light at the far end. This is all I have left of you." The words hit him like something solid. He stepped through the door and closed it behind him, leaning against it as if he needed the support. "Nate was not a lie." She said nothing. "The name," he said. "My name. My mother called me Nathaniel. My father called me Nathan. When I was a kid, my grandfather called me Nate. It is not a fiction. It is a shortening of, I know what a nickname is." "Then you know it is not a lie." "It is when you use it to hide." He opened his mouth, closed it. "Nathaniel Trasco owns Meridian Freight," she said. "He flies private. He shakes hands at galas. He signs memos that close hospital wards." She paused. "Nate lives in a walk-up on the north side. He works construction. He borrows eggs. He brings soup when I am sick." "Same man. Different lives." "Same man. You let me believe you were someone else." "I let you believe I was someone you could love." His voice cracked on the last word. "I let myself be the man you deserved. Because the other one..." He stopped. He pressed his paw flat against the wall. The other one was not ready to be loved. She watched him. "You think I deserved a construction worker?" she said. "But not a billionaire." "I think you deserved someone whose life was not a mess of boardrooms and lawsuits and predators circling." "You think I am fragile. I think you are the strongest person I have ever known." He looked at her. "And I did not want my mess to touch you." "It touched me anyway." "Yes. It touched my hospital, my patients, My colleagues, my life. Yes. She nodded. You made that decision for me. You decided what I could and could not handle. You decided when to tell me. You decided what I needed. For 6 years. He did not argue. Who was she? The question came out of the dark of her chest. Your wife? She said. What was her name? He closed his eyes. Elena. How did she die? Car accident. Was anyone else involved? No. Were you there? No. No, Maisie. It is not your fault. None of this is your fault. Then why are you sad? Noelle looked at Nathaniel over the child's head. He was standing in his own doorway, his face stripped of everything except pain. She wanted to tell the truth. Your father lied to me for 6 years. He is not who I thought he was, and I do not know if I can love someone I do not know. But Maisie was 7. I am just tired, baby. Liar. Maisie's voice was small and certain. You are both liars. You look at each other like someone died and you say everything is fine, and I am not stupid. He stepped back from Noelle. I am going back to bed. She turned, walked into her apartment. The door clicked shut, and in the darkness of her apartment, alone, she pressed her hand against the wood and listened to the silence on the other side. Chapter 11. The morning after looked the same as every other morning. Sunlight through the kitchen window, coffee brewing, the hum of the building waking up. Noelle stood at her counter and watched the light hit the floor, and thought about how strange it was that the world did not stop. She had not slept. She had pressed her hand against the door until her palm went numb, then sat on the floor with her back against the wood and listened to the silence from the other side. Nathaniel had not moved for a long time. She heard him finally step inside, heard Maisie's small voice repeat, Daddy? Then the door closed, and nothing. Now the clock said 7:40. Maisie would need to be at school by 8:30. Nathaniel would walk her down the stairs at 8:15, same as always, and they would pass Noelle's door, same as always. She did not know what to do with that. She made toast she did not eat, poured coffee she did not drink, stood in her own kitchen like a stranger in someone else's life. At 7:50, the knock came. 3 quick raps, pause, 2 more. Noelle's hand went still on the mug. The coded knock. Maisie's knock. Their knock. The one invented years ago when Maisie was 4 and thought secret signals were the most important thing in the world. She crossed to the door, opened it. Maisie stood in the hallway in her pink backpack, hair brushed, shoes tied, face set in a careful expression that did not belong on a 7-year-old. Behind her, Nathaniel waited at his own door. He was dressed for the day, dark jeans, worn boots, a flannel she had seen 100 times, but his eyes were raw and the line of his jaw was tight. Good morning, Maisie said. Her voice was polite, formal, wrong. Good morning, baby. I have school today. I know. And Daddy said you might walk me down. Noelle's throat closed. She looked at Nathaniel over Maisie's head. He was not asking. He was not pushing. He was standing in his joy with his hands at his sides, giving her room to refuse. Of course I'll walk you down. Maisie nodded, did not smile. I'll get my coat. Noelle grabbed her jacket from the hook, stepped into the hallway, closed her door behind her without looking back. The 3 of them walked down the stairs in silence. The stairwell had always been one of Noelle's favorite parts of this building. The way the light came through the window on the 2nd floor landing, the way Maisie's footsteps echoed against the walls, the way they always filled the space with chatter, with questions about flying squirrels and hospital stories, and whether it counted as breakfast if you ate cereal after midnight. This morning, the only sound was shoes on concrete. At the bottom, Maisie stopped. "Daddy, wait here." Nathaniel obeyed. Maisie took Noelle's hand and pulled her toward the front door, out of earshot, into the small vestibule where the mailboxes lined the wall. "Are you still mad?" Maisie asked. "No. You are lying again." Noelle knelt, looked at this child who saw through every single wall she had ever built. "I am not mad at you," Noelle said. "I need you to believe that. I am not mad at you, and I am not going anywhere. But your daddy and I have some things we need to figure out." "Is he in trouble?" "No." "Is he bad?" Noelle's chest cracked open. "Your father is not bad," she said. "Your father is one of the best men I have ever known. But he made a mistake. A big one. And when people you love make big mistakes, it takes time to figure out how to be okay again." Maisie studied her. "Does that mean you still love him?" The question hit like a surgical blade. "Maisie." "Because I heard him say it. Through the door. He said he loves you." Noelle closed her eyes. "I can't." "I am trying." Maisie nodded. Then, very carefully, she leaned in and hugged Noelle tight. "Okay," she said. "I trust you." She pulled back, adjusted her backpack, and walked to her father. Nathaniel opened the door. Maisie stepped outside without looking back. Nathaniel looked at Noelle. She looked at him. They did not speak. He followed his daughter into the morning. The door swung shut, and Noelle stood in the vestibule with her hands shaking, and her heart cracked open, and the taste of truth still sharp on her tongue. The hospital was its usual chaos. Noelle moved through her shift on autopilot, checking vitals, changing dressings, soothing a toddler who did not want to take his medicine. The work was familiar. The work was safe. The work did not ask her to decide whether the man she loved was a lie. At midnight, Deja found her in the supply closet. "You look like hell." "Thanks." "I mean it." Deja leaned against the shelves, arms crossed. "You've been walking around like someone pumped Novocaine into your soul. What happened?" Noelle counted syringes. Maisie asked if I still love him. And I told her yes. Deja went still. "That is a big deal for you." "It is." "What else?" Noelle stopped counting. "I spent 6 years building a life with someone I did not know, and now I have to figure out if the man I loved was real or if I loved a performance." Deja was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "Do you know what I found today?" Noelle shook her head. "Preliminary paperwork from Hotwell's integration team. They are already projecting staffing reductions for pediatric overnight, 40%. They are not waiting for the review, they are planning for the cuts." The air left Noelle's lungs. "Show me." Deja pulled out her phone, opened a PDF, handed it over. The spreadsheet was cold, clean, numbers in neat columns, full-time equivalents, cost per patient, projected savings. Noelle read it 3 times. "Who sent this?" "Anonymous. Someone in HR who does not like what they are seeing." Deja took the phone back. "The acquisition is moving faster than anyone expected. Stefan Volkov wants the restructuring done before the end of the quarter." Maisie's father is Stefan Volkov's boss? Is he going to stop it? Noelle thought of Nathaniel in the hallway. His raw eyes, his broken hands. "I do not know." "Noelle." Deja's voice was careful. "Corporate men do not get to break things and call it strategy. They do not get to hide behind grief and call it healing. Nate, or Nathaniel, or whoever the hell he is, signed a piece of paper that could destroy this unit, and if he does not stop it, I am going to take him down. I know. No. Deja stepped closer. I need you to hear me. If it comes down to your heart or this ward, I am choosing the ward, and I need to know you are on my side. Noelle looked at her best friend. There is no side, she said. There is the truth, and I am done with anything less. Deja held her gaze. Then she nodded. Good. Because we start documenting tomorrow. Every patient, every family, every story that proves this unit matters, and you need to decide where you stand before the meeting. What meeting? The one Stefan Volkov just called for Friday. Department heads, union reps, and the Meridian executive team. Deja's eyes were hard. He wants to present the restructuring plan in person, which means Nathaniel Trasco will be in that room. Noelle's stomach turned. Friday. She spent the rest of her shift with the spreadsheet burned into her mind. 40%. RA. 1 moon. I've got the debt because this hellcop but patients are probably staring. The mothers that I tan it for to be something to thrive. The mothers that I tan it to be the representative, sluice the fatally mocus. The fathers that I am making when I see the night. This piece leaks. Another time our cello it. Mothers are my. I need you to hear me. If it comes down to your heart or this ward, I am choosing the ward, and I need to know you are on my side. Noelle looked at her rest. Noelle of the happiness like it's got to do. I am not the business of desire. I am gonna go away. We love him. I can every fithinically obviously hit the time. The bounties underway this scory video. Noelle is devaged with this reporterly, levelly stracious. This is not a magical. I feeling wait to recede swit him down die. But I can want to throw a getting for her crying that we've deftly supply the desire with every, well. I am not munt to your chaining. It case studian. Well, she was still in the hospital break room, still in her scrubs, still holding the phone like it might explode. She texted back. I am at work. Nathaniel. Then after your shift. She did not answer. She put the phone in her pocket. And when she walked out of the break room at 7:15, heading for the bus stop, she saw him standing across the street, hands in his pockets, waiting. He did not approach. He just stood there, in the gray morning light, and watched her. And Noelle felt something crack open inside her chest. She kept walking, but she did not tell him to leave. And somewhere, 2 doors down from her own apartment, she knew the distance between them was narrowing, whether she wanted it to or not. Noelle walked up the 3 flights with her scrub pants still smelling of antiseptic and her thoughts still stuck on the man across the street. She had not told him to leave. She had not told him anything. She had just walked past him, up the stairs, into the building, and now she was standing in front of her own door with the key in her hand and the silence pressing in. The apartment was dark. She did not turn on the lights. She stood in the kitchen, running water into a glass she did not drink from, and tried to remember how breathing worked. Her phone sat on the counter. Nathaniel's message was still there. I need 10 minutes. No strings, no demands. Just 10 minutes. She picked up the phone. Read it again. Put it down. The knock came at 7:48 p.m. 3 quick raps. Pause. 2 more. Noelle's hand stopped halfway to the glass. That knock. Her knock. The one Maisie had invented years ago, pressing her small fingers against the wood and declaring it their secret code, the way she would call for Noelle when she needed help with homework, or wanted to show off a new drawing, or just needed an extra hug before bed. The knock that meant, I am here, and I trust you. Noelle crossed to the door, opened it. Maisie stood in the hallway in her dinosaur pajamas, barefoot, dark hair tangled from sleep or tears or both. Her face was small and serious, and older than 7 years had any right to be. "Can I come in?" Noelle stepped aside. Maisie walked past her into the living room, stopped in the middle of the rug, and turned around. Her hands were clenched at her sides. "You did not come back." Noelle closed the door. "What?" "For Coco. You used to always stay for Coco. After you checked on Daddy, you would make it, and we would sit on the couch, and you would let me stir the marshmallows." Maisie's voice wobbled. "You have not stayed for Coco in 4 days." Noelle's chest caved in. "Maisie, did I do something wrong?" The words hit like a fall downstairs. "No, baby, no. You did not do anything wrong." "Then why did you stop coming?" "Because I found out your father is not who he said he was. Because I have been drowning in the wreckage of his lies. Because I have been so busy being angry at him that I forgot you were watching." Noelle knelt down, reached for Maisie's hands. The small fingers were cold. Maisie looked. "I stopped coming because I was upset, but it was never about you. It was about grown-up things that have nothing to do with you." Liar. The word was quiet, final. It cut deeper than any adult accusation. Noelle's throat closed. "Maisie, you said grown-ups are not supposed to lie. You said that to me when I told Deja I liked her scarf when I actually thought it was ugly. You said it is better to tell the truth even when it is hard." Maisie's chin trembled. "But you're lying right now. And Daddy lied. And nobody is telling me anything except that I am too young to understand." The silence in the apartment was absolute. Noelle could hear her own heartbeat. She could feel the weight of every conversation she had held over this child's head, every careful evasion she had dressed up as protection, every moment she had told herself still does not need to know yet, while Maisie was quietly collecting the pieces of a story nobody would give her. She thought about the vestibule, about Maisie asking if her father was bad, about saying love and trust are not the same thing to a 7-year-old who just wanted to know if her family was breaking. She thought about the coded knock, about how Maisie had used it anyway, even after Noelle had abandoned it. "I trust you." Noelle pulled Maisie into her arms. The child's body was stiff at first. Then it crumpled. Maisie buried her face in Noelle's shoulder and held on like she was drowning. "I am sorry," Noelle whispered. "I am so sorry. I should have told you. I should have trusted you. I forgot that you are the bravest person I know." You still did not answer. Maisie's voice was muffled against her shoulder. "Did I do something wrong?" "No. No Smeet. No meat speak is depth person. I had more minutes on that. But I said we were on the maybe. I might be her man. He died now home. My mother worked double shifts at a laundry and still could not keep the lights on." Noelle stayed still. "I built the company one load at a time. It took 15 years. I was scrabbling, fighting, lying, whatever it took, and I told myself it was for Elena, for the life I wanted to give her." He paused. "By the time Maisie was born, Meridian was worth more than I could count. I had offices in 12 countries. I had people whose only job was to protect my privacy. And I had a wife who looked at me like I was still the boy with the broken truck." Noelle's chest ached. She was the one person who knew me, really knew me, before the money, before the board, before I learned to wear a face that did not belong to me. He looked down at his hands. "When she died, I did not know who I was without her, so I became no one." He looked up. His eyes met hers. I chose this building because it was ugly, because nobody would look for a billionaire in a place with peeling paint and a broken buzzer. And I told myself I was protecting Maisie, giving her a normal life. His voice broke. But the truth is, I was hiding. I was so afraid of being seen that I let you luck a man who did not fully exist. Noelle's hand moved before she told it to. She reached out. Her fingers brushed his. He went still. I spent 6 years being terrified, he said, turning down. I do not want to be in there if you two are going to say things that make your faces sad. Noelle's throat was too tight to speak. She nodded. Maisie climbed onto the couch and pulled Noelle's mother's quilt over her legs, the one that had been draped over the armchair for years, the one Maisie always reached for when she stayed over. She was asleep in 3 minutes. Noelle stood in the kitchen doorway and watched her breathe. Then she opened the apartment door, walked to the stairwell, and found Nathaniel Trasco sitting on the 3rd step from the landing, elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose, head bowed like a man who had run out of places to hide. Noelle stayed still. I built the company one load at a time. It took 15 years. I was scrambling, fighting, lying, whatever it took. And I told myself it was for Elena, for the life I wanted to give her. He paused. By the time Maisie was born, Meridian was worth more than I could count. I had offices in 12 countries. I had people whose only job was to protect my privacy. And I had a wife who looked at me like I was still the boy with the broken truck. Noelle's chest ached. She was the one person who knew me, really knew me, before the money, before the board, before I learned to wear a face that did not belong to me. He looked down at his hands. When she died, I did not know who I was without her. So I became no one. He looked up. His eyes met hers. I chose this building because it was ugly, because nobody would look for a billionaire in a place with peeling paint and a blinking buzzer. And I told myself I was protecting Maisie, giving her a normal life. His voice broke. But the truth is, I was hiding. I was so afraid of being seen that I let you love a man who did not fully exist. Noelle's hand moved for me good-nighter. You are soon not to enter and now, I believe us. Do you step to need? My caret, white-on crested, who might could hear on these piece. What the entire broad had. Terrified you would find out. Terrified you would leave. Terrified I would lose the only real thing I had left. He swallowed. And now I have lost it anyway. No! The word came out before she could stop it. You have not lost it, but you are standing at the edge of it, and whether you step back or step forward is up to you. His hand turned under hers, fingers closing, gently, like he was afraid she would disappear. I want to step forward, he said, but I do not know how. Noelle looked at him, at the broken hands, the raw eyes, the man she had loved for 6 years and never fully known. Then start by showing up Friday, she said. And when Stefan Volkov presents his restructuring plan, you step up and tell him no. Nathania held her gaze. Will you be there? I will be there. Then I will stand up. The air between them shifted. Something softened. Something also hardened. Because Friday was coming. And Noelle knew, with a certainty that settled into her bones like a diagnosis, that the real fight had not even started yet. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. Unknown. Friday is not the deadline. Friday is the beginning. She stared at the screen. Then she showed it to Nathaniel. The color drained from his face. I need to go, he said. And he was gone before she could ask why. Chapter 13. Nathaniel was gone before Noelle could form the question. She stood on the stairwell landing, the phone still burning in her hand, the text still glowing on the screen. Friday is not the deadline. Friday is the beginning. Her pulse hammered in her throat. She wanted to follow him, wanted to grab his arm and demand to know why that message had drained the color from his face like a diagnosis. But Maisie was asleep on her couch, and Nathaniel had disappeared down the stairs like a man running from a fire. Noelle went back inside. She locked the door, leaned against it, stared at the quilt where Maisie lay curled, one small hand tucked under her cheek, breathing slow and even. The apartment felt too quiet. She crossed to the kitchen and poured a glass of water she did not drink. Set it down. Picked up her phone again. The message was still there. She typed, "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. Nothing. Noelle waited a full minute. Then she put the phone face down on the counter and pressed her palms flat against the cool granite. Think. Nathaniel had agreed to her condition, had confessed his origin story, had promised to stand up Friday and tell Stefan no. And then one text had shattered whatever fragile ground they had found. She needed to know why. He came back. 40 minutes later, Noelle heard the stairwell door open and close. Soft footsteps. A pause outside her door. She crossed and opened it before he could knock. Nathaniel stood in the dim hallway light, his shirt untucked, his hair disheveled like he'd been running his hands through it. His eyes were red-rimmed but dry. "I owe you the rest," he said. Noelle stepped aside. He walked past her into the apartment, stopped when he saw Maisie on the couch, and something in his face cracked open and sealed again in the same moment. He moved to the armchair and sat on the edge of it, elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose. Noelle closed the door and sat on the opposite end of the couch, near Maisie's feet. "He texted me too," Nathaniel said. "Who?" "I don't know exactly, but I know who sent him." Noelle waited. "The consortium," he said. "There is a group of investors who have been circling Meridian for 2 years. They want control. They have been buying up debt, pressuring our lenders, gathering intelligence. They know I exist. They know I have been hiding, and they have been waiting for the right moment to force me out." He looked up. "The acquisition package Stefan put together was supposed to strengthen our position, show the board that Meridian was expanding, diversifying, unstoppable. Instead, it gave the consortium a lever because the package was rushed, the data was incomplete, and my signature on that memo made it look like I was approving a hostile restructuring, not a standard review." Noelle's stomach tightened. "Stefan did not know about the consortium when he assembled the deal," Nathaniel said. "He was trying to protect the company, force me back into public life before the wolves closed in. But he moved too fast, and now every document with my name on it is a weapon." "Who is sending the texts?" "Someone connected to the consortium. Someone who wants to make sure I know they can reach you, reach Maisie, reach every part of my life I tried to keep separate." His voice broke on the last word. Noelle felt the shape of it settle into her chest. The black sedan, the messages, the timing. It had never been random. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" "Because I was still trying to protect you from it. The same way I tried to protect Elena from every risk I took. The same way I tried to protect Maisie by hiding. I keep believing that if I carry it alone, the people I love will be safe. And I keep being wrong." He looked at her. "The consortium knows about you. They know about this building. They know about Maisie's school. They have been watching long enough to know that you are the reason I still have anything left." Noelle's phone buzzed. She picked it up. "Deja." HR contact just called. The union wants names, evidence, proof that Nathaniel Trasco is the one who authorized the review. They want it before Friday. Can I give them something? She read it aloud. Nathaniel closed his eyes. If you give them my name, he said, the consortium will have everything they need. Public exposure, ownership ambiguity, a story that makes me look like a predator hiding behind a neighbor's face. The board will panic, the takeover will accelerate, and I will lose Meridian before I have a chance to protect it. And if I don't, Noelle said slowly, the ward dies. 40% cuts. Children transferred hours away from care. My colleagues scattered. Maisie's world collapsed because her father's silence cost more than his truth ever would. Nathaniel opened his eyes. Yes. The word hung between them. Noelle looked at Maisie, asleep under the quilt. She looked at Nathaniel, broken open on her armchair. She looked at the phone in her hand, and she realized, with a clarity that cut straight through the exhaustion, that every choice she made from here would be a wound to someone she loved. She typed back to Deja. Not yet. Give me until Friday morning. 3 dots appeared. Deja, the meeting is at 10. You have until 9. Noelle set the phone down. Friday morning, she said. You have until Friday morning to show me that the man who signed that memo is also the man who will tear it apart. Nathaniel held her gaze. If I do, he said, I may lose everything. If you don't, Noelle said, you already have. She watched him absorb it, and in the silence, her phone lit up again. Unknown. She sleeps peacefully. Does she know what her father's secrets cost? Whop! Chapter 14. The phone glowed in her hand, the unknown texter's words burning into the dark of her living room. She sleeps peacefully. Does she know what her father's secrets cost? Noelle looked at Maisie, curled under the quilt, dark hair fanned across the cushion, small fist tucked beneath her chin. She looked so young, so trusting, so unaware that people with money and leverage were discussing her bedtime like an intelligence report. Nathaniel sat frozen in the armchair, his face gray. I'm done, Noelle said quietly. He looked up. I'm done with the threats you try to absorb, the silence you mistake for protection, the version of love where you handle the danger and I wait for news. She set the phone on the coffee table, face down. If you want any place in my life, you stop fighting alone. You stop keeping the worst of it from me because you think that is caretaking. It is not. She watched him process the shape of what she was saying. What are you asking for? Open. Everything. The consortium, the board, the numbers on the memo. What Stefan knows and what he doesn't. What you will lose and what you will risk. I do not want your money fixing this. I do not want a quiet phone call that makes my job disappear while the rest of the ward burns. If you love me, you fight beside me. In daylight, where everyone can see. Nathaniel's hands had gone still on his knees. You understand, he said slowly, that if I fight in daylight, the consortium sees every move. The board panics. The narrative spirals before I can control it. I understand that your control is what got us here. He flinched. Noelle did not soften. 6 years, Nathaniel. 6 years of control. And we are in a hallway at midnight with a 7-year-old caught between us and someone threatening her in text messages. How much worse does it have to get before you stop managing the truth and start living it? He sat with that. The quiet stretched long enough that Noelle could hear the refrigerator hum, the wind against the window, Maisie's slow breathing from the couch. The acquisition package, he said finally. You want to see it, the real one. Not the summary Stefan presented, not the memo that crossed my desk, but the full strategy document. The projected savings, the transfer protocols, the fallback language already written for the press. You have a copy? I can get one. And you will show me what it actually says. I will. Noelle held his gaze. Why now? He let out a breath that seemed to cost him something. Because I keep believing I can manage this alone. Keep the damage contained. Protect the people I love by looking myself the only target. He looked at Maisie. And every time, I am wrong. Noelle felt the chill of that admission settle into her chest. Friday morning, she said, before the meeting, I want to see the fee document. No redactions, no executive summaries. I want to know exactly what Stefan put together and exactly what my word is worth to Meridian's balance sheet. You will have it. And I want you to tell me who sent that text. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. I do not know the name, but I know the pattern. It is the same approach the consortium used 2 years ago when they started circling. Anonymous messages, carefully timed, designed to make the target feel watched, not threatened. A psychological erosion before the pressure campaign begins. How do you stop it? You do not stop a pressure campaign, he said. You survive it, or you starve it of its target. What does that mean? He met her eyes. It means I stop hiding. It means I walk into the Friday meeting as Nathaniel Trasco, owner of Meridian Freight, and I own every decision that bears my name. It means the consortium cannot leverage my secrecy if I abandon it first. Noelle felt the weight of what he was offering. You will lose control, she said. I already have. She thought about Deja, waiting for a name, the union sharpening its case, the nurses on her unit who did not know that jobs were being traded in spreadsheets, the children who would be transferred hours from home if the cuts went through. Show me the document tomorrow, she said. Not Friday. Tomorrow. I want to read it before I decide what I am walking into. Noelle felt the weight of what he was offering. You will lose control, she said. I already have. She thought about Deja, waiting for a name, the union sharpening its case, the nurses on her unit who did not know that jobs were being traded in spreadsheets, the children who would be transferred hours from home if the cuts went through. Show me the document tomorrow, she said. Not Friday, tomorrow. I want to read it before I decide what I am walking into. Nathaniel nodded. And I want to sit in that room on Friday, she said. Not as your neighbor, not as a nurse they can dismiss. I want to hear Stefan Volkov explain the numbers to my face. His expression shifted, something between surprise and recognition. You are asking to be in the strategy meeting? I am telling you I will not be protected from it. He sat with that. Done, he said. Noelle looked at Maisie again. The child had not stirred through any of it. Curled under a quilt her grandmother had made, in an apartment that was not her home, trusting adults who kept failing to tell her the truth. I will sleep here tonight, Noelle said. On the floor, next to the couch. You do not have to. No, she said. I do not have to. I choose to. She stood, pulled a spare blanket from the closet she kept stocked with things Nathaniel and Maisie always needed, and spread it on the floor beside the couch. Nathaniel watched her. I will have the document by 7, he said. Then I will be awake at 7. He stood, paused at the door. Noelle. She looked up. I understand what you are asking for, he said. I already have. She thought about Deja, waiting for a name, the union sharpening its case. The nurses on her unit who did not know their jobs were being traded in spreadsheets. The children who would be transferred hours from home if the cuts went through. "Show me the document tomorrow," she said. "Not Friday, tomorrow. I want to read it before I decide what I am walking into." Nathaniel nodded. Chapter 15. The fluorescent lights of Lakeview Children's Hospital hummed at a frequency that usually meant nothing to Noelle. White noise, background, the sound of another night passing. But this morning the hum felt louder. She stood at the nursing station with a stack of printouts spread across the counter, patient files mixed with staffing sheets and transfer protocols she had pulled from 3 different departments. The coffee in her mug had gone cold an hour ago. She drank it anyway. Daisha appeared beside her, frameless glasses catching the overhead light, a tablet in one hand and a pen jammed behind her ear. "You look like someone who hasn't slept." "I slept. On a floor." Noelle did not answer. Daisha set the tablet down and began sorting through the printouts with quick, precise movements. "I pulled the transport logs from the past 18 months. You want to know how many pediatric overnight admits came from outside the immediate catchment area?" "How many?" 43%. That is almost half of our patients transferring in from at least 30 minutes away. If we shut down overnight, those families either drive those distances in the dark or they go to emergency rooms that are not staffed for pediatric care." Noelle picked up the transport log. The numbers did not lie. Children with respiratory distress, post-surgical monitoring, severe asthma attacks, kids who needed observation but not intensive care, a gap that vanished when the overnight unit disappeared. "Where do they go?" Daisha said. "That is the question Hartwell is not answering. They have talked about regional optimization 4 times in the preliminary documents. That is corporate speak for dumping the cost and risk onto families and rural hospitals." Owen Cordero walked up, a coffee cup in his hand that looked like his third of the morning. Dark circles carved deep hollows under his eyes. He had been on shift since 6 the previous evening, and his scrubs still carried the faint smell of antiseptic and exhaustion. "Tell me you have good news," he said. "I have numbers," Daisha said. "Pick your poison." Owen set his coffee down and leaned over the spreadsheets. "I reviewed the transport risk data for the neonatal transfers. If we lose overnight, every neonate requiring observation after discharge will go home 12 hours earlier than recommended. Not because they are stable, because there is no bed." "That is a lawsuit," Daisha said. "That is a dead baby," Owen said flatly. "Lawsuits come after." Noelle felt the weight of his words settle in her chest. She had held too many of those babies, watched their chests rise and fall through long nights when the monitors beeped steady and the mothers slept in chairs beside the cribs. She knew what a healthy discharge looked like. She also knew what a rushed one looked like. "Show me the assumptions," she said. Daisha pulled up a spreadsheet on her tablet and rotated it toward Noelle. "I got this from my HR contact. This is the model Hartwell's analysts are using to project the cuts. Look at the staffing ratio assumptions." Noelle scanned the column. "These numbers are wrong." "Keep reading." "They are using a 1:8 nurse-to-patient ratio for overnight pediatric observation." "That is the ratio for a general medical surgical floor," Owen said. "Not pediatrics, not observation. Pediatrics requires 1:4 minimum for observation, 1:2 for anything with monitoring." "Someone plugged the wrong numbers into the model," Noelle said. Daisha's jaw tightened. "Or someone plugged the right numbers to get the result they wanted." Noelle stared at the spreadsheet. The cells were clean. professional, color-coded in shades of blue and gray that made the false numbers look inevitable. She had seen this before in her divorce proceedings, spreadsheets that made her half of the debt look larger than it was, until her lawyer peeled back the formulas and showed the assumptions baked into each cell. Corporate math was never neutral. "Can we prove it is deliberate?" Owen said. "We can prove the assumptions are wrong," Daisha said. "That is enough for a grievance, but we need documentation, patient outcomes, transfer risks, everything that shows the human cost of a decision made on the wrong numbers." Noelle looked at the transport logs again, the staffing sheets, the patient files spread across the counter like a battlefield map. "I will pull the incident reports from the past 2 years," she said. "Every time a patient had to be transferred because we lacked appropriate staffing or beds, every complication that happened in transit, every readmission within 72 hours of a rushed discharge." "That is thousands of pages," Owen said. "Then we start pulling." Deja's tablet buzzed. She glanced at the screen and her expression shifted. "What?" Noelle said. Deja turned the tablet toward her. An email, forwarded from an address Noelle did not recognize. The subject line read, "Hartwell Health Talking Points Pediatric Overnight Restructuring." "Who sent this?" "My HR source. It came from someone in corporate communications." Noelle read the body of the email. Bullet points, clean language, phrases like right-sizing for community needs, and strengthening regional care networks, and transitioning resources to higher impact service lines. "These are the talking points they plan to release with the closure announcement," Deja said. "They are already written, before any public input, before any review." Owen swore under his breath. Noelle kept reading. The talking points mentioned stakeholder alignment and data-driven decision-making and long-term system sustainability. Not a single word about children. Not a single word about families driving 40 minutes in the dark with a febrile infant. "They are going to spin it as efficiency," she said. "It is always efficiency," Deja said, "until your kid is the one who cannot get a bed." Noelle set the tablet down. Her hand was steady, but something inside her had begun to burn with cold precision. "Keep documenting," she said. "Everything. The transport data, the staffing ratios, the talking points. I want it organized by noon so we can present it to the union." "And the Friday meeting?" Deja said. "Friday meeting is where we use it." Deja studied her for a long moment. "You are different." "I am not different. You are angrier." Noelle met her eyes. "I am not angry. I am done being quiet about things that matter." Owen picked up his coffee, drained the last of it, and set the cup down. "I will pull the neonatal data, and I will talk to transport. They have their own records of delayed transfers that never made it into the incident reports." "No," Noelle said. He stopped. "Someone is watching," she said. "If you start asking questions in transport, it will get back to administration before you have the documents. Use the official channels. Request the transport logs through compliance. Make it look like a quality review." Owen nodded slowly. "You have done this before." "I have been through a corporate restructure. Different hospital, same playbook." She did not say more. Some stories did not need telling. Deja pulled the tablet back and began typing. "I will cross-reference the talking points with the staffing model assumptions. See if the language matches the same false numbers. If they do, we have a pattern, not a mistake." "And if it is a pattern?" Owen said. Deja looked up. "Then someone at Hartwell is deliberately misrepresenting data to justify closing a unit that keeps children alive, and they are putting that spin in writing." Noelle's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. Unknown. The talking points are real. So is the mole at Lolkview. You are not the only one documenting. Noelle stared at the screen. The number was already dark. That was a threat. You just went pale like you saw a ghost, Deja said. Who was it? Noelle pocketed the phone. No one, she said. I need to make a call. She walked away from the station, the cold coffee still untouched, the printouts still spread across the counter, and the email still glowing on Deja's tablet. Someone inside the hospital was feeding Hartwell information, and someone outside the hospital knew she was pulling documents. Noelle stepped into the stairwell and pulled out her phone. The number was dark. That was a threat. You just went pale like you saw a ghost, Deja said. Who was it? Noelle pocketed the phone. No one, she said. I need to make a call. She walked away from the station, the cold coffee still untouched, the printouts still spread across the counter, and the email still glowing on Deja's tablet. Someone inside the hospital was feeding Hartwell information. And someone outside the hospital knew she was pulling documents. Noelle stepped into the stairwell and pulled out her phone. The number was dark. That was a threat. You just went pale like you saw a ghost, Deja said. Who was it? Noelle pocketed the phone. No one, she said. I need to make a call. She walked away from the station, the cold coffee still untouched, the printouts still spread across the counter, and the emails still glowing on Deja's tablet. Someone inside the hospital was feeding Hartwell information, and someone outside the hospital knew she was pulling documents. Noelle stepped into the stairwell and pulled out her phone. The number was dark. That was a threat. You just went pale like you saw a ghost, Deja said. Who was it? Noelle pocketed the phone. No one, she said. I need to make a call. She walked away from the station, the cold coffee still untouched, the printouts still spread across the counter, and the email still glowing on Deja's tablet. Someone inside the hospital was feeding Hartwell information, and someone outside the hospital knew she was pulling documents. Noelle stepped into the stairwell and pulled out her phone. The number was dark. That was a threat. You just went pale like you saw a ghost, Deja said. Who was it? Noelle pocketed the phone. No one, she said. I need to make a call. She walked away from the station, the cold coffee still untouched, the printouts still spread across the counter, and the email still glowing on Deja's tablet. Someone inside the hospital was feeding Hartwell information, and someone outside the hospital knew she was pulling documents. Noelle stepped into the stairwell and pulled out her phone. The number was dark. That was a threat. You just went pale like you saw a ghost, Deja said. Who was it? Noelle pocketed the phone. No one. The name was still unknown. She dialed Nathaniel anyway. He answered on the second ring. I need to see that document, she said. Now. Chapter 16. Nathaniel stood in the stairwell doorway holding a tablet, his jaw tight, his eyes shadowed from a sleepless night. He did not ask where she had been. He did not ask why she sounded like she was about to break something. He held out the tablet. Full acquisition document, every page. Noelle took it. The screen glowed with a table of contents so dense she could not process the headers at a glance. Legal language, financial projections, appendices with letter designations running past H. How many pages? 412. She looked up. Did you read it? I wrote the strategy that became it. Stefan and the team built the execution. I should have read every line before I signed. Should have. I know. His voice was flat, not defensive, just tired. I know it is not enough. Noelle scrolled. The first section was standard acquisition boilerplate. The second section listed target facilities. Lakeview Children's Hospital appeared on page 14. Pediatric Overnight appeared on page 16, listed under Restructuring Priority, High. She read the rationale twice. Low volume relative to operating cost, staffing ratios exceed market benchmarks, redundancy with regional urgent care network. Redundancy, she said. They called pediatric overnight care redundant. Nathaniel said nothing. The transport data is wrong in this. The staffing ratios are wrong. The talking points for the closure announcement are already written, and someone inside Lakeview is feeding Hartwell information. His face did not change, but something in his posture went still. How do you know? The unknown texter told me right before they went dark. Told you about the mole. And about the talking points, and about watching me pull documents. Nathaniel took the tablet back. His thumb moved across the screen, scrolling fast. I need to make some calls. No. Noelle stepped into his line of sight. You need to stop hiding from the people who work for you. The Friday meeting is in, she checked the time on the wall clock. Less than 18 hours. If you walk in there without having told Stefan you are reclaiming Meridian publicly, the consortium wins before you speak. I told Stefan I was coming as myself. Did you tell him you are giving the final decision on the acquisition? The pause told her everything. Nathaniel, did you tell him? I will tell him at the meeting. He is not your boss. He is your employee. You do not surprise to surround him in a room full of board members and executives unless you want a war. Stefan and I have been through worse than a surprise. Stefan is the one who put my ward on the closure list without your knowledge. He is not your ally right now. He is your detonator. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. He looked at the tablet, then at her, then back at the tablet. You are right, he said. She had not expected him to say that. I will call him now, and I will tell him I am bringing you to the meeting, as my partner. Your partner in what? Everything. Noelle held his gaze. The words sat between them, heavy and unfinished. I am not going to be a prop in your boardroom, she said. If I walk into that room, I am going to speak, and I am going to say things Stefan and your executives will not like. I know. Are you ready for that? Nathaniel looked at her. For a long moment, he was not the man who borrowed eggs, or fixed broken cabinet doors, or walked Maisie to school in the rain. He was Nathaniel Trasco, founder of Meridian Freight, a man who had built an empire from nothing and then buried himself alive to escape it. I have been ready for 6 years, he said. I was just too afraid to prove it. The Meridian headquarters lobby was all glass and white marble, and the hush of money that did not need to announce itself. Noelle had seen corporate lobbies before. She had never walked through one as herself, in civilian clothes, with a billionaire beside her who did not try to hide her existence. The receptionist's eyes flickered from Nathaniel to Noelle and back. Mr. Trasco, the court is available on the 47th floor. Thank you. They took a private elevator. The doors closed and the silence was absolute. Your hands are shaking, Nathaniel said. Noelle looked down. He was right. I have never done this before. Walk into a boardroom? Tell the truth in a room full of people who profit from silence. The elevator chimed. The doors opened onto a corridor of frosted glass and recessed lighting. At the far end, a conference room glowed. Stefan Volkov stood at the entrance. He was exactly as she remembered, steel gray eyes, dark blonde hair cut short, a thin scar along his left jaw. He wore a navy suit, a silver watch, rimless glasses. He looked at Nathaniel first, then at Noelle, and the look he gave her was not surprise. It was recognition. Come in, Stefan said. We have kept Boyd waiting long enough. The room was long and narrow, all glass and polished wood. 12 people sat around a table that looked like it cost more than Noelle's annual salary. Some of them she recognized from the acquisition presentation at Lakeview Children's Hospital, the unit you authorized for review. The executive's face went carefully blank. Stefan sat down across from Noelle. He did not look at Nathaniel, he looked at her. Miss Halsey, welcome to Meridian. Thank you. I assume you have read the acquisition document. I have seen 412 pages of it. Then you know the rationale for restructuring. I know the rationale you wrote. Noelle leaned forward. I also know the numbers are wrong. The room went still. Stefan's expression did not change. Which numbers? Pediatric observation staffing ratio. Your model uses 1 nurse to 8 patients. The standard for pediatric overnight observation is 1 to 4. That is not a rounding error. That is a deliberate assumption. Stefan's eyes flickered to Nathaniel, then back to her. The model was developed by Hartwell's integration team. The integration team that reported to you, Ms. Halsey, I understand you have a personal stake in this. Noelle did not look away. I have a professional stake, and a moral one. 43% of pediatric overnight admits come from outside the immediate catchment area. Losing that unit means families driving 30 minutes or more with febrile infants in the middle of the night. It means neonatal discharges 12 hours early because there is no observation bed available. She stood up. Your talking points call it right-sizing for community needs. That is not right-sizing. That is a death sentence for children who could have been saved by a bed and a nurse who knows what to look for. The executive at the far end cleared his throat again. Mr. Trasco, this is not appropriate for a... Stay, Nathaniel said. His voice was quiet, final. Stefan was still watching Noelle. He removed his glasses, polished them with a cloth from his pocket, and put them back on. You have done your homework, Miss Halsey. I have done the work. There is a difference. Indeed. Stefan leaned back. His smile did not reach his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, it appears the nurse from Lakeview has just made a stronger case for keeping her unit open than our entire integration team prepared for closing it. The room was silent. Stefan turned to Nathaniel. Where did you find her? Chapter 17. The room held its breath for 3 full seconds after Stefan's question. Noelle sat back down. Her hands were still shaking, but she placed them flat on the polished wood where everyone could see them. Where did you find her? Stefan repeated. I did not find her, Nathaniel said. She was already there. I was the one hiding. The executive at the far end shifted in his chair. Another board member checked her phone. The silence was the kind that cost money. Stefan stood. He walked to the window and looked out at the skyline, hands in his pockets. Miss Halsey, you have made your point. The staffing ratio is wrong. The talking points were premature. The model needs recalibration. Recalibration? She repeated. I will instruct the integration team to rework the pediatric overnight assessment with accurate ratios and a genuine community impact review. And the unit stays open while you do that? Stefan turned. His eyes were unreadable. The review is paused pending new data. I cannot promise more than that today. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He gave her a single nod. Fine, she said. Then I believe we are done here. Stefan looked around the table. Unless anyone else has a question for our guest. The board members exchanged glances. No one spoke. Noelle stood. She did not wait for permission. She was halfway down the corridor when Stefan caught her. Miss Halsey? She stopped but did not turn. A moment. She turned. He stood in the frosted light, rimless glasses catching the recessed glow. His expression was unreadable. That was impressive in there. I am not here to impress you. I know. He took a step closer. That is what made it impressive. She waited. I need you to understand something, Stefan said. I did not target your ward because I have anything against pediatric nurses. I do not care about pediatric nurses. I care about Meridian Freight. Then why? Because Nathaniel is Meridian, and Nathaniel has been disappearing for 6 years, one day at a time, into a walk-up apartment on the north side where nobody expects anything from him except to be a good father and a better neighbor. His voice was flat, clinical. I let him vanish because his wife had just died, and I thought he needed time. Then I realized he was never coming back. He was building a life small enough to fit inside a lie, and Meridian was bleeding leadership, board confidence, market position, while he made cocoa and went to school plays. Noelle's jaw tightened. You are saying this like it is my fault. I am saying it like it is no one's fault. It is a situation, and I made a choice. You made a choice to gut my hospital. I made a choice to force Nathaniel back into the light. Stefan's eyes did not waver. The acquisition was never about efficiency. It was a pressure plate. I put his signature on a memo that would hurt something he loved because I knew that was the only thing that would make him fight. Noelle felt the words land like physical blows. You used children. I used a spreadsheet. His voice was cold. The children were collateral. I am not proud of it, but I am not ashamed of it either, because the alternative was watching Nathaniel Trasco disappear so completely that the consortium would take everything he built, and everyone who works for him, including the nurses at Lakeview, would be out of a job when the new owners liquidated the company for parts. She stared at him. You think I am a monster? Stefan said. I think you are dangerous. I am. So is the consortium. So is the truth that Nathaniel has been hiding from for 6 years. He stepped closer. I detonated this crisis because I love him like a brother, and I would rather he hate me for the rest of his life than watch him lose everything he built because he was too afraid to be seen. The silence between them was absolute. Now you know, Stefan said. Decide what you want to do with it. The door behind them opened. Nathaniel stood in the frame, his expression unreadable. His eyes moved from Stefan to Noelle and back. Stefan, my office, now. Stefan did not flinch. We were just finishing. No, we were not. Stefan looked at Noelle. Something passed across his face. Not quite regret, not quite acknowledgement. Ms. Halsey, it was a genuine pleasure to meet you. I hope you understand that. He walked past Nathaniel into the office. Nathaniel did not follow immediately. He looked at Noelle and she saw something raw in his face, something caught between shame and gratitude. Are you all right? I do not know yet. He nodded. Wait for me, please. I need to finish this. How? The question hung between them. Nathaniel looked at the open door behind him. I tell him the truth, he said. For the first time in 6 years I tell him the whole truth. And then I decide if he is still my friend or if he has become my enemy. He turned and walked into the office. The door closed behind him. Noelle stood alone in the frosted corridor, her hands still shaking, the weight of Stefan's confession pressing on her chest like a second heartbeat. She heard voices through the door, low at first, then rising. You did not tell me. I did what was necessary. You used her. You used her hospital. You used her patients. I used what you would not face. The voices blurred into something sharper, faster, too fast to follow. Then a crash, something hitting a wall, and silence. Noelle pressed her palm flat against the door. She did not know if she was trying to keep them apart or keep herself from walking through it. The silence stretched. Then Stefan's voice, low and steady. You can fire Nathaniel, but you cannot undo what I started. The question is whether you have the courage to finish it. Footsteps approached the door. Noelle stepped back. The door opened. Stefan stood in the frame, his tie loosened, his glasses held in one hand. "You should go in," he said. "He is asking for you." He walked past her without another word. Noelle stood at the threshold of Nathaniel's office and looked inside. He was standing at the window, his back to her, his hands braced against the glass like he was holding the building upright. "Nathaniel." He did not turn. "He is right," Nathaniel said. His voice was hollow. "He is right about all of it, and I do not know if I can forgive him for that, or if I should." Temperley's friends is ready most of the types. Tu Molel the photographer agrasish, a hollow star shoulders and tired strides, and the executives they passed did not meet his eyes. The elevator bank was empty. He pressed the call button and stood with his back to her. "Nathaniel." "Wait." The elevator arrived. He held the door and gestured her inside. She stepped in. He pressed the top floor button, and the doors closed with a soft hydraulic hiss. They rose in silence. The numbers climbed. 12, 14, 16. Noelle watched them change because watching him felt like pressing a bruise. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere I should have brought you 6 years ago." The elevator opened onto a corridor that looked nothing like the floors below. No glass walls, no conference rooms, just a single door at the end of the hall. Dark wood, unmarked. Nathaniel unlocked it with a key from his pocket. Not a card. A key. The door swung open. Noelle stepped past him and stopped breathing. The room was all window, floor to ceiling, wall to wall. The entire Chicago skyline laid out like a living map. Lake Michigan glittered darkly in the distance. The lights of the city spread beneath them, scattered and electric, and the height was so extreme that the street sounds had died into absolute silence. Furniture was sparse, a low leather couch, a single chair, a desk with nothing on it but a lamp, and a photograph frame turned away from her. "Nobody comes here," Nathaniel said. "Not even Suthan." She turned in a slow circle, taking it in. The luxury was clinical, precise, unhurried. Money that did not need to announce itself. "Why?" "Because this was where I came after Elena died." He closed the door behind them. "This room was the only place nobody could watch me fall apart." The words landed in the silence like stones. Noelle looked at the photograph on the desk. She did not pick it up. "Show me," she said. He crossed to the desk and turned the frame toward her. Elena. Dark hair, dark eyes, a smile that looked like it had been caught mid-laugh. She was young, younger than Noelle had expected, and there was something unguarded in her face that made Noelle's chest ache. "That was taken 3 months before she died," Nathaniel said. "We were in the backyard of the house we rented. She wanted a garden. I told her we could afford a greenhouse. She said that was not the point." Noelle looked at the photograph, then at him. "Tell me." He did not sit. He stood at the window with his back to the city, and he told her. "Elena knew me before the money. She was the only person who did. We met when I was 20 and still driving my own truck. She worked at a diner near the lot where I parked. I ate there every night because her shift ended at 11, and I liked watching her count tips at the register." His voice was flat, reciting facts like a deposition. "She married me when Meridian was still a name I kept in a notebook. She believed I would build something. I told her she was the only reason I wanted to." Noelle lowered herself onto the arm of the couch because her legs had gone untrustworthy. The riddles are a silence, like stones. Noelle looked at the photograph on the desk. She did not pick it up. plucked Hermes. The door swung open. Noelle stepped past him and stopped breathing. The room was all window, floor to ceiling, wall to wall. The entire Chicago skyline lay out like a living map. Lake Michigan glittered darkly in the distance. The lights of the city spread beneath them, stately in the Refuge. The last ember died, he turned. "Now ask me," he said. "Ask you what?" "What you came here to know." "The rest." She gestured at the room, the city, the photograph still facing them. "If Nate was real, show me what he was hiding from. Show me the part you thought I could not love." He held her gaze for a long, terrible moment. Then he turned and walked to the far wall, pressed a panel she had not noticed. A section of the wall slid open, revealing a room behind it. Small, dark. A single chair facing a wall of corkboard covered in photographs, documents, dates, names linked by red thread. Noelle stepped inside. The corkboard was a map of 6 years. Surveillance photos, newspaper clippings, financial records. Her own face stared back at her from half a dozen angles, caught in parking lots, at bus stops, walking with Maisie. Her hand went to her mouth. "You were watching me." "I just protecting you." He stood in the doorway, his face shadowed. "After the consortium found out about you, I had security build a file. I told myself it was about keeping you safe, but the truth is, I kept it because I could not stand the thought of losing you the way I lost Elena. And I did not know how to hold on to you without knowing everything." She touched a photograph of herself holding Maisie's hand outside the school. "You kept this." "I kept all of it." She turned. "Burn it." He went still. "Burn every photograph, every document, every surveillance record you have of me or Maisie." Her voice was steady. "That is not a negotiation. That is the price for me staying in this room." He did not argue. He crossed to the desk and opened a drawer, pulled out a lighter. "You want to do it?" "No." She watched him. "You do it." He held the lighter over the corkboard, flicked it. The flame caught the edge of a photograph, her face curling into ash. He did not stop until every image was black and the threads were smoke. When the last ember died, he turned. "Now ask me," he said. "Ask you what?" "What you came here to know." She looked at him across the ruined corkboard and the silent city. "Did you ever love me as Nate?" "Yes." "And as Nathaniel Trasco?" "From the moment I saw you cross the hall in bare feet because Maisie called," his voice broke. "The truth is, I loved you so completely that I became afraid of my own name. Because loving you meant someone could take you, and I had already lost everything I could survive losing." She crossed the room, stopped in front of him. "I am not Elena. I know. I am not something you can protect into a corner. I know. And if you ever lie to me again, even to keep me safe, I will walk out of your life and I will not look back." He closed his eyes, opened them. "I know." She reached up, touched his face, and kissed him. It was not gentle. It was 6 years of hunger, grief, anger, and the raw shock of being seen, finally seen, crashing together in the dark while the city glittered beneath them. When she broke away, his phone was lighting up on the desk. An alert. His face shifted as he read it. "What is it?" He looked at her, and something in his eyes had changed. "There is a leak," he said. "My name and yours. Someone just put it in the press." Chapter 19. The phone was still lit in his hand. The alert sat there, a headline and a preview window. Her name and his yoked together in pixels that would spread before dawn. Noelle looked at it, then at him. "Read it." He did, his voice flat. Trasco air surfaces in acquisition fight. Sources confirm Nathaniel Trasco, founder of Meridian Freight, has been living under an assumed name on the north side. A Lakeview Children's Hospital nurse is reportedly at the center of his return. Her name was not in the preview. It would be. Someone had put her there. She felt the floor steady under her feet. 6 years of building a quiet life where no one needed to know her name. And now it would be printed, shared, dissected by strangers who did not care that she stocked extra cold medicine or remembered every child's comfort item. Who did this? I do not know yet. He set the phone down carefully, as if it might break. But I know who benefits. The consortium. The consortium. He repeated it like a taste he recognized. They have been waiting for me to surface. Now I have, and they have a story that makes me look like I was hiding something shameful instead of protecting my daughter. Noelle crossed her arms. The kiss still burned on her mouth, but she would not let it blur her thinking. Is the story true? You were hiding, she said. You were living under a different name. You were keeping a surveillance room full of photographs of me and Maisie. The story may be ugly, but that does not make it a lie. No, he said it without defense. It is not a lie. It is a version of the truth designed to hurt you and Maisie so that I panic and make mistakes. Then do not panic. He looked at her. The room hummed with the city below them, the ash of the burned surveillance still drifting in the air. I am not going to panic, he said. I am going to call Una. I am going to get ahead of this before the morning cycle. And then I am going to walk into that Friday meeting and tell the truth about who I am and what I have been doing for the last 6 years. She watched him. He meant it. She could see the shape of the decision in his shoulders, the way he had stopped braced for impact and started moving toward it. That is a good start, she said. But I am not done with you yet. He waited. She took a breath. The words had been forming since she watched him burn the corkboard, since she kissed him in a room full of glass and grief, since she crossed the hall in bare feet 6 years ago and started building a life she did not know she was building. I am not forgiving you, she said. Not tonight, not tomorrow. Forgiveness is not something you earn by setting fire to evidence. It is something you earn by being different, every day, until the person you hurt can breathe without the wound pulling open again. He nodded, slow, accepting. I understand. Do you? She stepped closer. Because I am going to tell you what staying looks like. I am going to help you save the ward. I am going to help you protect Maisie from whatever comes next. But I am not going to be your secret. I am not going to be the woman you visit in the dark and claim in public only when the press forces your hand. You will not be. Show me. Do not tell me. The words hum between them. He reached for her hand. She let him take it, but she did not soften. Radical honesty, she said. That is the term. You do not get to decide what I need to know. You tell me everything. The moment you know it, the moment it crosses your mind. If you protect me from a truth again, I will walk out of your life and I will not look back. I understand the terms. Then we have a deal. She pulled her hand back gently. Now call Una, handle the leak, and then come home and tell Maisie the truth before she hears it from a stranger at school. His face shifted at that. The fear she had seen in the surveillance room was nothing compared to the fear that crossed it now. She is going to have to know. Yes. Noelle held his gaze. And you are going to be the one to tell her. Not me. Not the news. You. He picked up the phone, dialed. Una answered on the first ring, her voice sharp and awake, already reading the headline back to him. Noelle turned toward the window. The city spread beneath her, glittering and indifferent. Somewhere out there the consortium was celebrating. Somewhere the mole at Lakeview was watching her name surface. Somewhere, a reporter was typing the next sentence of a story that would reshape everything. She touched the locket at her throat. Her mother's voice, 50 years old and fading. "You carry too much, Noelle. Put some of it down." She lowered her hand. Not tonight. Tonight she carried what she had chosen. Behind her, Nathaniel ended the call. Una is filing a preemptive statement. She will have it out before the morning news cycle. We get ahead of it or we get buried. When does it hit print? Dawn. Maybe earlier. He paused. Noelle. She turned. He stood in the wreckage of his hidden room, the ash of his surveillance still scattered across the floor, the photograph of Elena watching from the desk. "Thank you," he said, "for staying." She did not say, "You are welcome." She did not say, "I love you." She said the thing that mattered more. "I am staying for Maisie, and I am staying for the ward. And I am staying because I think the man who burned that corkboard might be real enough to trust." She met his eyes. "But I am not staying forever. Not unless you earn it." He crossed the room, stopped in front of her. "How do I start?" She reached up, touched his face the way she had before the kiss, but this time there was no hunger in it, only decision. "You start by telling me everything you know about the consortium, tonight. Before you call anyone else. Before you write any statement." He looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded and sat down on the edge of the desk, and she sat across from him, and he began to talk. The first thread pulled loose at 2:47 a.m. when Nathaniel's phone vibrated again. He glanced at it. His face went still. "What is it?" He turned the screen toward her. "A text from an unknown number. She does not know what you cost her yet. But she will." Noelle read the words. Then she picked up her own phone and typed a reply to the number that had gone dark hours ago. "I know who you are." The dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Then nothing. The number went dark for the second time, but Noelle had seen the hesitation. And she knew, with a cold certainty that settled in her ribs like a second spine, that the person on the other end of that message was closer than either of them wanted to believe. Chapter 20. The headline hit at 4:17 a.m. Noelle saw it first because she had not slept. She sat in Nathaniel's kitchen with her phone on the table between them, the city still dark beyond the window, and watched the story crawl across her screen like a slow stain. Meridian Freight's hidden owner surfaces in hospital acquisition dispute. The subheading named her. Nurse at center of Hartwell Health closure fight linked to billionaire's return. She read it twice. The words did not change. They sat there, plain and permanent, converting 6 years of ordinary life into a public record she had never agreed to. "Una's statement went out 20 minutes ago," Nathaniel said from the counter. He had not sat down since the call ended. "She positioned it as a voluntary disclosure. We control the frame." "We control nothing." Noelle set the phone down. "That headline already has a frame. I am the nurse who slept with the billionaire who is shutting down her ward." "Nobody said that." "They will." She looked up at him. "That is how this works. The subtext writes itself." He crossed to the table, sat across from her. The distance between them felt measured, deliberate, a treaty zone neither of them wanted to breach. "I can have security here in 30 minutes, for the building, for Maisie's school." "No." Noelle set the phone down. "That headline already has a frame. I am the nurse who slept with the billionaire who is shutting down her ward." "Nobody said that." "They will." She looked up at him. "That is how this works. The subtext writes itself." He crossed to the table, sat across from her. The distance between them felt measured, deliberate, a treaty zone neither of them wanted to breach. I can have security here in 30 minutes. For the building. For Maisie's school. No. Noelle, no. She held his gaze. I told you, I am not going to be your secret. But I am also not going to let you wrap me in private security before I have had a chance to breathe. If photographers show up, we handle it. We do not hide from it. Maisie? The words stopped her. She looked down at her hands, the crescent scar on her palm, the locket at her throat. Maisie gets whatever she needs, she said quietly. But I decide what that is, together with you, not you deciding for me. He nodded, slow, accepting. Then what do you want? She thought about it. The question felt foreign. No one had asked her what she wanted in years, not like this, not with the weight of real consequences behind it. I want to see Maisie before she goes to school. I want to be the one who tells her, not a headline she reads in a hallway. And then I want to walk into Lakeview this morning and look my colleagues in the eye before they have time to decide what they think of me. That is not a plan. That is a wish list. It is a start. She stood. You handle Yuna, I handle Maisie, and then we meet at the hospital and figure out what comes next. She was halfway to the door when he said her name. She turned. He stood at the table, the phone still in his hand, the weight of the night pressing down on his shoulders. I should have told you, he said. 6 years ago. The first time I knew I was going to stay. She waited. I did not because I was afraid you would leave, and I could not survive losing someone else. His voice cracked on the last word. That is not an excuse. It is the truth, and I need you to know it. She stood in the doorway and looked at him. The man she had loved in friendship, the stranger who had kept the life she thought she knew. The father who would have to tell his daughter the truth before the sun was fully up. I know, she said. Come get me when you are ready to tell her. Dawn came gray and damp, the kind of Chicago morning that made every streetlight look tired. Noelle sat on the floor of Maisie's room, cross-legged, watching the child sleep. The dinosaur pajamas were twisted from a restless night. The dark hair spread across the pillow like tangled thread. She had let herself in with the key Nathaniel gave her 3 years ago, when Maisie had been sick and he had needed to run to the pharmacy. The key she had never given back. Maisie stirred, opened her eyes, saw Noelle and smiled, a sleepy, unguarded thing that made Noelle's chest ache. You are here. I am here. Did my dad do something bad again? Noelle reached for her hand. No, he did not do something bad, but we need to talk about something. All 3 of us. Maisie sat up slowly, the smile fading into something older than her 7 years. Is he going to leave? No. Noelle said it firmly. He is not going anywhere. Neither am I. But there are some things you need to know, and your dad is going to tell you himself. Before school? Before school. Maisie nodded. Then she looked at Noelle with those dark eyes that saw too much and said, Are you going to be okay? Noelle felt the question land like a stone in her ribs. I am going to be fine, she said, because I have you. Nathaniel told Maisie in the kitchen, with Noelle sitting beside her and the pale morning light falling across the table. He did not soften it. He did not use metaphors or euphemisms. He told her that he had been hiding who he was because people had hurt him after her mother died, and he had been scared, and he had made a mistake by not telling the truth sooner. Maisie listened. Her small face went through a series of expressions Noelle could not read. Then she looked at Noelle. Did you know? No. I found out the same way you are finding out now. Are you mad at him? Noelle considered the question. Yes, but I am also here. Because sometimes people do stupid things for reasons that make sense to them, even when they are wrong. Maisie turned back to her father. Are we rich? Nathaniel hesitated. Some people would say yes. Maisie thought about that. Then she said, Does that mean Marcus was right about you being a liar? Noelle's breath caught. Nathaniel's face went still. More you're still this, right? Marcus said that. At the school dinner, he told Ms. Bellamy that you were not who you said you were. Maisie shrugged. I did not know what he meant. I do now. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. The silence between them stretched. Marcus Hale had known. He had known before the headline, before the leak, before any of this broke into the open. And he had been circling, asking questions, feeding information to someone. The unknown texter, the mole at Lakeview, the consortier's eyes inside the neighborhood. It had been him all along. Before either of them could speak, Noelle's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. Clara Bellamy. She answered. Ms. Bellamy? Miss Halsey. The teacher's voice was calm but tight. I am sorry to call so early, but I wanted to let you know that there were unfamiliar adults asking questions near the school entrance yesterday afternoon. They did not identify themselves. When one of the crossing guards asked them to leave, they mentioned Maisie's name. Noelle's hand tightened on the phone. They said they wanted to talk to her, Clara continued. About her father. Chapter 21. Noelle ended the call and looked at Nathaniel. His face had already changed, the softness of confession gone, replaced by something harder and more focused. Clara said they were asking about Maisie by name, yesterday afternoon. Nathaniel was already reaching for his phone. I am calling security. Not security, the school. Noelle stood, her body moving before her mind caught up. We need to be there when she gets out. Together. You think they will try again? I think we do not find out by waiting. The school pickup line was ordinary. Minivans idling, parents on phones, a crossing guard with a fluorescent vest and a whistle. The kind of mundane suburban chore that had been the backbone of Noelle's weekly rhythm for 3 years. Today, it looked different. A white van sat at the far corner of the lot, engine running, no visible driver. A sedan with dark-tinted windows idled 2 cars back from the entrance. 2 men in casual clothes stood near the bike rack, neither holding a child's hand, neither looking at anything except the front doors. Noelle saw them all in a single sweep. Nathaniel saw them too. His hand found her arm, a brief pressure that said, I see it. Do not separate, he said. I was not planning to. The bell rang. The doors opened, towards being blast-abulated. Children spilled out in a river of backpacks and noise. Noelle spotted Maisie immediately. Her dark hair, her small frame, the way she walked with her chin up even when she was scared. Maisie was holding Clara Bellamy's hand. Clara was scanning the pickup line with visible tension. Then the men near the bike rack moved. Not fast, not aggressive. They just started walking toward the flow of children, and suddenly the ordinary pickup line felt like a corridor with no exits. Noelle moved. She did not run. She walked at the pace of a mother who had every right to be there, cutting through the crowd of parents and children, her eyes locked on Maisie's dark head. Behind her, Nathaniel was a solid presence, matching her stride. Maisie. Noelle called her name in the tone she used for emergencies, calm and clear. Maisie, come here. Maisie looked up, saw Noelle, saw the two men moving toward her from the bike rack. She let go of Clara's hand and ran. The men stopped. One of them raised a hand, palm out, as if to signal something harmless. As if he was just a parent, just a bystander, just nobody. Noelle reached Maisie first. She scooped her up without breaking stride, turned, and walked back toward the car. Nathaniel flanked them, his body positioned between the men and Noelle's back. A camera shutter clicked, then another. Noelle did not turn around. She kept walking, Maisie's arms locked around her neck, Maisie's breath fast and shallow against her collarbone. "Keep going," Nathaniel said. His voice was low, steady. "Almost there." Another shudder, voices behind them, not shouting but calling. "Mr. Trasco, a question." "Miss Halsey, one photo. Is it true Meridian is under investigation?" Noelle reached the car. Nathaniel had the door open before she finished the last step. She pushed Maisie inside, clamped in over her arm, and pulled the door shut. The engine started before her seatbelt clicked. Nathaniel drove. Noelle held Maisie in the back seat, her hand pressed against the child's chest, feeling her heart pound through the dinosaur pajamas she was still wearing under her jacket. The car turned the corner. The school disappeared from the mirror. Noelle looked back 3 times before she stopped. They drove in silence for 6 blocks. Then Maisie pulled back, just enough to look up at Noelle's face. "Were those the strangers Miss Bellamy told you about?" "Yes." "Why do they want me?" Noelle's throat closed. She looked at Nathaniel in the rearview mirror. Their eyes met, and she saw the same thing in his face that she felt in her chest. The recognition that this was only the beginning. "Because of who your daddy is," Noelle said. "Some people want to talk to him, and they think talking to you will help them find him. But he is right here." "I know, baby. They do not know that." Maisie processed this. Then she said, "Is that why Marcus was asking questions? Because he wanted to help them?" Noelle exchanged another look with Nathaniel. "Maybe." Noelle said carefully, "We do not know that yet." "You said no more secrets." Maisie's voice was small but firm. She was looking at Noelle with those dark eyes, the same eyes that had seen too much for 7 years. "I know what I said." "Noelle." Nathaniel's voice came from the front seat. "I need to tell you something." She looked up. "I know who the unknown texter is." The words landed like a stone in still water. "You know?" she repeated. "I should have told you before, but I needed to confirm it first, and I was afraid of what it meant." The car slowed. He pulled into a parking lot, an empty grocery store with broken lights and cracked asphalt. He put the car in park and turned around to face her. "It is Marcus Hale." Noelle stared at him. "Marcus? The parent from school? The man who has been asking me out for months?" "Yes. Marcus Hale has been texting me, threatening you, threatening Maisie." "Not threatening." Nathaniel's voice was tight, pushing, testing. He wanted to see how I would react, how you would react. He has been working for the consortium since before he moved into the neighborhood. Noelle felt the world tilt. Every conversation, every casual encounter, every time Marcus had smiled at her in the pickup line, every time he had asked about Nate, every time he had offered her a ride, every time he had said he kept hearing things. He had been gathering information. For them. The consortium had planted him in the neighborhood, in her life, right under her nose. "Why did you not tell me?" "Because I needed to be sure, and because I thought I could handle it without you having to carry this." Noelle closed her eyes. She felt Maisie's hand find hers in the dark of the back seat. Small, warm, steady. She opened her eyes and looked at Nathaniel. "From now on, you tell me everything. Even if you are not sure, even if you are afraid of what I will do with it. Everything." Nathaniel nodded. I will. The car sat in the empty lot for a long moment. Then Maisie said, Can we go home now? Noelle looked at the school in the rearview mirror. The empty streets, the gray Chicago sky pressing down on everything. I do not think home is safe anymore, she said quietly. She looked at Nathaniel. He met her gaze and she saw the fear in his eyes, the fear he had confessed to her that morning, the fear of losing someone else. But she also saw something else. A decision. Where do we go? She asked. He did not answer, but his hand found hers across the seat, and that was answer enough for now. The car pulled out of the empty lot and headed toward the highway, toward somewhere Noelle had never been. Behind them, a black sedan pulled out of a side street and followed at a careful distance. Chapter 22. They drove for 40 minutes before Nathaniel pulled off the highway into a neighborhood Noelle did not recognize. Wide streets, old trees, brick buildings with wrought iron balconies, and the kind of quiet that came from money too established to advertise itself. He did not explain. She did not ask. Maisie had fallen asleep against her shoulder, breath warm and even, one small hand curled around Noelle's thumb. In sleep, she looked younger than 7. Looked like the child who had called her at 2:07 a.m. with a whisper and a trembling voice. The child who trusted Noelle to make the world make sense again. Noelle pressed her lips to the top of Maisie's head and closed her eyes. The apartment belonged to someone Nathaniel knew. A colleague, he said. Out of the country for 6 months. Fully stocked, clean sheets, no questions asked. It was on the 3rd floor, 2 bedrooms, a couch that faced windows overlooking the street. The kitchen smelled of lemon and something floral, air freshener left behind by a housekeeper who did not know why the bed had suddenly needed making at noon on a Tuesday. Noelle put Maisie on the larger bed, pulled off her sneakers, and covered her with a blanket she found in the hall closet. Maisie stirred. Are you staying? The question was thick with sleep and fear and something that sounded like hope. I am not going anywhere. Promise? Noelle touched her cheek. I promise. Maisie's eyes stayed open for another heartbeat, searching Noelle's face for the cracks, the tells, the thing that would prove this was another lie waiting to collapse. She did not find it. She closed her eyes and let sleep take her. Nathaniel stood in the doorway. The light from the hallway caught the side of his face, the hollow under his cheekbone, the line of his jaw. He looked like a man who had been running for 6 years and had just realized the ground had given out beneath him. Clara called again, he said. Noelle straightened. What did she say? She wanted to make sure Maisie was all right. She said the school called the police after we left. Someone filed a report about the men by the bike rack. Did they find them? No. They were gone before anyone could get a plate. Noelle walked past him into the living room. She did not sit. She stood at the window looking down at the street, at the cars parked in neat rows, at the ordinary afternoon happening 2 floors below, while her whole life rearranged itself into something unrecognizable. She knew, Noelle said. Who? Clara. She knew something was wrong before I did. She called me yesterday. She warned me. And I still let Maisie walk out that door this morning. You did not let anything happen. You got that first. Because Clara called me. Not because I was watching. Not because I was paying attention. Nathaniel moved into the room, slow, careful, like he was approaching something that might startle. We cannot see everything, he said. We are supposed to try. We are supposed to be enough. He stopped a few feet from her. And we are not. That is the truth of it. We are not enough to protect her from every stranger who knows her name. That is why I built what I built. That is why I hid. Because I thought if I became no one would look for her. And now they are looking. Yes. Noelle turned from the window and looked at him. What do we do? Nathaniel opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, and for the first time since she had known him, Noelle saw that he did not have an answer. The afternoon passed in fragments. Noelle made tea she did not drink. Nathaniel made calls from the bedroom, his voice low and steady, the voice of a man who had spent years building a fortress and was now watching the walls crack. At some point, Maisie woke. She came out of the bedroom with her hair tangled and her eyes puffy, and she stood in the middle of the living room like she was waiting for instructions. Noelle held out her hand. Maisie took it. They sat on the couch together, and Noelle turned on the television, found a channel playing cartoons, and let the colors and noise fill the silence. Maisie leaned into her side. Can we go home soon? The question came from a place of hope, the stubborn, child-sized belief that everything could still go back to the way it was before. Noelle did not know how to answer. Clara arrived at 6. She had driven straight from school, still wearing the cardigan she had been wearing at pickup, the one with a small coffee stain on the sleeve. She carried a bag with Maisie's homework, a change of clothes, and her favorite stuffed rabbit, the one she had been sleeping with since she was 3. Mrs. Bellamy, Maisie said, and her voice cracked. Clara knelt and opened her arms. Maisie crossed the room and let herself be held. I am so glad you are safe, Clara said into Maisie's hair. I was so worried about you. I knew Noelle would come. Clara looked up over Maisie's head, met Noelle's eyes. Something passed between them. Gratitude, recognition. The understanding that they were both adults trying to hold a child steady in a world that kept tilting. When Maisie was settled on the couch with her rabbit and her homework, Clara pulled Noelle aside into the kitchen. She is handling this better than most adults would, Clara said, but she is holding something. I can see it. She asked if we can go home. She wants stability. Children need it more than anything, more than answers sometimes. Noelle leaned against the counter and crossed her arms. What do I tell her? That her father is a billionaire and strangers want to use her to get to him, and we do not know when it will be safe to go back. Clara studied her for a long moment. You tell her the version she can hold, and you let her ask the questions when she is ready to hear the answers. She is 7. 7-year-olds understand more than we give them credit for. Clara paused. I have been teaching for 18 years. I have watched children survive divorce, death, moves, parents who disappear, parents who lie. The ones who do best are not the ones who are protected from the truth. They are the ones who are told the truth and teases they can carry. Noelle looked at the floor. Children can survive complicated truths, Clara said. That is not what breaks them. What breaks them is silence. Silence makes them feel alone. And Maisie is not alone. Noelle lifted her head. She has you, Clara said. She has her father. And she has this. She gestured at the apartment, at the evidence of people who had rearranged their entire lives in a single day to keep one child safe. That is what stability means. Not the same building, the same people. After Clara left, Noelle stood in the doorway for a long time. Nathaniel was on the couch with Maisie, reading her a book from the stack Clara had brought. His voice was low and patient. The same voice he used when he told her the moon was not really following the car. It just looked that way because the night was playing pricks on her eyes. Maisie's head rested against his chest. Her eyes were half closed. Noelle watched them, her hand against the doorframe, her heart a fist in her throat. This was the shape of it. The shape of what she had been afraid to want. A man who read bedtime stories. A child who trusted him. A kitchen that smelled like someone else's lemon cleaner but held the warmth of bodies that belonged to each other. She had spent 6 years telling herself this was not hers to keep. And now, standing in a stranger's apartment with a bag of borrowed clothes and a child who had asked if she was staying, Noelle realized she had been wrong. It was hers. It had always been hers. She just had not been brave enough to say so. Maisie fell asleep on the couch at 9. Nathaniel carried her to bed, tucked her in, and stood in the doorway watching her breathe. Noelle came up behind him. She asked me if I was staying. She said quietly, before she fell asleep this afternoon. What did you tell her? That I was not going anywhere. Noelle turned around for the twitch. What did you tell her? That I was not going anywhere. Noelle turned around for the twitch. That I was not going anywhere. Noelle still to step. Well, still let him ask in that. Good. The amount of truths in this sweep, this unable look, his podcast for the sports on so much, is been really 8. The head classing with high. Gran is regretting. I had to swesh. Let me provide for it me. Noelle reaches. He describes his look swearing at the Briolis. The head classing my ownbus. Anything is by. The all-trans link to the verse of Edom is Triverimper and Spiage. Suddenly, we start by standing as holy Bomet, speech, moves, to make a feature. Among us is my spire's weth. My mon is disgaving them. Just the belief. Now, what did you help you among the seedy? Who were expecting me? The Sufi is Saul. Mine instance says of the Bibian watches mat of commission pertifinix. It says test of his own Jesus. Jerry Water forgets pickle brevin. Gran is decided in emboveling. The Prussians hit the Dars. We are too different into this new George. It's very entirely reasonable for the speech in their visual cake anywhere. Morel still with witting, as the pathos to clevered. Almost leak its opening. I can't meant to inspire this. Wherever look I could be entirely clear. He says I have that color radius. I can't meant to track those verdius credits. Wherever thinking. Entirely, I use the sport. It's very struggling. I hope it should be in all this college to make her. But I can feel it. Let's actually call carry them for being. What did you see it? They did not with the nerds. Jesus Hellas died. My vision of our call. We go off those art seas. There are so much things reviving this. I am terrified to speaks right now, but I have to have much to what I had. Now a many viditeral. Trip pud. She asked if you were going to be her new mom. The words landed in the space between them. Noelle stopped breathing. What did you tell her? I told her that was not my decision to make. He turned. His face was bare in the dim light. No mask, no wall, just the man who had woken up on a kitchen floor with shaking hands and called himself nobody special. I told her she would have to ask you herself. Noelle opened her mouth. The buzzer rang, loud, sharp, splitting the silence like a blade. Nathaniel's body went still. Noelle looked at the intercom on the wall, at the small speaker that had just carried a stranger's voice into this borrowed apartment. Nathaniel crossed the room and pressed the button. Who is it? Silence. Static. Then a voice, low and distorted, like it was being filtered through something designed to hide it. I need to talk to Noelle. Noelle's blood went cold. Who is this? The line crackled. You know who I am. Marcus. Noelle reached for Nathaniel's arm without thinking, her fingers finding his wrist, his pulse hammering against her palm. Say something back, Nathaniel said, his voice barely a whisper. Let him know you are listening. Noelle leaned toward the intercom. Her hand was shaking. Marcus. The word hung in the air. The speaker hissed, and then the voice said, Open the door, Noelle. We need to talk before they come back for her. Chapter 23. The buzzer went silent. Noelle stood with her hand frozen on Nathaniel's arm, the echo of Marcus's voice still vibrating through the small speaker. The apartment felt suddenly smaller, the walls closer, the night pressing against the windows like something alive. Nathaniel pulled her back from the intercom. Do not open it. He knows where we are. He knows where the building is. He does not know which unit. Nathaniel's jaw was tight, his hand still wrapped around her wrist. How did he find us? Noelle shook her head. The question scraped against everything she had not had time to process. Marcus had been in her neighborhood for months. Marcus had smiled at her at school pickup. Marcus had been the texter, the threat, the voice in the dark telling her she was not alone and she was not safe. And now he was downstairs. The buzzer rang again, longer this time, insistent. Noelle moved toward the speaker before Nathaniel could stop her. Marcus. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. I am not opening this door until you tell me why you are here. Silence. Then the distorted voice, softer now, almost human beneath the filter. Because I am the only person who knows what the consortium is planning next, and you do not have until morning. Nathaniel stepped in front of her. Get away from the building, he said into the speaker. We will call the police. You will not call the police. Marcus's voice flattened. Because you cannot explain to the police why a consortium intelligence operative is standing outside your borrowed safe house without admitting that you have been running a shell ownership structure for 6 years, hiding assets from a federal oversight mechanism you triggered when you incorporated a holding company in the Cayman Islands. Noelle's stomach dropped. She looked at Nathaniel. His face had gone pale. Marcus. He said the name like a warning. If you want to survive this, you let me up, Marcus said. And you listen. The speaker clicked off. Noelle stood in the silence, her heart beating in her throat. He knows too much, she said. He knows everything. Nathaniel's voice was raw. That is what he was paid to do, for 2 years. Then why is he here? Why warn us now? Nathaniel did not answer. The buzzer did not ring again, but Noelle could feel Marcus out there, standing in the dark, waiting for a door that stayed closed. The door did not stay closed for long. 30 minutes later, Nathaniel made a call. Noelle watched him pace the borrowed kitchen, his phone pressed to his ear, his voice low and clipped. She caught fragments. Yes, right now. No, I do not trust him either. I need you here as a witness. When he hung up, he looked at her. Una is coming. The lawyer? She is the only person in this city who can hear what Marcus has to say without panicking or shooting. Noelle crossed her arms. And what about me? Am I supposed to wait in the bedroom? Nathaniel's eyes held hers. You are staying. Una Petrovic arrived at 11:47 p.m. She was dressed in black pants and a gray coat, no makeup, her hair pulled back tight. She carried a slim briefcase and a look that said she had handled worse at this hour. Nathaniel let her in without a word. Una scanned the apartment in 2 seconds, noted Maisie's closed door, and turned to Noelle with an expression that was not hostile, but was not warm either. You are Noelle Halsey. Yes. I have read your file. Do you know what a shell ownership structure is? I am learning. Una's mouth twitched. It might have been approval. She set her briefcase on the kitchen table and opened it. Marcus Hale is downstairs in a black sedan. He has been there for 23 minutes. He has not moved. He is not armed. I checked. How did you check? Noelle asked. Una pulled out a tablet. I have people. Noelle glanced at Nathaniel. He was watching Una with an expression she recognized. Trust, but the kind that had been burned before. Marcus wants to talk, Una said. I recommend we let him, but first you need to understand what he already knows. She turned the tablet toward them. On the screen was a document, a legal filing. Noelle recognized the formatting from the acquisition packet. This is the incorporation record for Trasco Holdings, Una said. Nathaniel's company, the one that owns Meridian Freight. Noelle leaned in. The names were unfamiliar. Trustees, corporate officers, nothing that said Nathaniel Trasco. What am I looking at? The wall. Una's voice was flat. 6 years of shell companies, holding entities, and blind trusts designed to make it impossible for anyone to prove Nathaniel Trasco owns Meridian Freight. It worked. For 6 years it worked perfectly. She swiped to the next document. But walls have foundations, and foundations leave records. Noelle read the text. Her chest tightened. This is a list of every property transaction Marcus Hale facilitated for the consortium over the last 18 months. Correct. Noelle looked up. Marcus helped them track Nathaniel. Marcus helped them build the case, Una said. He was the one who identified the shell structure, traced the ownership chain, and confirmed that Nathaniel Trasco and Nate are the same person. Without Marcus, the consortium would still be guessing. Noelle's hands went cold. Then why is he here? Why warn us? Una closed the tablet. Because the consortium does not plan to use the information for a takeover, Noelle. We'll plan to use it for a kidnapping. The word landed like a shot. Nathaniel went rigid. Noelle heard Maisie's breathing from the bedroom. Soft, regular, unaware. What do you mean, kidnapping? Nathaniel's voice was low and dangerous. Una met his eyes. I mean, they know about your daughter. They know where she goes to school. They know her teacher's name. They know she sleeps in the second bedroom of a third-floor apartment on the north side, and they are not planning to take Meridian through a board vote. She paused. They are planning to take your daughter and trade her for the company. The silence that followed was absolute. Noelle felt the ground drop out from under her. She looked at the closed bedroom door. At the small body sleeping on the other side. At the child who had asked if she was staying. Marcus found out tonight, Una said. That is why he is here. Not to save Nathaniel. To save the 7-year-old? Nathaniel's hands were shaking. Noelle saw it. She had never seen his hands shake before. The school, he said. The men at the white rack. That was reconnaissance, Una said. They were testing how fast you would react, how coordinated your security response is, whether you would call the police or try to handle it yourself. She looked at Noelle. You passed, but that means they now know you are the one who will move first. You are the variable they did not calculate. Noelle's pulse hammered. What do we do? Una closed her briefcase. First, we let Marcus up. He has operational intelligence we need. Second, we get Maisie out of this city before daylight. And third, she looked at Nathaniel. You stop hiding. Publicly. Irreversibly. Before the consortium can force you into a position where protecting your daughter costs you everything you built. Nathaniel did not answer. Noelle looked at the door. Marcus was out there. Maisie was in there. And the night was not over yet. Chapter 2000. Marcus came up. Noelle watched him through the peephole first. He stood in the dim hallway light with his hands visible at his sides. No phone, no weapon she could see, just a man in a dark jacket who had spent 18 months hunting the family sleeping in the next room. Nathaniel unlocked the door. The gap opened. Marcus did not move. I am going to say this once, Nathaniel said. If you are still working for them, I will find out before you leave this building, and the police will not be fast enough to reach you. Understood. Marcus stepped inside. His eyes found Noelle first. Not Nathaniel, not Una. Noelle. There was something in his face she had not seen before. Not the easy smile from school pickup, not the calculated warmth. Something raw and tired. You were right, he said. About the texture. About all of it. I know. I did not think you would open the door. I did not think you would come through it. He nodded, accepting the hit. Una moved to the kitchen table and pulled out 3 chairs with precise economy. Sit. You have 10 minutes before I decide whether to call my people back. Marcus sat. Noelle stayed standing. Nathaniel positioned himself between Marcus and the hallway that led to Maisie's room. Talk. Nathaniel said. Marcus set both palms flat on the table. The gesture looked deliberate, showing he had nothing in his hands. They moved the timeline. That is why I am here. The reconnaissance at the school was supposed to be a week out. They ran it early because someone in the consortium got impatient. And impatient about what? About you. Marcus looked at Nathaniel. The press leak was supposed to flush you into the open, make you visible, make you vulnerable. But you went dark instead. You disappeared with Noelle and Maisie before the cameras could track you. That scared them. Good. It should not. Marcus's jaw tightened. Because scared operators do not follow their own protocols. The kidnapping was scheduled for 11 days from now, night before a shareholder filing. Clean extraction, trained team. He paused. Now it is open window. They will move when they feel the gap, not when the plan says. Noelle's throat closed. When? I do not know. That is why I came. The only thing I can give you is the timeline contraction and the intel on their fallback positions. Una leaned forward. Fallback positions. If the primary extraction fails, they have a secondary location. If the secondary fails, they have a third. They have been building this operation longer than I have been on it. Longer than 18 months. Noelle felt the calculation land in her chest like cold water. Who is running it? Nathaniel's voice was steel. I never got a name. Just a handler. A voice on an encrypted line. But the voice knows you. Knows Elena. Knows the accident. The room went still. Nathaniel's hands curled into fists on the counter. Noelle watched the color drawn from his face. They brought up your wife, Marcus said quietly. Not as a threat. As a reference point. They told me if I understood what you lost, I would understand why you built the walls you built. And you used that to find the cracks. Yes. Noelle stepped forward. Why are you telling us this? You could have disappeared. Let the consortium pay you out and walk. Marcus met her eyes. Because the 7-year-old knows my face. She called me Mr. Marcus. She told me her diorama won second place. His voice cracked at the edge. I was supposed to be gathering intelligence. I was not supposed to learn her favorite color or the way she laughs when she talks about her rabbit. But I did. And now I cannot unlearn it. Noelle believed him. She did not want to, but she did. Una broke the silence. What do you have that we can use? Marcus reached into his jacket. Nathaniel tensed. Marcus pulled out a slim leather notebook and slid it across the table. Every communication, every drop location, every alias the handler used, names of the reconnaissance team, license plates, vehicle descriptions, safe house locations, everything I have. Una opened it. Noelle watched her eyes move down the first page, then the second. This is months of intelligence? Yes. Why did you not destroy it? Because I knew if I stayed on the operation long enough, I would not to choose. And when I chose, I wanted to have something worth trading. Una closed the notebook. You might have just saved your life. I hope so. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was staring at Marcus with an expression she could not read. You stay, Nathaniel said. You do not leave this apartment until Una clears you. You give us everything else you remember. Every detail. Every offhand comment. Every name that felt wrong. Yes. And if you hold anything back, I will not. Noelle watched Nathaniel's shoulders shift, a fraction of tension releasing. Not trust, but the beginning of a decision. Una, Nathaniel said. Get Maisie's things. We have 3 hours before daylight. Una was already moving. Noelle stayed where she was, her eyes on Marcus, her hand on the table, the night pressing in from all sides. Chapter 25. The bathroom light clicked on. Yuna's footsteps crossed to the second bedroom where Maisie slept. Noelle stood at the kitchen counter, her palm flat on Marcus's leather notebook, the cover still warm from his jacket. She could hear the city outside, distant sirens, the hum of a refrigerator, her own breathing. Nathaniel had not moved from the window. His back was to her, shoulders tight, one hand pressed against the glass like he was holding the building upright. "Say it," he said. Noelle looked at him. "Say what?" "The thing you are thinking. The thing you have been thinking since Marcus walked through that door." She wanted to say nothing, wanted to let the moment pass the way she had let 1,000 moments pass over 6 years. Smooth it over, carry the weight, ask for nothing. But Maisie was sleeping in the next room. Marcus was leaning against the hallway wall with his eyes closed. Yuna was packing a 7-year-old's life into a bag. And Noelle was tired of protecting everyone from the truth. "The rumor mill started before the headline broke," she said. Nathaniel turned. "At the hospital. The morning after you handed me the acquisition document in the stairwell." Owen looked at me differently. The charge nurse asked if I was okay, in a voice that meant she already knew something. By the time I walked into the conference room, half the staff had heard a version of the story where I was sleeping with the man closing our ward. She watched his jaw tighten. "I did not say anything because I did not know what was true yet. I did not know if you were Nate or Nathaniel or something in between. I did not know if I was defending a lie or fighting for something real. And now? Now I know that you are both, and that every whisper, every sideways look, every colleague who wonders if I sold them out for a man with a private jet, that is part of the price I paid for a secret I never agreed to keep." Nathaniel crossed the room. He stopped a breath away from her. "You are right." Noelle waited. "I kept you hidden because I was afraid. Afraid of what the world would do to you. Afraid of what you would see when you looked at me without the disguise. Afraid that if you knew everything, you would leave. And I was so busy protecting myself from that fear that I never asked what it was costing you to stay." Noelle's throat tightened. "I walked into the hospital this morning and heard a charge nurse say I probably knew about the closure memo before the staff did. She did not say to my face. She said it to the unit secretary, loud enough for me to hear." Nathaniel's hands curled at his sides. "I looked her in the eye and told her I found out the same way she did, and she smiled in a way that meant she did not believe me." She paused. "I spent 6 years building a reputation at that hospital. I am the nurse who shows up early, the one who stays late, the one who remembers every child's comfort item. And in 48 hours, that reputation became a question mark because of a truth I was not allowed to tell." Nathaniel's voice dropped. "I am sorry. Sorry is not enough." "I know." "Then what is?" He looked at her, really looked, the way he had in the top floor room, stripped of performance. "If you stay in the open, not behind a locked door, not in a borrowed apartment with a fake name. You stand beside me in the light, and you let the world see exactly who you are to me. And if the world does not like what it sees, then the world can look away." Noelle felt the words land in her chest, solid, warm, the first promise he had made without a qualifier. "What about the ward?" "The ward is not your leverage with me. It is your work, your calling, the thing you built before you ever met me. I will fight for it because it matters to you, not because I am trying to buy forgiveness." Noelle looked down at her hands on the counter. The locket lay against her collarbone. She touched it. "I need you to understand something," she said. "I am not going to be your secret refuge anymore. I am not going to be the place you hide when the world gets loud. If you want me in your life, you show up. In public, with your name, with your daughter, with the mess. I will. And when the rumors start, you do not let me absorb them alone. You stand next to me, and you answer for what you did. I will. She looked up. I am holding you to that. You should. Noelle let the silence stretch. Then she reached out and took his hand. The one with the calluses and scars. The hand that had built an empire and hidden a heart. From the hallway, Yuna's voice cut through. We have a problem. Noelle turned. Yuna stood at the entrance, Marcus's notebook open in her hands. Her face was pale. The handler, the one Marcus mentioned. There is a name in here, not a full name, a reference, a code. She looked up. Elena used it. Noelle felt the temperature drop. What do you mean? Before she died, Elena had a contact, someone she trusted, a number in her phone that Nathaniel never knew about. Yuna's voice was careful. Marcus's handler has been using the same code for 2 years. Nathaniel's group went rigid. Show me. Yuna held out the notebook. Nathaniel took it. Noelle watched his face change as his eyes found the page. She did not need to read it. The tension in his shoulders told her everything. Whoever was running the consortium's operation against them had known Nathaniel's wife, had known her well enough to use her language, had been waiting, watching, and moving for years. And they had only just discovered the connection. Noelle looked at the clock. 2 hours and 40 minutes until daylight. Chapter 26. The apartment felt smaller now, the clock on the wall ticking seconds into the silence between them. Noelle watched Nathaniel's hand tighten on the notebook edge. His knuckles went white, then bloodless, then white again. Elena, he said. Not a question, a confirmation. Yuna nodded. The same code. 2 years of encrypted communications. 2 years before the consortium began circling Meridian. No, that is when they began circling you. Noelle felt the floor shift under her feet. The handler had been watching before the consortium existed, before Marcus Hale was recruited, before the acquisition memo, before any of it. This was older, personal. You did not know about the contact, Noelle said. Nathaniel shook his head. She never told me. Would she have? I do not know. The answer landed like a door closing. Yuna pulled out a chair and sat. Marcus is in the hallway. I told him to stay put. He says the handler never identified directly, just used the code, referenced knowing Elena's thinking. Her thinking, Nathaniel repeated, like the words tasted wrong in his mouth. Noelle moved closer, not touching, close enough to feel the heat off his arm. Who knew Elena well enough to sound like her? Stefan knew her, Noelle thought. Elena and Nathaniel had been married before he built the empire, before the money and the board betrayal. Stefan knew her. Nathaniel's father's old friends on the board knew her. The people who had tried to push him out after her funeral. The list, Noelle said carefully, said everyone who knew you before you disappeared, and everyone who watched you fall apart. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. Yuna flipped a page in the notebook. There are names in here. Confirmed consortium operatives, financial backers, a shell chain that traces back to a holding company in the Caymans, same one Marcus mentioned. But the handler's identity is not in the book. Because Marcus does not know it. Or because he is not telling us. Noelle turned toward the hallway. Marcus sat against the wall, eyes closed, head tipped back. His expensive watch caught the overhead light. He looked smaller than he had at school pickup, loud and confident in his polished shoes. Can we trust him? Nathaniel's voice was flat. We trust what he knows. We verify what he says. We do not trust him. And the handlers? I do not know. The admission cost him something. Noelle saw it in the way his shoulders dropped, the way he looked at the notebook like it might dissolve in his hands. You have spent 6 years controlling every variable, she said, and now you have one you cannot see. He met her eyes. Yes. What do the board members know? Nathaniel set the notebook down. Some of them know I am alive. Some of them suspect. A few of them have been feeding information to the consortium for months, waiting to see which side wins. Noelle's stomach turned. How many? I do not know another. Eunice spoke up. Stefan has been trying to flush them out. That is part of why he accelerated the acquisition timelines. He wanted to force Nathaniel back before the board fractured entirely. By threatening my ward. By threatening everything Nathaniel cared about. Yes. Noelle looked at the clock. 2 hours and 25 minutes. So the consortium has board allies inside Meridian, a handler who knew Elena, and an accelerated kidnapping timeline. Nathaniel's voice was steady but thin. Yes. And Stefan knew the pressure would hit my patients before it hit you. Yes. Noelle let that sit. The anger was still there, banked and waiting, but something else was crystallizing beneath it. A cold, clear understanding. Stefan had not targeted her because he hated her. He had targeted her because she was the softest pressure point in Nathaniel's armor. The one place where the hidden man could not hide. It was not personal. That made it worse. Okay, she said. Both of them looked at her. Noelle? Nathaniel's voice shifted. I said okay. What do he know? The actores be supporting the Stevet. Nathaniel's voice speed. I said okay. So the courting has be brain. A lot of the toters of the Bennels to the Conskasi Pinami. The courting has to brank and support to the Arify Menet, Risen Lever, and the Constors Consteples slashed Stefan, with really flash dollar since Stefan is Metalism Nathan, the canneler who knew Alefa, and an accelerated kidnapping timeline. Nathaniel's voice was steady but thin. Yes. And Stefan knew the pressure would hit my patients before it hit you. Yes. Noelle let that sit. The anger was still there, banked and waiting, but something else was crystallizing beneath it. A cold, clear understanding. Stefan had not targeted her because he hated her. He had targeted her because she was the softest pressure point in Nathaniel's armor. The one place where the hidden man could not hide. It was not personal. That made it mace. Okay, she said. Both of them looked at her. Noelle? Nathaniel's voice shifted. I said okay. I understand the game now. Yuna's eyebrows lifted. That is a fast recovery for someone who just learned her ward is collateral in a boardroom war. It is not recovery. It is calculation. If Stefan used me to force Nathaniel public, then the consortium will use me to force him silent. And if the handler knew Elena, they know exactly which buttons to press. Nathaniel's face went still. You are not going back to the hospital. I did not say that. You are the variable they did not calculate. Marcus said so. If you walk back into Lakeview right now, then I walk back into a hospital where administrators just moved the ward review up by a week. The phone buzzed on the counter. Noelle picked it up. Deja's name lit the screen. She answered. Tell me. Deja's voice came fast, clipped, and furious. They moved the review. 8 a.m. tomorrow. No notice, no consultation. Marlene Chen just sent the email to all department heads. A week early. 5 days. They cut the timeline by 5 days. Noelle, there is no way we can pull the patient data together by then. Not the way you wanted. Not with the transport logs and the neonatal transfer records and the out-of-catchment area numbers. They are rushing it through before we can build the counter case. Noelle's mind raced. Who authorized the date change? Email says Stefan Volkov's office. Of course. Deja, start pulling what you can. I will call you back within the hour. Where are you? The rumors are flying. People are saying you are hiding, that you knew about Nathaniel Trasco the whole time and kept it quiet to protect him. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He stood rigid, watching her, waiting. Let them talk, she said. I am not hiding, I am getting ready. She ended the call. The silence in the room was heavy, charged. Stefan moved the review, she said. Tomorrow morning. Nathaniel's hands curled at his sides. He is forcing the time. If the ward closes before I reclaim Meridian publicly, the consortium has cover. They can point to the closure as proof that my return destabilized the company. Then we do not let it close. Tomorrow morning is 8 hours away. Then we have 8 hours. Eunice stood. I need to prepare the disclosure documents. If you are going public, it has to be before the review, not after. Agreed. Noelle turned to Nathaniel. What do you need from me? He looked at her. The mask was gone, striped away by exhaustion and the weight of revelations. I need you to be safe. That is not what I asked. I know. Noelle stepped closer. What do you need? He held her gaze. I need you to be in the room tomorrow, not as leverage, not as collateral, as the nurse who knows the numbers better than anyone, someone the board cannot dismiss because you have the evidence. I already have the evidence. Then we present it together. Una cleared her throat. I will file the public disclosure within the hour. By dawn, every news outlet will know Nathaniel Trasco is reclaiming Meridian. Stefan will have no cover to deny it. Do it. Noelle looked at the clock again. 2 hours and 11 minutes. But if the handler is watching, she said, they will know exactly where you are the second the disclosure hits. Nathaniel's voice went quiet. I am counting on it. You want them to come. I want them to move before they are ready. Lane Marcus's intel is still fresh, while we know their fallback positions. While Maisie is still in the building. Noelle felt the weight of his choice. He was using himself as bait to force the consortium's hand, and he was doing it with daughter sleeping 2 rooms away. You are going to stand at the podium. Yes. And let them see you. Yes. And then what? Nathaniel's expression did not change. Then we find out who the handler is, because when I appear, they will have no choice but to act. The phone buzzed again. Noelle looked down. Deja again. A single line of text. Stefan is asking for you. He says he will meet you before the review. Alone. Chapter 27. The fluorescent lights in Lakeview's administrative conference room hummed at a frequency that felt designed to fray nerves. Noelle sat with her back straight and her hands flat on the table, the stack of printed evidence arranged in front of her like a shield. Noelle sat with her back straight and her hands flat on the table, the stack of printed evidence arranged in front of her like a shield. Beza sat to her left, frameless glasses catching the light, a tablet loaded with the union's data ready to deploy. Owen Cordero flanked her right, coffee cup empty, circles under his eyes deep enough to cast shadows. He had pulled an all-nighter to finish the transport risk modeling. Across the table, Marlene Chen sat at the head, polished, composed, her heels silent on the industrial carpet. 2 unanasters from Hartwell flanked her, a man in a charcoal suit whose name Noelle had already forgotten, a woman with silver hair and a sympathy smile that never reached her eyes. Marlene opened with the scripted pleasantries. Thanked everyone for their dedication, acknowledged the difficulty of the conversation. Noelle did not wait. "The data is clear," she said, sliding the first page across the table. 43% of our pediatric overnight admits come from outside the immediate catchment area, at least 30 minutes by car. In weather, police traffic, or middle-of-the-night emergencies, that number doubles. She let that land. We are not talking about inconvenience. We are talking about neonates discharged 12 hours early because there is no observation bed available. We are talking about parents driving through the dark with a febrile infant because the nearest alternative is on the other side of the city. The woman with silver hair nodded. Her expression remained soft, attentive, sympathetic. "We understand the concern, Nurse Halsey, but the data you are citing reflects current operational patterns. The new model includes expanded outpatient capacity and telemedicine follow-up protocols that would offset the loss of overnight observation." The timeline adjustment was made at the executive level by Stefan Volkov's office. Marlene's composure flickered, just barely. "The decision came from Meridian Freight's leadership. We were informed this morning." "And you accepted it without question. We are here, are we not? You are here to hear what we have already prepared, not to consider what we might have found if you had given us the time we asked for." The silver-haired woman leaned forward. Her smile had not wavered. "Nurse Halsey, I understand this is emotional. You have dedicated years to this unit. Your investment is clear, but the review is not a personal judgment. It is a strategic decision about how to allocate resources across a network that serves hundreds of thousands of children. How many of those children will die because you moved the timeline?" The room went still. "I need that answer," Noelle said. "You have the model, you have the assumptions, you have the independent consultants who say 1/8 is acceptable. So tell me, how many children die in your spreadsheet before the number becomes unacceptable?" The charcoal suit opened his mouth. Owen spoke first. "None," he said, "because your Meyer does not account for mortality. It accounts for cost per bed and discharge ruts. Patient outcomes are a footnote." His voice cracked on the last word. "Page 17, he repeated. 4 neonates. 2 of them would have died. That is not a footnote. That is a body count." The panel exchanged another look. Marlene set down the document. "We are not here to debate hypotheticals, Dr. Cordero." "Then what are we here for?" The question hung. Noelle watched the panel process, the rehearsed empathy, the deflection, the careful avoidance of accountability. They had been coached. Every answer scripted, every concession procedural. Nothing would shake them because they had already decided. "We have heard your concerns," the silver-haired woman said. "The review will proceed. Your testimony has been noted for the record." "That is it?" "That is the process." Noelle stood. "I am not done." She pulled the last document from her stack, the one she had held back, the one she wanted to save for the question that would demand it. "I have a list of every child treated in our observation unit in the last 12 months. Age, condition, outcome, transport risk if they had been sent elsewhere. I have parent testimonials. I have nursing shift reports. I have the attending physician's notes on 3 separate incidents where overnight observation prevented deterioration." She set it in front of Marlene. "If you proceed with this closure, you will be signing off on the deaths we have documented here, not as a cost-benefit calculation, as a direct consequence of a decision made by people who have never spent a night on a pediatric ward." Marlene did not touch the document. "Is there anything else, Nurse Halsey?" Noelle felt Deja's hand close around her wrist under the table. "One more thing," Owen said. He stood slowly, exhausted, wired, the kind of tired that met a man reckless. "The closure memo was signed by Nathaniel Trasco. He is in the building today. He is the reason this review exists. The charcoal suit went still. And given that Nurse Halsey has a personal relationship with Mr. Trasco, the woman said, how do we square her testimony with that conflict of interest? Noelle felt the question land like a blow to the chest. She had known it would come. She had prepared for it. But preparation did not soften the impact of being called compromised in front of her colleagues. I am not here as Nathaniel Trasco's partner, she said. I am here as the nurse who has treated those children, who has held their parents' hands, who has watched them stabilize under observation care and go home healthy. And yet, the room waited. Noelle looked at Marlene. You want to know if my relationship changes what I am saying? It is a fair question. It is a distraction. She picked up the document she had placed in front of Marlene and held it up. Read the file. Check the names. Check the dates. Call the families. And then tell me if the numbers change because of who I sleep next to at night. The silence stretched. Noelle did not break. She held the document, she held the room, and she waited to see if anyone had the nerve to answer. Chapter 28. Noelle held the document up and let the silence stretch until it became unbearable. You want to know if Nathaniel Trasco in my life changes what I have said today? The silver-haired woman did not blink. It is a reasonable question, Nurse Halsey. It is a reasonable question if you believe truth is conditional on the person telling it. Noelle set the document down, flat, final. I am not here because he sent me. I am here because I worked this unit for 6 years, because I know every crash cart location, every parent who slept on those plastic chairs, every child who came in febrile and went home breathing. She leaned forward. My relationship with Nathaniel Trasco is exactly why I cannot afford to be silent. Marlene shifted in her chair. Explain that. Because I know what hidden decisions cost. I know what it means to love someone who keeps secrets and watch those secrets damage people who never knew they were collateral. She held Marlene's gaze. I am not here in spite of who I love. I am here because of it. Because I saw what secrecy did to my ward, to my colleagues, to the children we could have lost if we had not fought. The charcoal suit cleared his throat. That is not how conflict of interest works, Nurse Halsey. Then tell me how it works. She waited. Tell me that a nurse who has treated every child on that list for 12 months has less credibility because of who she shares her life with. Tell me that the mortality data changes because of my address. The silver-haired woman's smile thinned. You are making this difficult. I am making it honest. Noelle pulled the document back and held it up one last time. You have the evidence. You have the names. You have the outcomes. The only question left is whether you will look at them or look away. She set it down. I am done speaking. She sat. Deja's hand found hers under the table. The panel exchanged looks. The kind of looks that said they had expected compliance and received resistance. Marlene picked up the document. We will take this under advisement. That is not an answer. It is the answer we have. Noelle felt the air leave her chest, but she did not let it show. She held the panel's gaze until Marlene looked away. Thank you for your testimony, Nurse Halsey. Dr. Cordero, Ms. Naidu, you will be informed of the outcome. The silver-haired woman stood. The meeting was over. Deja pulled Noelle out before she could say something that would undo the ground they had gained. Owen followed, his hands shaking. They walked down the corridor in silence. The fluorescent lights hummed. The hospital smelled of antiseptic and coffee, and the particular exhaustion of a battle fought without victory declared. You held, Deja said finally. I held. They will not forget that. I do not want them to forget. They reached the stairwell. Owen leaned against the wall. I thought they were going to dismiss the whole thing. So did I. But they did not. Noelle looked at him. Because they know the document exists. They know the names exist. They cannot unsee what we showed them. That is not the same as winning. No, we guys. They're about the stash packer. Noelle selt the AS Doyer, when everyone has have just crashed this evidence as the open session. I am at night der Plashunting. It is the answer I have. Deja held her gaze. Then she squeezed Noelle's hand and walked toward the exit, phone already pressed to her ear. Noelle stood alone in the stairwell. The hum of the building surrounded her. She thought about the panel's faces, the rehearsed empathy, the deflection. She thought about the document in Marlene's hands. She thought about Nathaniel in the building somewhere, waiting to hear what happened. She pulled out her phone. 3 words. It is done. His reply came within seconds. Come find me. She climbed the stairs. The corridor on the 3rd floor was quiet. Administrative wing, carted, potted plants, the kind of quiet that cost money. She found him in a small conference room at the end of the hall. He was standing by the window, hands in his pockets, shoulders tight. He turned when she entered. I look on the corridor in silence. Between his hasters. Noelle stepped up to Noelle. The moment I file those documents, our lives become public property. Everything. The 6 years. Maisie. You. The ward. There will be no taking it back. I know. She stepped closer. Then let them see everything. He lifted her hand to his lips, pressed a kiss to her knuckles. Then let them. His phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen. His expression shifted. What? The board faction. They are calling an emergency session to tomorrow morning. They cannot do that without notice. They just did. Noelle felt the floor shift under her. Chapter 29. Stefan's text came through at 11:47 p.m. A booth at the back. Come alone. He will understand. Noelle read it twice in the conference room, while Nathaniel watched her face. He wants to see me alone. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. I know. You knew before I did. He texted me first, asked if I would let him explain. She looked up from the phone. And you said yes. I said the choice was yours. The words landed clean, no weight attached. He meant them. She tucked her phone into her pocket. Where is he? There is a diner 3 blocks east, all-night place, red sign. I know it. Deja can drive you. I can walk 3 blocks. It is dark. It is Chicago, I know dark. He held her gaze, then he nodded. Text me when you are done. I will. She turned at the door. Nathaniel shipped right. Yes. If he tells me something you should have told me yourself, I am coming back with questions. I expect nothing less. She stepped into the corridor and let the door close behind her. The diner was almost empty. Fluorescent light, sticky floor. A man in a trucker cap drinking coffee at the counter. Stefan sat in the last booth, rimless glasses off, hair mussed like he had been pulling at it. He stood when she walked in. That surprised her. You do not have to stand. I do not know the protocol for this conversation. I am guessing as I go. She slid into the seat across from him. He sat back down. A waitress appeared. Noelle ordered black coffee. Stefan waved his cup already full. They sat in silence until the waitress moved away. Then Stefan spoke. You look like you have been through a war. I have been through a hearing. Same thing. She did not smile. You asked me here, I am here. Talk. He set his glasses on the table, turned them over in his hands. I pushed the acquisition. I picked the timeline. I let the optics be brutal because brutal optics were the only thing that would make him surface. I know. I targeted your ward because you were his softest point. The one thing he could not let burn without losing himself entirely. I know that too. He looked up. And you still came. I came because you said you know who the handler is. I do. Then tell me. He held her gaze. Not yet. She stood up. Sit down. Why should I? Because if you leave, you never learn the part of this story Nathaniel will not tell you. She stopped. Stefan leaned forward. I have known him for 22 years. Since before Elena. Since before Meridian was anything but a name on a piece of paper. I watched him build everything. I watched him lose everything. And I watched him walk away from the wreckage and disappear into a life he thought was small enough to be safe. My Fresh stared at him. You burned down his life to save him. I lit a fire I knew he could walk through. The consortium is a fire he cannot. And you want me to walk him through it? I want you to hold the door open. She looked at him. You hurt people to get here. My colleagues, my patients, me. I know. I do not forgive you. I am not asking for forgiveness. Then what are you asking for? He leaned back. I am asking you to stay. Not because he is worth it, because Maisie is. The words cut through her. She thought of Maisie's dark eyes, her tangled hair, her small hand reaching for Noelle's in the dark. When does Nathaniel learn who the handler is? Tonight, at the meeting. Then why did you call me first? Stefan's expression shifted. Because I need you to tell him. Why you? Because if it comes from me, he will fight it. If it comes from you, he will believe it. She studied him. You planned this. Calling me first, telling me about the call, all of it. I planned to tell you the truth and hope you recognized it. She stood up. I will be at the meeting, but not because you asked. Then why? Because Maisie deserves to know the person trying to destroy her family is not a stranger. It is someone who knew her mother. And that means it is someone who loved her mother. And that means it is someone who chose to hurt Nathaniel anyway. Stefan's face went still. You already know. I know it is someone Elena trusted. That narrows the circle. And if the circle narrows to someone in this room, she held his gaze. Then I will deal with that too. She turned and walked toward the door. Noelle. She stopped. Stefan's voice came low. Thank you. She did not turn around. I am not doing it for you. She pushed the door open and stepped into the cold night air. Her phone buzzed as she crossed the street. Nathaniel, what did he tell you? She stopped under a streetlight, tacked 3 words. The truth. His reply came immediately. All of it. Enough. She waited. His next message took longer. I never wanted you to know that part. She looked up at the dark sky, tapped slowly. I know. And I am still here. The dots appeared, not appeared, appeared again. Then his final message. Then come home. She tucked the phone into her pocket and started walking, but she did not head toward the apartment. She turned toward the building where Nathaniel was waiting, where Stefan would arrive in 40 minutes, where someone who had loved Elena Trasco was about to be named. She walked faster. The streetlights flickered overhead. A black sand turned the corner behind her and slowed to match her pace. Chapter 30. The building's lobby was quiet. Too quiet for a building where a billionaire's secret had just detonated in the morning news. Noelle crossed the marble floor, with the sedan still burning in her peripheral vision. The doorman nodded. She nodded back. Nothing unusual, just a nurse coming home from a late shift. She took the stairs. 3 flights up, she stopped outside Nathaniel's door and pressed her palm flat against the wood. No sound. She used the knock Maisie had invented years ago. 3, quick, pause, 2 more. The door opened. Nathaniel stood in sweatpants and a worn gray shirt, dark circles carved deep under his eyes. He looked at her like she was something he had not let himself hope for. "You came." "I said I would." She stepped inside. The apartment was dim. A single lamp burned in the living room. Maisie's stuffed rabbit sat on the coffee table next to a half-empty glass of water. "How is she?" "Asleep, for now." He closed the door. She had another nightmare. Noelle's chest tightened. "When?" "An hour ago. She woke up screaming." "Did she tell you what it was about?" He shook his head. "She just kept asking if the strangers were going to take her." Noelle crossed to the couch and sat down. The cushions still held the warmth of his body. "Where is she?" "In her room. I was sitting with her until she fell back asleep." "Did you sleep?" "No." She looked at his hands. They were still. That was worse than the shaking. Still meant he was holding something down. "Nathaniel," he looked at her. "Come sit." He did not argue. He crossed the room and lowered himself onto the couch beside her, leaving 6 inches between them. She could feel the heat of him anyway. "Stefan told you everything. The important parts. All of it." She let the silence stretch. "I knew you were on the phone with her when it happened, but I did not know you heard." "I heard the impact. I heard her last breath. I heard Maisie start crying in the back seat, and I could not do anything. I was 12 blocks away. I was useless." His voice was flat, recited, like he had said these words to himself 1,000 times and still not believed them. "The doctors at the hospital told me she was gone, but I already knew, because I heard it. Because I was the last thing she heard before she died, and I told her I would call her back." Noelle reached for his hand. He let her. "That is not your fault." I know that. I have known it for 6 years. But knowing it and feeling it are different things." She squeezed his fingers. "I know." They sat like that for a long moment. Then Maisie's door creaked open. "Daddy?" Nathaniel stood immediately. "I am right here, baby." Maisie shuffled into the living room in her dinosaur pajamas, rabbit tucked under one arm. She stopped when she saw Noelle. "Noelle." "Hi, sweetheart." Maisie crossed the room and climbed onto the couch without asking, poking herself against Noelle's side. Noelle wrapped an arm around her. "Did the bad dream come back?" Maisie nodded. "I dreamed the men at school found me." "They did not find you. You are safe." "But how do you know?" Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He sat down on the other side of Maisie, his hand resting on her back. "Because we are going to make sure of it," he said. Maisie looked up at him. "Are you telling the truth, Daddy?" His face shifted, a crack in the composure. "I am telling you the truth. From now on, I am always telling you the truth." "Even if it is bad?" "Especially if it is bad." Maisie was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "I heard you crying." Maisie's hands stopped moving. "Last night, after I fell asleep. You were in the kitchen. I heard you." He did not answer. "Is it because of Mom?" Noelle felt her own throat close. "Yes," he said. "Some of it." Maisie nodded slowly. "I miss her too." He pulled her against his chest. She let him. "I know, baby." They stayed like that until Maisie's breathing evened out. Noelle watched the rise and fall of her small back, watched Nathaniel's hand curl around his daughter's shoulder like he was holding the only thing in the world that mattered. When Maisie was fully asleep, Nathaniel lifted her carefully and carried her back to her room. Noelle heard the soft creak of the door, then his footsteps returning. He stood in the doorway. She does not know what is coming. Neither do we. We know enough. He crossed to the window and looked down at the street. The press has my name. They have your name. They know about the ward. By tomorrow they will know about the apartment. And Maisie's school. And Maisie's school. He turned to face her. I need to tell her, before she hears it from someone else. You want to tell her now? Before the meeting. Before the emergency session. Before the reporters find this building. Noelle stood. You want me there? I want you there, if you are willing. She pulled her against his chest. She let him. I know, baby. They stayed like that until Maisie's breathing evened out. Noelle watched the rise and fall of her small back. Watched Nathaniel's hand curl around his daughter's shoulder like he was holding the only thing in the world that mattered. When Maisie was fully asleep, Nathaniel lifted her carefully and carried her back to her room. Noelle heard the soft click of the door, then his footsteps returning. He stood in the doorway. She does not know what is coming. Neither do we. We know enough. He crossed to the window and looked down at the street. The press has my name. They absolutely swickle. They will be over unfeeling, not a mission. They will go so much to be vilified the used in a carking riot. I would be coming me 20 crate. The important parts. All of it. She could be a Saddam silence watching himself. She have every single. I know that. Anyway, when I think that I keep my part of my easer, I did not find you, you are safe. But how do you know? Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He sat down on the other side of Maisie, his hand resting on her back. Because we're going to make Shane of it, he said. Maisie looked up at him. I did not know. Mael fail uninvaliment. They will be already moving toward the intercom. The press has my name. There will his dominail. These are D's. The man is automatically calling lazy. Cilio C. Could need to post why over neater you are faith. The idiots are Dean. I do you disaster together. I just call us with my straight mast in New these hold. Noelle will be justing cuz. That is one of the plays all the immediate bed, and well we can be used to combine the wearing. There will be one when I am platical heshman perfectly 10. I do not want a joy. Mighty, by someone I got. The biddy is that I can address one life if we can find it, but I don't want a dedestion. The fear for the mokewi disway. She went in his friend. I want to live that in the little shackle and supply her with Lipinix. We are the general sinners. Anyway, this is all the many. I will be ready from the limis ones and the cultured love spiates as we moat blowing. The weekle's considerations will come across Hannon in the side the go. Noelle finds that, am I meaning and your friend, setting his wear. Wait, the Indinas is a space white wife? And completely devident we reach the thing of ward the crests. Swees at a morskuel? She turns just in my view, and at betting of the 2S. Maybe they steed, I am necessarily a dade, slawling littling skills to your unvain, so lebs which I've clenchelled for me, at me. I do not want to litter or do it. Maisie is. Chapter 31. The buzzer screamed again, 3 short bursts, then a 4th. Noelle's hand hovered over the intercom. Don't, Nathaniel said. They will keep buzzing until someone answers or security clears the lobby. If you answer, they know the unit is occupied. Then what? He was already moving past her, phone pressed to his ear. Marcus, lobby situation. Report. A pause. His jaw tightened. 6. 2 more outside the main entrance. camera crew setting up across the street. Noelle looked at Maisie, still sitting up in bed, rabbit pressed to her chest. Get dressed, Noelle said. Quietly. Bring your backpack. Maisie slid off the bed without a word. Nathaniel's ended the call. Service exit in the basement. Marcus is bringing the car around to the alley. We have maybe 2 minutes before they start checking side entrances. 2 minutes? That is all we get. They moved. Noelle grabbed Maisie's shoes from beside the door, knelt and helped her lace them. Maisie's hands were shaking, but her face was set in the same composure Noelle had seen on him father. I have my rabbit. Good. Hold tight to it. Nathaniel came out of his bedroom with a duffel bag, already slung over one shoulder. He handed Noelle a jacket she had never seen before, dark gray, heavy. Put it on. It is not mine. It is now. She pulled it on. It smelled like him. The buzzer went again, longer this time. Someone holding the button down. Basement, Nathaniel said. Now. They went. The stairwell was concrete and fluorescent, the kind of light that made everyone look like a suspect. Noelle's footsteps echoed as she kept Maisie close, one hand on the small of the girl's back, the other gripping the railing. Nathaniel moved ahead of them, checking each landing before waving them down. 2 floors. 1 floor. The basement door was metal, painted the same gray as the walls. Nathaniel pushed it open and scanned the hallway before motioning them through. The service exit was at the far end, past the boiler room and a stack of collapsed cardboard boxes. Noelle heard the sound before she saw the source, a hum of voices, distant but gathering, like bees before a swarm. They found the back, Nathaniel said. He grabbed Noelle's wrist and pulled her into a jog. Maisie ran beside her, rabbit pressed between her chest and Noelle's arm. The door at the end had a push bar, no alarm. Nathaniel hit it with his shoulder and they spilled into the alley. Cold air, wet asphalt, the smell of garbage and exhaust. A black sedan was already there, engine running, rear door open, Marcus behind the wheel. Get in. Noelle pushed Maisie into the back seat and climbed in after her. Nathaniel slammed the door and Marcus hit the gas before he had the handle closed. The car fish-tailed onto the street. Behind them, Noelle saw a man in a dark coat round the corner, phone raised, camera flashing. Then they were gone. The safe house was a high-rise in a neighborhood Noelle had never been. 22nd floor. A man in uniform checked their IDs at the lobby desk before letting them up. The apartment was sterile, white walls, gray furniture, a refrigerator with nothing inside but a bottle of sparkling water and a box of baking soda. Noelle stood at the window and looked down at the street. No black sedan, no camera crews, no reporters. I hate this, she said. Nathaniel came up beside her. I know. You're a security guy, the one who drove us. He's the same man who was watching me for 2 years. Marcus is the one who got us out. That does not make it better. No, it does not. She turned from the window. Now what? We wait. Una is handling the press statement. The emergency session is still on for tomorrow morning. And tonight? We stay here. You move again before dawn. Noelle looked at Maisie, who had found a spot on the gray couch and was flipping through a book from the shelf, rabbit in her lap, face carefully blank. She is handling this better than I am. Kids are resilient. Camera should not have to be. Nathaniel's phone buzzed. He looked at the screen. Una. He answered, listened, and his face changed. What does that mean? A pause. How many? Another pause. Put it out, full statement. I do not care what it costs. He ended the call. Noelle felt the weight of the room shift. What happened? There is footage, from the lobby. Someone caught us leaving. Us? You, me, Maisie, the service exit, the car. Marcus's face is blurred, but ours are not. The heir left the room. How bad? Bad enough. It is already trending. The board saw it. They moved the emergency session to tonight. Tonight? 8 p.m. Noelle looked at the clock on the wall. 6:14. 90 minutes. Less. The press is already circling the building. Una is trying to find a way in. Noelle thought about the men in dark coats, the camera flashes, the shouting. Can we get past them? I do not know. Maisie looked up from her book. Are we in trouble? Noelle crossed the room and sat down beside her. We are not in trouble. We are just in a complicated situation. Is that why everyone is yelling? We do not know. Maisie looked up from her book. Are we in trouble? Noelle crossed the room and sat down beside her. We are not in trouble. We are just in a complicated situation. Is that why everyone is yelling? One people yell because they do not understand. Are they going to yell at Daddy? Noelle looked at Nathaniel. His face was gray, but his eyes were steady. No one is going to yell at your father, not while I am here. Maisie studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded. Okay. The clock on the wall ticked. 6:16. Una's text came at 6:22. Service entrance clear for 20 minutes. Be ready. Nathaniel read it aloud. Noelle stood. Then we get ready. Chapter 32. The safe house clock read 6:28. Noelle stood at the window, watching the street below. Cars moved in neat lines. People walked dogs. Somewhere out there, footage of her face was spreading through every feed in the city. She heard Nathaniel behind her, the soft tread of his shoes on the gray carpet, the weight of him stopping a few feet back. We need to talk, she said. About what? About what happens after tonight. A pause. Okay. Noelle turned. He stood in the middle of the sterile living room, hands at his sides, no armor in his posture, no CEO mask. Just Nate, waiting for whatever she was about to say. She had spent 6 years making herself small enough to fit into the spaces he left open. 6 years carrying cold medicine and Sunday dinners and the weight of his silences. 6 years pretending that what she wanted mattered less than what he needed. No more. If there is any future for us, she said, I need 3 things. He did not flinch, did not bargain, just waited. First, public acknowledgement. I am not your secret anymore. You do not get to love me in private and let the world treat me like a rumor. If I am in your life, people see it. I already planned. I am not finished. His mouth closed. Second, concrete action for the pediatric night ward. Not promises, not a task force, not a committee that will study the problem for 18 months. You sign the commitment tonight, in front of the board, in front of whoever is watching. The unit stays open with full funding and proper ratios. Done. Third. She felt her voice crack and forced it steady. You do not use my love as a private refuge. You do not come to me for comfort and then disappear into the corporate machine like I am a separate room in your life. You do not get my tenderness and give me silence in return. If you are in, you are in. All of it. Every day. The room went quiet. Nathaniel stood very still. I tried to protect you, he said. I told myself that if I kept the hard parts hidden, I was keeping you safe. But that was a lie. I was keeping myself safe. I was keeping a door open to a life where I could still pretend to be Nate, even while Nathaniel was burning everything down. Noelle said nothing. I will never do that again. Prove it. He moved toward her, not fast, not reaching, just crossing the space between them until he was close enough that she could see the dark circles under his eyes. Then he nodded. No more hiding. She led home, on the lie on the pluck. His mouth glows cannot slyly developed a product's aggressive extremos. I need their long. I mean the bed of that sneak. I complete whatever. They had just want to praise as a comporting perch color in his night. Leafed literally boast his figwreck in the small leaders. It is every way. Dead it right, there is one tonight. Noelle said nothing. I will never do that again. Prove it. He moved toward her, not fast, not reaching, just crossing the space between them until he was close enough that she could see the dark circles under his eyes. Then he nodded. No more hiding. The car turned a corner. The board building rose ahead of them, glass and steel, lights blazing in the upper floors. And in front of it, gathered behind a police line, a crowd of reporters and cameras waited. Noelle's heart hammered. Beside her, Maisie gripped her rabbit. Nathaniel let go of her hand and reached for the door handle. Wait, Noelle said. He stopped. She leaned forward and kissed him. Quick. Firm. A promise she would not make in private anymore. For luck, she said. His eyes went soft. I love you, he said. It was the first time he had said it out loud, in words, without the safety of implication. Noelle felt the words land somewhere deep. I know, she said. Now let us go show them. The door opened, the cameras swung toward them, and the world began to watch. Chapter 33. The boardroom was a box of glass and dark wood, polished to a cold shine. Noelle felt the weight of every eye as she walked through the door behind Nathaniel. The room held 15 people seated around a long table. Some she recognized from Meridian's strategy meeting. Others were strangers in expensive suits, their faces arranged in careful neutrality. The cameras outside had not followed them in, but the tension here was worse. A silver-haired man at the head of the table stood as Nathaniel entered. His nameplate read, Stairman Russeldot. Mr. Trasco, we expected you 40 minutes ago. Traffic, Nathaniel said, and reporters. Russell's jaw tightened. Sit. We have a narrow window before the consortium's next statement. Noelle cut a seat against the wall away from the table. Nathaniel did not ask her to stay. He simply looked at her once, then turned to face the board. Una was already standing, a tablet in her hand, her composure cut from steel. She began without preamble. The consortium released a second statement 47 minutes ago. They are claiming that Meridian's ownership structure constitutes deliberate fraud against shareholders. They have filed a preliminary injunction to block any voting authority exercised by Mr. Trasco or his proxies until a full audit is completed. A ripple of murmurs. The injunction request cites our 2018 restructuring, Una continued. The transfer of voting rights to 2 shell entities registered in Delaware, and the fact that Mr. Trasco's name has not appeared on any Meridian document in 6 years. They are arguing that de facto control of the company has passed to Stefan Volkov by abandonment. They have a case, a woman in a sharp blue jacket said. Not a strong one, but enough to tie us up for months. Meanwhile, the stock is hemorrhaging. It is not hemorrhaging, Una said. It is down 4%. The market is waiting. Waiting for what? For proof that Nathaniel Trasco still exists. The room went quiet. Stefan sat at the far end of the table, rimless glasses in his hand, his face unreadable. Noelle watched him. He had not looked at her once since she entered. The consortium's timeline is accelerating, Russell said. They want to vote on Nathaniel's authority tonight. If we refuse, they take it to court tomorrow morning. Either way, they force a crisis that benefits them. Then we call their bluff, A man near the center said. We let Nathaniel speak. We let him confirm his ownership. We file the disclosure and let the chips fall. And the press? Blue Jacket said. Once Nathaniel confirms he has been hiding for 6 years, every headline writes itself. Trasco air vanishes while company drifts. Trasco returns to save empire. It is a story they will milk for weeks. Better than losing the company. Is it? The consortium is betting that Nathaniel's absence creates enough ambiguity to force a fire sale. If he confirms his return, they pivot to calling him unfit. They drag his grief, his disappearance, his emotional state into the public record. They do not know about Noelle, Stefan said quietly. Everyone turned. Stefan looked up, polishing his glasses with a slow, deliberate motion. Not yet, he said. But they will. The footage of the three of you running through that alley is already trending. It is only a matter of time before someone identifies her, connects her to the hospital fight, and turns her into a weapon against him. Noelle felt the words land. Russell leaned forward. Is there any truth to the speculation linking you to the nurse? The question was directed at Nathaniel. Nathaniel did not flinch. Yes. The word hung in the air. She is the reason I am here. She is the reason I am telling the truth tonight. If the consortium wants to use her against me, they will have to stand in line. A beat of silence. Blue Jacket shifted. That is not going to help us. It is the truth. Truth does not matter in a proxy fight, only optics. I am aware. Russell held up a hand. Enough. We need a decision. Nathaniel, your counsel has advised full disclosure. Your oldest friend has been trying to force your hand for months. The consortium is circling. The board is split. What do you want to do? Nathaniel looked around the table. 13 faces, 13 agendas, one decision. The disclosure was prepared 3 days ago, he said. Every shell company, every trust, every holding entity, my name on every document. I stopped signing anything 6 years ago because I was afraid of what the world would do with my grief. But I am not grieving anymore. I am fighting. He paused. And I am not fighting alone. His eyes found Noelle across the room. I will sign whatever needs signing. I will stand in front of whatever camera they put in front of me. And I will make sure the consortium knows that Meridian is not a wounded company. It is a company that was hiding its strongest asset. Which is? Russell asked. Me. The room was silent. Then a man near the window spoke. The vote. We need to put it to a vote. We do, Russell agreed. All in favor of Nathaniel Trasco's immediate and full reclamation of Meridian Freight's ownership, including full public disclosure, say aye. 8 hands went up, 4 stayed down, 1 abstention. It passes, Russell said, but not unanimously. The opposition will leak that. I know, Nathaniel said. Stefan stood. Then let us do this before the consortium's next move. He walked toward the door. Noelle caught his eye as he passed. He stopped. You were right, he said, so quietly only she could hear. About what? About her. Elena, the person she trusted. I know who it is now. And when this is over, I am going to tell Nathaniel what I should have told him 6 years ago. He walked out. The room emptied. Noelle stayed in her chair, her hands folded in her lap, her heart racing. Nathaniel crossed the room and stopped in front of her. You do not have to stay, he said. I can do this alone. I know you can. Then why are you still here? She looked up at him. Because you asked. He held her gaze. Then he reached down and took her hand. Then come with me. I want you to see what it looks like when I stop hiding. The door to the boardroom opened. The hallway beyond was lined with staff, assistants, and a single camera operator from the in-house legal team. Beyond them, the press room waited. Noelle stood. She let him lead her into the light. The press room was smaller than she expected. 3 rows of folding chairs, a podium with the Meridian logo, a single microphone. A dozen reporters already seated, laptops open, phones angled toward the door. Nathaniel walked to the podium. Noelle stopped at the back of the room near the wall. She could feel the reporters' eyes on her, but she did not look at them. She watched Nathaniel. He adjusted the microphone. He looked at the cameras. And then he began to speak. "My name is Nathaniel Trasco, and I have been lying to you for 6 years." Chapter 34. The door clicked shut behind them. The press room felt smaller now, colder. The fluorescent hum filled the silence between the podium and the back wall where Noelle stood. Nathaniel had not moved from the microphone. His hand rested on the polished wood, fingers spread, as if he needed the contact to steady himself. The Meridian logo glowed blue behind him. Cameras on their tripods waited. The journalists watched him with the patience of people who knew they were about to witness something. Noelle watched his back. The broad shoulders, the line of his spine, the way he stood like a man preparing to step off a ledge. He turned, not toward the cameras, toward her. The gesture was small, almost invisible, but the reporters noticed. A few of them shifted in their seats, following his gaze to the woman against the back wall. He crossed the room. 12 steps, maybe 11. He stopped in front of her, close enough that the cameras could not read his face, but she could see the tremor at the corner of his mouth. "I need a minute," he said. She nodded. He led her through a side door into a narrow corridor. Empty, gray carpet, a single bulb overhead. The door clicked shut behind them, sealing out the hum and the cameras and the waiting. They stood facing each other in the quiet. "I spent 6 years believing secrecy kept Maisie safe," he said. "I told myself the lie was a shield, that if no one knew who I was, no one could hurt her, that if I kept my grief contained, it would not leak onto anyone else." He stopped. His hands hung at his sides. "But it did not contain anything, Noelle. It just scattered the damage onto everyone I loved. Stefan, the company, the ward, you, Maisie. Every single person I was trying to protect ended up carrying pieces of a weight I refused to share." She waited. "You asked me for transparency," he said. "Full emotional transparency. And I agreed because I meant it. But I do not think I understood what I was agreeing to until this moment." He took a breath. "I am about to walk through that door and tell the world who I am. Every reporter in that room is going to file a story in the next hour. Every board member who voted against me is going to brief their contacts. The consortium is going to respond. The money is going to move, and once I say the words, I cannot unsay them. I know. I have spent my entire adult life building a wall between who I am and what I built, and I am about to tear it down. Not because I am ready, not because I am brave, but because you made me see that I cannot keep the people I love safe by hiding from them." He stepped closer. "I do not know what happens next. I do not know if the board holds. I do not know if the consortium pulls the trigger. I do not know if Maisie will forgive me for putting her in the middle of this. All I know is that I am done pretending I can carry this alone." His hand came up, slowly, deliberately. He touched her face. His palm was warm against her cheek, the calluses rough against her skin. His thumb traced the line of her jaw once, gently, as if memorizing the shape of her. "I love you," he said, "and I am sorry it took me this long to say it where anyone could hear." He leaned in. His lips brushed her forehead. A kiss that lasted 1 breath, 2. Then he stepped back. The warmth of his touch faded from her skin. He turned. He walked toward the door. His hand reached for the handle, and Noelle realized he was going to do it alone. He was going to walk into that room and stand in front of those cameras and tell the truth without asking her to stand beside him. Not because he did not want her there, but because he would not presume. Because he had spent 6 years taking without asking. And now he was giving her the choice. The door opened. Light spilled through from the press room. The murmur of voices. The click of a camera shutter testing. Nathaniel stepped through. The door began to swing closed behind him. She had seconds, maybe less. The door was almost shut when her hand found the edge. She pushed it open. She stepped through. I do not know what happens next. I do not know if the board holds. I do not know if the consortium pulls the trigger. I do not know if Maisie will forgive Will for putting her in the middle of this. All I know is that I am done pretending I can carry this alone. His hand came up, slowly, deliberately. He touched her face. His palm was warm against her cheek, the calluses rough against her skin. His thumb traced the line of her jaw once, gently, as if memorizing the shape of her. I love you, he said, and I am sorry it took me this long to say it where anyone could hear. He leaned in. His lips brushed her forehead. A kiss that lasted 1 breath, 2. Then he stepped back. The warmth of his touch faded from her skin. He turned. He walked toward the door. His hand reached for the handle, and Noelle realized he was going to do it alone. He was going to walk into that room and stand in front of those cameras and tell the truth without asking her to stand beside him. Not because he did not want her there, but because he would not presume. Because he had spent 6 years taking without asking, and now he was giving her the choice. The door opened. Light spilled through from the press room. The murmur of voices, the click of a camera shutter testing. Nathaniel stepped through. The door began to swing closed behind him. She had seconds, maybe less. The door was almost shut when her hand found the edge. She pushed it open. She stepped through. Chapter 35. The press room swallowed them. Noelle felt the heat first, the lights, the collective intake of breath as the door clicked shut behind her. She stood beside Nathaniel at the podium, close enough to feel the tension in his arm, the way his hand rested on the polished wood like he needed something solid. Cameras fired, a rapid sequence of clicks and flashes. The journalists had stopped murmuring. Every face in the room was turned toward them, hungry and waiting. Nathaniel looked at the microphone. Then he looked at her. Just once. A flicker of something that might have been fear, might have been relief. She nodded, small, invisible to everyone but him. He turned back to the cameras. My name is Nathaniel Trasco. The words landed like stones. And for 6 years I have been lying. A ripple moved through the room. Reporters shifted. Phones lifted higher. Someone in the back whispered into a recorder. I built Meridian Freight from nothing, he said. 15 years ago. I started with a single cargo contract and a loan I had no business getting. I built it into the largest privately held shipping operation in the country. And then I walked away from it. His voice did not waver. Not because I stopped caring. Because I was drowning. Noelle watched his profile, the set of his jaw, the way his fingers pressed into the wood. My wife died 6 years ago, he said. Elena. She was killed in a car accident. I was on the phone with her when it happened. I heard it. And I could not make myself go back to the life we had built together. A woman in the front row pressed a hand to her mouth. So I buried myself, Nathaniel said. I let the world think Stefan Volkov owned Meridian. I let my name disappear. I moved into a modest apartment. I changed my daughter's school. I cut every tie to the person I had been, and I told myself it was protection. He paused. It was fear. The word hung in the air. I was afraid the company would swallow whatever was left of me. I was afraid the press would turn my grief into content. I was afraid my daughter would grow up in a bulletproof house with security details instead of a father who made her breakfast. He looked down at his hands. And I was afraid that if I stopped hiding, I would have to admit that I had been running for 6 years. Noelle felt her chest tighten. But hiding has a cost, Nathaniel said. I let a rival investor consortium circle Meridian for 2 years without responding. I let board members believe I had abandoned them. I let Stefan carry the weight of a company he never asked to own. And I let a hospital acquisition proceed without my oversight because looking at the details would have meant looking at myself. He looked up. The pediatric night ward at Refuge Children's Hospital was on the chopping block. Staff reductions, service cuts, children transferred in the middle of the night because the numbers did not pencil out. I signed that memo. I signed it without reading it. And I let a system I built hurt people I never met. A reporter raised a hand. Nathaniel ignored it. That ends tonight. He straightened. I am reclaiming Meridian Freight as its owner and active leader. I am dissolving the shell structure that hid my ownership. Every board member, every employee, every journalist in this room will have access to the full documentation by morning. The consortium that has been circling this company for 2 years will find no more gaps to exploit. He paused. And I am committing, personally and corporately, to preserving the pediatric overnight unit at Lakeview Children's Hospital within the Hartwell network. No more cuts, no more closed-door efficiencies. The children who need that unit will have it. The room erupted. Questions came from every direction, overlapping, voices rising. Nathaniel held up a hand. I am not done. The noise subsided. One more truth, he said. One I will not let anyone distort. He turned, full body, toward Noelle. The cameras followed. The lights hit her face. She felt exposed, raw, every pore of her skin awake under the glare. This woman, Nathaniel said, is the reason I am standing here. Noelle's breath caught. She did not ask me to be brave. She did not rescue me. She showed up at my door at 2 in the morning when my daughter called her. She fought for a ward I was about to destroy. She told me the truth when I had spent 6 years telling everyone lies. And when she found out who I really was, she did not let me off the hook. His voice cracked. She made me earn it. The room was silent. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to be worthy of that. Noelle felt heat behind her eyes. She did not blink. The silence stretched. Then a reporter in the third row stood up. Nathaniel, the consortium has filed an injunction citing fraud in the 2018 restructuring that created the shell entities. How do you respond? Nathaniel turned back to the microphone. The 2018 restructuring was legal. It was documented. It was executed by lawyers who followed every regulation. What it was not was honest. But I am not here to defend the legality of my decisions. I am here to take responsibility for the damage they caused. He stepped back from the podium. I will answer questions for the next hour. Every question. No filters, no off the record. And then I will go home to my daughter and tell her that her father finally stopped hiding. The room erupted again. Noelle stood beside him as the questions crashed over them. As the cameras kept firing, as the Meridian glowed blue behind them like a seal on everything he had just admitted. And she did not move. She stayed. Because he had earned that much. Because she had chosen to. Because the door was open now, and she was not going to close it. Nathaniel answered question after question. The structure of the shell companies, the timeline of his withdrawal, the meetings he had missed, the votes he had let Stefan cast alone. He did not deflect, he did not spin. The hours stretched, the lights burned, And somewhere in the back of the room, one is bowed up these whites from my Bibles. The Davids make sure this sun line justs the physical professions. Everyone here there it's are going to win. Noelle felt her chest tighten. But hiding has a cost, Nathaniel said. I let a rival investor consortium circle Meridian for 2 years without responding. I let board members believe I had abandoned them. I let Stefan carry the weight of a company he never asked to own. And I let a hospital acquisition proceed without my oversight, because looking at the details would have meant looking at myself. He heard again out of me, and I did not met me off the hook. He worked in believing that much winning despite this. The sunline hamel together, and the inner porter to the person, the terrifying fears of Jamans are lifting to dusk cressing completely. Noelle told the fright of his one, if you just got a student, my existence are caling but you should have. Not enjoying the fix of it into my the first else truth field is yo, the quotes, the air and the steckard is the carriver, I care to lift it. I do not legibly ask me to be Alkin, to actually hold her, slow me to the self. Just right, I had to chair to cross his board, but I can just remember about no romance, which stressed into his little, I just get slow me. Chapter 36. The questions kept coming. Nathaniel answered them all. The shell structure, the years of absence, the memo he signed without reading. He did not flinch, did not deflect, did not let a single answer land anywhere but squarely on his own shoulders. Noelle stood beside him. The cameras ate every frame. A reporter from the second row stood up. Young, sharp. She did not raise her hand like the others. Nathaniel, you just committed significant resources to preserving the pediatric overnight unit at Lakeview. You cited your relationship with Noelle Halsey as the reason. How do you respond to critics who will say you are buying absolution for a woman you love, using a hospital ward as a personal gesture? The room went still. Noelle felt that the weight of the question land in her chest like a stone. Nathaniel did not look at her. He looked at the reporter. I am not buying anything, he said. I am restoring what I should never have let be taken. And Noelle is not a reason to spend money. She is a reason to tell the truth. He paused. The pediatric night ward was cut because of a model that did not count mortality. That was my signature, my negligence. Noelle did not ask me to fix it. She fought me to fix it, and I am not doing this for her. I am doing it because she showed me that I had become the kind of man who let systems make decisions he should have made himself. The reporter did not sit down. And the relationship? You were hiding your identity. She was your neighbor, your daughter's trusted adult. Does she trust you now? Noelle felt the silence stretch. Nathaniel turned to her. Not the cameras, her. Ask her, he said. The room shifted. Noelle felt every eye land on her face. The lights burned. The Meridian logo glowed behind them. She could see the reporter waiting, pen poised, ready to capture whatever she said and turn it into tomorrow's headline. She stepped forward, not away from him, toward the microphone. I am still angry, he said. I am still afraid, and I am still here. She looked at the reporter. You asked if he is buying absolution. He is not. He is submitting to accountability. That is not the same thing, and if you want proof, look at what he did tonight. He stood in front of this room and told the truth about every choice he made, including the ones that hurt me, hurt my colleagues, and hurt children he never met. She paused. That is not a gesture. That is a beginning. The reporter nodded, sat down. The room exhaled. Nathaniel looked at Noelle. His eyes were dark, exhausted, and something else. Something that looked like hope. She did not look away. The questions kept coming, but they shifted, softer now. Nathaniel answered them. The consortium injunction, the timeline for dissolving the shell structure, what he planned to tell Maisie. Then the door at the back of the room opened again. Stefan Volkov stepped out. Noelle watched him go. The press conference ended 47 minutes later. Nathaniel stood at the podium until the last question was answered, until the last camera lowered, until the journalists began packing their equipment and muttering into phones, filing stories that would shatter across every screen in the country before dawn. Then he turned to Noelle. "Thank you," he said, "for saying that. You did not have to." "I know." She let the words sit. "I meant it," she said. "I am still angry. I am still afraid. That did not change because you said my name into a microphone. I know that too." He stepped closer. "But you are still here." She held his gaze. "I am." The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It was real. The kind of silence that did not need to be filled. Then her phone buzzed. And his. And somewhere in the room, Yuna's phone buzzed too. Noelle looked down. Daisha's name on the screen. "You need to see this." Noelle's stomach dropped. She opened the message. A link. A headline. Already live. Trasco heir's secret daughter identified by sources close to consortium. Below it, a photograph. Maisie. Not the safe apartment. Not the building. The school. From pickup, her face clear, her name in the caption, her school uniform visible against the chain-link fence. Noelle's hand went cold. She looked up at Nathaniel. His face had gone pale. "I have to call her," he said. "I have to warn Clara. I have to—" "Go," Noelle said. "Now." He was already moving. She followed. The hallway outside the press room was empty. The Meridian building was silent. The emergency board session was over, the votes counted, the disclosure delivered, and still the threat that Noelle had feared since the first black sedan appeared outside her building was no longer a shadow. It was a headline. Nathaniel's phone was at his ear. "Clara, it's Nathaniel. I need you to check on Maisie. Now." Pause. "No. Don't let her near a screen. Don't let anyone near her." "I am on my way." He hung up. Noelle did not ask. She was already beside him. Together, they walked toward the door that led out of the building and into whatever came next. Noelle did not know if the ward would survive the week. She did not know if Meridian would survive the injunction. She did not know if Maisie's face would be torn apart by strangers before morning. But she knew one thing. She was still here, and she was not leaving. Chapter 37. They were 3 steps from the exit when Yuna caught up, her heels silent on the marble, her phone already pressed to her ear. "He's walking out now," she said into it. "Hold." She lowered the phone. "Hartwell, CEO. On 2. He wants a statement before the news cycle locks in your narrative." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. "I'm going to my daughter." "You have 30 seconds to tell him what you're committing, or he'll spin this as a sympathy play. The board won't back a second press release if the headlines are already calcified." Noelle saw the calculation in his eyes. The split second where Maisie's safety ward with the ward's survival. Then he took the phone. "Garrison, you're on speaker. I have 1 minute." The voice that came through was clipped, corporate, the kind of tune that measured people by quarterly margins. "Nathaniel, congratulations on the reveal. Dramatic timing. We need to discuss how your reclamation affects the Hartwell acquisition, specifically the pediatric unit you publicly committed to preserve." "I didn't commit. I stated a condition." "Same thing in the press." Then put it in writing, Nathaniel said. I'll allocate Meridian resources to cover the deficit for the overnight unit for 3 years. Full staffing, full equipment, full operating costs. Pending a broader restructuring review. Silence on the line. Noelle held her breath. 3 years is a long time, Garrison said. What do you want in return? I want the closure memo rescinded tonight. I want the review panel reconstituted with independent pediatric specialists, and I want a public statement from Hartwell confirming the unit will remain open while we negotiate long-term partnership terms. That's aggressive. That's the only offer you'll get before I walk out this door and let the consortium's injunction narrative define the next 6 months. Another silence. Noelle could almost hear Garrison calculating, weighing the optics of rejecting a billionaire's concession against the cost of accepting oversight. I'll have my counsel draft the statement, Garrison said. You'll have it within the hour. The line went dead. Nathaniel handed the phone back to Una. His hand was shaking. He'll try to renegotiate in 6 months, Una said quietly. But for now, the unit stays open. Noelle felt the words land in her chest. The children she had treated last night, the ones whose files she had pulled, the families who had begged for certainty, they would not lose their care tonight. But Una was not finished. She stepped closer, lowering her voice so only Noelle could hear. You need to understand something. Garrison is not the only person watching. The consortium already wanted Nathaniel's blood. Now every hospital chain, every real estate developer who had eyes on that pediatric floor, every rival who wanted Meridian weakened, just watched him gloat resources for a single ward. That makes you a target. Not just him. You. Because you are the visible reason he did it. Noelle's throat tightened. How many? She asked. Enough. By nightfall, you will have enemies you never met. Una's phone buzzed again. She glanced at it, then back at Nathaniel. The car is at the service entrance. Clara has Maisie secured at the school. The media has not found the address yet, but they will. Nathaniel took Noelle's hand. His grip was warm, calloused, steady despite the tremor she had seen. Let's go. They moved through the service corridor, down a concrete stairwell, out a metal door into an alley where a black SUV waited, engine running, windows tinted. Marcus was behind the wheel. He did not look at them as they climbed in. His hands were at 10 and 2, his jaw set, his expensive watch catching the alley light. Noelle slid into the back seat beside Nathaniel. The door closed. The SUV pulled out. The city scrolled past, indifferent, glass and steel and headlights cutting through the dusk. Noelle's phone buzzed. Deja again. She opened the message. The photo is trending. Comments are brutal. They're calling her a bargaining chip. Noelle closed the app. She did not tell Nathaniel. Not yet. He was already braced for the worst. The SUV stopped at a light. Through the window, Noelle saw a convenience store. A teenager on the sidewalk scrolling a phone. The screen showed a girl in a school uniform, dark hair, dark eyes, frozen in a moment she never chose. Maisie. The light changed. The SUV moved. Noelle reached for Nathaniel's hand and held it. They turned onto the street where Clara lived, a quiet block of black houses and trimmed hedges, the kind of street where nothing was supposed to happen. Clara's house was third from the corner, porch light on, curtains drawn. Marcus pulled to the curb. Noelle thought then. A black sedan. Idling 2 houses down. No driver visible. Tinted windows. No plates she could read in the dim. She gripped Nathaniel's hand harder. Nathaniel. He followed her gaze. His body went still. The sedan did not move. It waited, engine humming, patient as a held breath. Marcus, Nathaniel said. Do not stop the car. Marcus glanced in the rearview, saw what they saw. His foot stayed on the brake. We drive past, they follow, he said. If we stop, they know where she is. The sedan's headlights flicked on. Low beams. Deliberate. Noelle felt the future tilt. The porch light at Clara's house was still on. Maisie was inside. And the car that had watched Noelle's building for weeks, the car that had tracked her through the city, the car that belonged to a handler who had used Elena Trasco's secret code, was sitting 2 doors from the woman who held Maisie's hand. Waiting. Noelle did not look away. She turned to Nathaniel. We cannot leave her here. The sedan's engine revved once. A warning. A promise. A beginning. Could. Chapter 38. The black sedan sat 2 houses down, engine humming, headlights low. Noelle's hand found the door handle before she could think. Marcus's voice cut through the dark. Do not get out of this car. She turned on him. You do not get to tell me what to do, not after 2 years of watching me. Marcus met her eyes in the rear view. His face was stone. If you walk toward that house, they will know exactly where she is. They will have confirmation. Right now they are guessing. Do not confirm it. Noelle's hand stayed on the handle. Nathaniel was already on his phone. Clara, listen to me. Do not turn on any lights. Do not look out the front window. Get Maisie to the back door and wait for my signal. A pause. Clara's voice, thin and steady. We are already in the hall. Good. Stay there. Nathaniel ended the call and turned to Marcus. Drive past the house. Slow. Normal. Turn at the end of the block and circle back through the alley. Kill the headlights before you enter. Marcus nodded once. The SUV pulled forward. Noelle watched Clara's house slide past the window. The porch light was still on. The curtains were still drawn. The black sedan did not move. The SUV turned at the corner. The headlights went dark. They crept down the alley behind Clara's row, gravel crunching under the tires, exhaust fogging the cold air. Marcus stopped at the back gate. 3 minutes, he said. Then I circle the blank again. If you are not here, I leave. Nathaniel was already out of the car. Noelle followed. The back gate opened onto a small yard. A light came on in the kitchen. Clara stood at the door, holding Maisie's hand, her cardigan buttoned wrong, her face pale but composed. Maisie saw Noelle and broke free. She ran across the yard and crashed into Noelle's legs, her small arms wrapping tight, her face pressed into Noelle's coat. Noelle bent and lifted her. Maisie was light, trembling, her breath coming in quick gasps against Noelle's neck. I saw my picture, Maisie whispered. On a phone. A lady showed me. She said I was famous now. Noelle's throat closed. Where did you see that? In the living room. Mrs. Bellamy took my phone away, but I already saw it. Noelle felt the words hit like glass. Clara stepped onto the back porch, her hands wrapped around her elbows. I am so sorry. She was in the kitchen. I thought she was getting her jacket. When I came in, she was already scrolling. It is not your fault, Noelle said. Nathaniel touched Maisie's back. Sweetheart, we are going to get in the car now. We are going somewhere safe. Maisie did not lift her head from Noelle's shoulder. Is the bad car still there? Noelle looked at Nathaniel. The black sedan was 2 houses down, waiting, patient, watching. No, Noelle said. It is not. She carried Maisie through the gate. Nathaniel took Clara's hand briefly. Stay inside tonight. Do not answer the door. Call Una if you see anything. Clara nodded. Her eyes were wet. I love that child, she said. I will burn this house down before I let anyone take her. Nathaniel squeezed her hand once. Then he followed Noelle into the dark. The SUV was waiting at the end of the alley, engine running. No lights, no sound, but the low idle. Noelle climbed into the back seat with Maisie on her lap. Nathaniel slid in beside her, his body angled to shield them both. Marcus pulled away without a word. The alley fell behind them. Noelle held Mulsey against her chest and watched the windows. Every streetlight, every parked car, every shadow. None of them spoke. They drove through the city grid, past convenience stores and laundromats and bus stops where people scrolled phones she could not look at. The city did not know. The city did not care. A 7-year-old girl had become a headline, and the city scrolled past. Nathaniel's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. Una. She has a new location, a hotel. No public booking, no paper trail. How far? 20 minutes is a long time. Marcus's voice came from the front seat, low and flat. Not if we do not stop. He took the next turn hard, cutting through a gas station lot, then into a residential strip where the houses were dark and the trees leaned over the street. Noelle held Maisie tighter. The girl had fallen asleep against her chest, one small hand curled around Noelle's collar, her breath slow and trusting. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was watching the street, his body taut, his hand on the door handle. She reached across the seat and took his other hand. He flinched at the touch, then held on. I am sorry, he said. I am sorry she is in this. Stop apologizing. I do not know how else to carry it. Then carry it differently. Carry it forward. He looked at her. His eyes were red, his jaw tight. I do not know how. Then follow me. Noelle said it without thinking. The words came from somewhere deep, somewhere that had been waiting. Nathaniel stared at her. She did not look away. The SUV turned again, this time into a hotel driveway. Valet stands, chandeliers. A doorman in a long coat who did not look surprised to see a dark SUV roll up with no reservation. Marcus pulled to the curb. The room is under Una's name, 14th floor. Key is with the night manager. Nathaniel moved first, taking Maisie from Noelle's arms, cradling her against his chest as he stepped out. Noelle followed. Marcus did not cut the engine. I will circle, he said. I will keep moving. If I see anything, you will know. Noelle looked at him. His face in the dashboard light was young and tired and older than she remembered. Thank you, she said. Marcus did not answer. His hands stayed on the wheel. She closed the door. The SUV pulled away. Nathaniel was already walking toward the lobby, Maisie asleep in his arms, her dark hair falling over his shoulder. Noelle caught up and took his free hand. They walked through the glass doors together. The lobby was gold marble and soft jazz, a fireplace, a concierge who did not look up from his screen. Nathaniel gave a name. The night manager slid a key card across the counter without asking for identification. The elevator climbed. The doors opened on a silent corridor. Room 1407 had a king bed, a view of the skyline, and a lock that clicked solid when Nathaniel turned it. He laid Maisie on the bed. She stirred, murmured something about her rabbit, and settled again. Noelle stood at the window. The city spread below them, glittering, indifferent. Somewhere out there, the black sedan was still moving. Somewhere out there, people were still scrolling. She pressed her palm to the glass. Nathaniel came up behind her. He did not touch her. He stood close enough that she could feel the warmth of him, the weight of his presence, the shape of his breathing. I do not know how to thank you, he said. Do not thank me. Just keep moving forward. I do not know if I can do this alone. She turned. His face was raw in the low light, stripped of every mask he had ever worn. Then do not do it alone, she said. She held out her hand. He took it. The lock was solid. The room was quiet. The city hummed beyond the glass. And Noelle knew, with a certainty it had nothing to do with hope, that the night was not over. Maisie's photo was still trending. The black sedan was still out there, and the school needed a plan for tomorrow morning. She looked at Nathaniel. First thing in the morning, we call Clara. We call Una. We figure out how to get her through a day of second grade when every parent in that building has already seen her face. Nathaniel nodded. His hand tightened around hers. Then what? Noelle looked at the skyline. Then we decide who we are going to be now. Because the world already decided who it thinks we are. She turned back to him. Her reflection was faint in the glass, a woman she barely recognized, exhausted and wired and still standing. I will be in the room, she said, but I need you to tell me the truth. Every time. No more silence. I will. Say it. He stepped closer. I will tell you the truth. Every time. No more silence. The city glittered beyond the glass. Maisie turned in her sleep, murmuring, reaching for a warmth that was not there. Noelle crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed, took the small hand in hers, and held it until Maisie settled. Nathaniel watched her. His face was unreadable. But when he sat on the other side of the bed, his hand found hers across the space where Maisie lay sleeping. They did not speak. The city kept turning. Somewhere, the internet kept scrolling. And the morning was coming, whether they were ready or not. Chapter 39. The hotel room settled into a kind of silence that was not peace and not truce, but something in between. The city lights pushed through the curtains, casting long blue shadows across the ceiling. Maisie breathed softly between them, one hand curled under her cheek, the other still gripping Noelle's fingers even in sleep. Noelle did not let go. Nathaniel sat on the edge of the bed, his back to the window, his face half in shadow. He had not moved in a long time. His eyes stayed on Maisie, on the rise and fall of her chest, on the small shape of her against the white sheets. The clock on the nightstand read 2:47 a.m. Noelle's phone buzzed on the bedside table. She reached for it without releasing Maisie's hand. Deja, Aine the Secure. Hartwell's statement goes live at 7 a.m. You did it! She read the message twice. The words did not land the way she expected. She had fought for this, bled for it in conference rooms and hearing panels. And now that it was real, she felt nothing except a deep, hollow exhaustion. She put the phone down. How is she? Nathaniel's voice was rough. Noelle looked at Maisie. The child's face was peaceful now, the fear smoothed away by sleep, but the memory of her trembling in the yard, her small voice saying, "A woman showed me," was still sharp in Noelle's chest. She is going to need time, Noelle said. She is going to need to feel safe again. I know. No more secrets, Nathaniel. Not from her, not from me. He looked at her across the sleeping child. His eyes were red, his jaw tight, his hands resting on his knees as if he did not know what to do with them. I meant what I said in the car, he said. I do not know how to do this. I do not know how to be the man who tells the truth every time when I have spent 6 years learning how to hide. Then learn. The word hung between them. He did not flinch. He nodded slowly, as if testing the weight of it. I will. Noelle watched him. The city light caught the side of his face, the lines at his eyes, the silver threading through his hair at the temples. He looked older than he had 6 hours ago. He looked stripped. Come here, she said. He stood, crossed the space, lowered himself onto the bed beside her. The mattress dived. Maisie stirred, murmured something about a rabbit, and settled again. Nathaniel did not touch Noelle. He sat close enough that she could feel the heat of him, the tension in his shoulders, the slow rhythm of his breathing. She turned her hand over on the sheet, palm up. He looked at her hand for a long moment. Then he laid his on top of hers, fingers threading through, grip careful and firm. The room was quiet for a long time. Then Nathaniel said, "I have a house." Noelle looked at him. "A house," she repeated. 3 bedrooms, a yard, a swing set that Maisie has outgrown but will not let me take down. A kitchen with a window that faces east. Why are you telling me this? Because I have never shown it to anyone. Not Stefan, not Una, not a single person who knows me as Nathaniel Trasco. It is the only place I have ever been completely myself, and I want you to see it. Noelle's throat tightened. Are you asking me to move in? No, I am asking you to know where I live. I am asking you to have a key. I am asking you to come over when you want, leave when you want, stay when you want. I am not asking you to choose anything yet. I am asking you to let me stop hiding from you. She looked down at their hands. His thumb traced a slow circle on her skin. I am still angry, she said. I know. I am still a failed. I know that too. And I am still here. He lifted her hand and pressed his lips to her knuckles. The gesture was simple, almost old-fashioned, but his hand was shaking. I love you, he said. I do not know how to say it better. I do not know how to prove it faster. But I love you, and I will spend whatever time you give me showing you that this is real. Noelle leaned forward. The kiss was not the first one. That had been raw, desperate, a collision of anger and want in the aftermath of a boarded room full of ash. This was different. This was slow. This was a choice. Her fur hand came up to his jaw, stubble rough under her palm. His breath caught. She kissed him like she meant to stay. When they broke apart, his forehead rested against hers. I do not know what happens tomorrow, she whispered. Neither do I. But I will not leave tonight. His hand tightened around hers. Then tonight is enough. Maisie turned, burrowing deeper into the sheets. Her small fingers found Noelle's arm and held on. Noelle looked down at her, then back at Nathaniel. First light, she said. Una, Clara, the school. We make a plan. Yes. And then we figure out who we are in the daylight. Yes. He did not let go of her hand. The city hummed beyond the glass. And then Noelle's phone lit up. Not Deja, not Clara, Una Petrovich. Noelle reached for it, unlocked the screen, read the message. It was short. Call me when you get this. Someone tied to Elena's family is asking about Maisie, a sister. She wants access. Noelle stared at the words. The room went cold. Nathaniel saw her face and straightened. What is it? She handed him the phone. Chamto on the hotel bed. Noelle woke to Maisie's small hand in her hair, fingers twisting the dark strands the way she did when she was thinking. The child's eyes were open, watching the ceiling. Morning, love, Noelle said, voice rough. Did you sleep? Who? Maisie did not look at her. The woman who showed me the photo. She said I was famous now. She said everyone would know who I was. Noelle turned onto her side, propping herself on an elbow. That woman was wrong about a lot of things. But she was right that people know your face now. And that means we have to be careful for a while. Like hiding? No. I looked past her to Nathaniel, who was awake now, watching them both with an expression she could not name. I do not know what Furtiva looks like yet, Noelle said, but I am staying today, and tomorrow, and as long as your father keeps telling the truth. Maisie turned her head toward Nathaniel. Are you going to keep telling the truth? Yes. All of it? All of it. Maisie nodded once, as if satisfied. Then she closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Noelle looked at Nathaniel across the small body between them. He looked wrecked. Gray light, dark circles, the raw edges of a man who had spent the night exposed. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning." She did not let go of Maisie's hand. The phone rang at 6:47 a.m. Noelle grabbed it before the second ring, sliding out from under Maisie's hand and crossing to the window. Deja. "Tell me." "Hartwell's statement drops in 13 minutes, Deja said. "But I have a draft. The unit stays open. 3-year commitment. Staffing ratios at 1:4 for overnight observation. No reduction in bed count." Noelle's knees buckled slightly. She leaned against the window frame. "And the closure memo?" "Rescinded as of midnight. Off the record, the administrator who signed it is being reassigned to compliance. Apparently, Garrison does not like being boxed into a 3-year deal by a billionaire on television." Noelle let out a breath she had been holding since the press room. "Deja, do not thank me. Thank the union. And thank yourself for standing in front of a room full of board members and telling them your relationship made you fight harder." "I did not think it would work." "Neither did I. But it did. Now figure out what comes next, because I have a feeling the unit staying open is not the hardest thing you are going to face today." Noelle looked at the phone. "What do you mean?" "Turn on the news." She ended the call and reached for the remote. The television flickered to life on a morning show. A banner ran across the bottom of the screen. "Investor Consortium files emergency motion against Meridian Freight founder." The host was speaking. "Injunction filed less than an hour ago in Delaware, citing the 2018 restructuring as fraudulent. The consortium is asking the court to freeze all voting shares held by Nathaniel Trasco pending investigation." Noelle's hand went cold. Behind her, the bed shifted. "What is it?" She did not turn around. "They filed the injunction. They are trying to freeze your voting shares." The silence stretched. Then Nathaniel said, "I knew they would." "Then why did you not warn me?" "Because I did not want you to spend the night fighting a battle that had not started yet." Noelle turned. He was sitting up, Maisie still sleeping against his side, his face unreadable. "You promised me no more silence." "I told you what I knew. I told you the consortium would fight. That is not silence. That is strategy." "Strategy sounds a lot like the old you." He held her gaze. "It is not. The old me would have already called my lawyers and started dismantling the threat before you finished your coffee. This time I am telling you first, and trusting you to decide what we do next." Noelle stared at him. The television kept talking. She looked at Maisie, still asleep, peaceful, unaware that a legal war for her father's company was already being waged in a Delaware courthouse. "Okay," she said. "What do we do?" Nathaniel's eyes flickered with something that might have been relief. "We call Una. We call the board. And then we call Evelyn." Noelle's stomach tightened. "You know what she wants." "I have a guess. She wants Maisie." Nathaniel did not deny it. The hotel room had a small kitchenette. Noelle made coffee in a machine that required a special pod, using a mug that said Chicago in blue letters. Maisie woke slowly, ate half a croissant from the room service tray Nathaniel ordered, and asked 3 times when they could see Clara. "Soon," Noelle said each time. By 8:15, Una was on video call from her office. The screen showed a woman who looked like she had not slept, hair pulled back, face stripped of makeup. "The injunction is real," Una said. "They filed at 4:12 a.m. Delaware time. We have 72 hours to respond or the freeze stands." "And if it stands?" Noelle asked. Then Nathaniel cannot not his shares at the next board meeting, which means Stefan controls the Meridian board until the injunction is lifted, and the consortium gets everything they want without having to buy a single share. Nathaniel was silent. What about the Hartwell deal? Noelle said. That holds. Garrison is not reversing, and the consortium has no standing in the hospital acquisition. But the deal is the deal. It does not affect Meridian ownership. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was staring at his hands. How bad is this? He looked up. Bad, but not fatal. That is not a real answer. It is the only one I have right now. Maisie tugged at Noelle's sleeve. Can I call Clara now? Noelle looked at her phone. There was a notification she had not noticed. A text from an unknown number. She opened it. This is Margaret Okengum, Counsel for Evelyn Trasco. My client requests urgent contact regarding Maisie Beth Trasco's best interests. Please call at your earliest convenience. Noelle read it twice. The room went quiet. Nathaniel saw her face and reached for the phone. She let him take it. He read the message. His jaw tightened. She is not wasting time. Who is not wasting time? Maisie asked. Noelle looked at the child, at the man beside her, at the legal notice on the screen. No one, she said. Finish your croissant. Maisie looked at her with the unsettling directness of a 7-year-old who knew she was being managed. That is a lie. Noelle felt the words like a slap. No, she said. That is me trying to protect you while I figure out what is happening. I am sorry I said it that way. Maisie studied her for a long moment. Then she picked up the croissant. You have to promise to tell me later. I promise. Maisie bit into the pastry, satisfied for now. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was still holding her phone, staring at the lawyer's name. 72 hours, she said. He nodded. And Evelyn. Yes, and Maisie's face is still trending online. He closed his eyes. Noelle reached across the table and took his hand. Then we start here. One thing at a time. Breakfast first, then the lawyer, then the injunction. We do not have to solve everything before noon. Nathaniel opened his eyes. You sound sure. I am not sure of anything. But I am still here. He looked at their hands. Then we start here. The television murmured in the background. The consortium's lawyers were giving a statement. Maisie was eating her croissant, one eye on the adults, deciding whether to trust them. Noelle held Nathaniel's hand and watched the sun climb over the Chicago skyline, knowing the hardest fight had not even begun.